coming and sitting down. The first panel is about to start. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Okay, we really are going to start. So please sit down, make your way over. Thank you.
Test.
Welcome, everyone. We are excited to be here, just privileged to be here as a part of this group. We all participated in a seminar with the Center for Place, Culture, and Politics starting in September, and have thought through the state together. And in this particular group, we're going to talk about praxis.
Yeah, so we did a lot of brainstorming around this at the Cpcp seminar, how to go about this panel. And we thought, we were reading also Ruth's introduction to Lenin. And then we read that introduction, and it was, I think, Shreya's and Mary's idea to read it and to kind of brainstorm it around that introduction, and go by the sections and see where can we find these openings for this panel. And so then we decided to. We did a lot of I think there is a photograph here. Yeah, this is the brainstorming here that we did. And Yeah, so we have now 4, sections. The first, and which kind of roughly goes by the introductory piece by Ruthie to Lenin's imperialism and national question. So it's praxis. That's where we are. Like, we are the praxis people. And then there is something called imperialism, which has dialectics of struggle, liberation, which is coming up after this. And then there is anti-state state, that you will be another panel. So people are going to shift and come onto the stage and move out. And the fourth is territory, partition, repartition. So that's how we have arranged this. So this is the praxis panel that and which also is about rehearsal. So I don't know what kind of things are going to come up. This is extempore. I think I'll give the.
Okay, so all of us on this panel have engaged in a little praxis of our own in the past and in the present, in the future, but we've been compelled today to interpret that concept through the recent movement of the university encampments for Palestine. And in speaking of Lenin, our commissar, Gilmore, invites us to think about Lenin not as a theoretical blueprint for how to make revolution, but as an example of how theory is revised and refined through practice. For example, through Lenin's observation of the Soviets. Praxis requires listening to the forms of political engagement and subjective identification coalescing on the ground, in which political collectivities cohere according to and in excess of our existing categories of analysis. And so today we invite you to think about and listen to what these camps are telling us about how praxis is done in the 21st century.
We did not introduce ourselves. So this is part of the practice. We're correcting as we go along, right? Do you want to quickly introduce ourselves?
Javiera Evangelista. I am an assistant professor of African American Studies at New York City College of Technology and a fellow at Cpcp this year. My work has largely evolved around statelessness and citizenship in Dominican Republic.
My name is Cynthia Gao. I'm a PhD candidate at NYU. In the fall, I'll be an assistant professor at Middlebury College, and my work is on Maoism, Asian revolutions, and the American left.
I'm Maitri Prasad Eliamma. I work at the center as the postdoc. My work is largely on long-distance migration of workers doing manual work, especially construction work in India.
My name is Nerv Makaspak. I'm an assistant professor at Queens College. I work on peace and conflict, particularly interested in understanding peace as a radical political horizon. So we'll talk about praxis. And our comrade and mentor, Ruthie Gilmore, already spoke about praxis last night, and we want to extend on the conversation today. And we're always reminded, when we were brainstorming on what we will talk about, we're always reminded by Ruthie's words about meeting people where they're at. Meeting people where they're at. And for me, the way I think about these words as a teaching, as a reminder, as a praxis, is to really understand praxis through the lens of or how we produce radical knowledge, not only in academia, but actually outside the classroom. And from my, as an activist in the Philippines and as a researcher, what I learned from communists in the Philippines is that the process of radical knowledge production really deals with linking the dialectical relationship between theory and praxis, right? Theory and doing. What we learn, how we learn from the masses, how we learn from the people, and what those learnings and lessons bring back to theory, right? And so on and so forth. And Ruthie, in her piece, Imperialism and the National Question, states that the struggle to build cadres is real. It is true, right? It is very hard to build cadres. I speak for myself. I'm sure it resonates with all of us, right? The challenges of becoming a cadre. And what I learned from the communists in the Philippines is that it's a combination of reading and learning and listening, right? It's a combination of that with basic masses integration, like immersion with social movements, immersion with grassroots communities, with marginalized groups and liberation struggles, but also criticism and self-criticism, right? The process, criticism and self-criticism is always the favorite punching bag of anti-Maoists, you know? But I think the process of criticism and self-criticism, along with that range of learning experiences, is really to transform everybody, right? It's this process of becoming that we identify our limitations and patterns and tendencies and how our behaviors and thinking and doing implicates the broader social movement and struggle, right? That's about it. It's not about how you dress. It's not about your quirks, right? But it's about the impact of our being to the broader collective goal and program, right? And I think I'm going to end with my piece with Ruthie's quote about, in the same text, the weapon of theory, right? Ruthie says, the weapon of theory doesn't neutralize the truncheon, right? But it shows how it got there, to your head, and therefore gives some clues about making the world otherwise. I think that's a great summary of what praxis, as Ruthie reminds us, is all about. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Do you want to go? No. Okay. So again, praxis, we have. Oh, is it not?
No, just closer.
Okay. So I was reading that piece, and the first line is early consciousness, has Lenin in it. That's what Ruthie says. If and I was just thinking about this idea of, not just consciousness, but also early consciousness. In terms of how we relate to people and, and what kind of bearing that has on how we develop as practitioners, and in terms of who are the people we are meeting at that time. And, my therapist told me, you need to only have one caregiver there, and then you will be able to relate to everyone. So you need to have just, either Lenin, Mao, Mother Teresa, it doesn't matter, there has to be one. And then, and then, you can relate. So I think I've been able to relate to many people over the years, and it's been wonderful. And I want to read a poem so growing up, one thing I've noticed is that, I came into these movement spaces in Kerala after, many of the Dalit comrades have been asking these questions to their Savarna comrades. So that's how, a lot of self-criticism, as you just said, was inculcated in Savarna activists of both Hindu Savarnas and Christians, and I felt like a lot of revolutionary subjectivity will be cancelled if you just take out caste pride or racial pride, and that's a very that's an insight with which I had to wrestle quite a bit, and not just caste pride and racial pride, also sexist pride. So if you take out that, what is left, in revolutionary consciousness? And this poem is it's by an activist, and revolutionary called KKS Das. He passed away recently. So this also in memory of him. I've never met him, but I've met many people who have met him. And there was a collective called CDN. CDN means, I think, socio-economically and educationally depressed Asian natives, Indian natives. So that was a movement that came out of the ML movement, Marxist-Leninist movement, questioning these tendencies within, and so this is a poem by K.K.S. Das, translated by K.M. Krishnan and T.M. Yeshudas, comes up in a collected volume by Susi Taru and Satyanarayana. So to the poem, it's called Black Dance. In Malayalam, it's Karumadi Nirtam. You Chermi women setting out, sickles tucked into girdles, to gather leaves of tagara, colocasia stems, tamarind and vines, millet and rice, wild roots and tender shoots, sekas fruit and fish, return tripping in fury, possessed by Kali, you black cubs, who gave the black soil its color, black panthers, red panthers, lion cubs, take up the saw of Valen, the lands of Valen, the death news from Kalan, approach in the stride of Marden. Cherman hurled into the mud as manure for the soil, tinging the river red with your blood, crushed and kneaded as glue for the bund and paste for the chamber wall, wetland and dryland, severed heads of pulayas. Let severed heads rise up in revolt. Let tongues cut off turn into tongues of flames. Let the oppressed masses rise up and settle the score. That's all.
So, thank you for that. One thing that I was thinking about in terms of praxis in these encampments is trying to observe this really incredible moment over the past 7 months in which that supposedly dead and buried question of the 20th century, the national question, has returned, and through not a theoretical proposition, but through action, right? It's through an intervention in the world, however imperfect and contradictory, which has really pushed, the real movement has really forced into being these new collectivities in formation. And we see them beyond the boundaries of the national. And so there's this really incredible tension, which I think Ruthie talks about in terms of the national question and internationalism, which we are seeing play out. So the return of this kind of incredible, I think for me would have been unthinkable to hear in the 2010s, that chant, in our thousands, in our millions, we are all Palestinians, right? Even despite the fact that, in most of these marches or encampments, people are not literally Palestinians. But in the taking of new kinds of, in the inspiration of the taking of new territories, however temporally fleeting, in the attempt to make the question of land and subjectivity real, concrete again, in a way that was very different than the Occupy moment. I think that that's something really special and will not go away, actually, in the future, and I welcome its return. But I'm thinking a lot about how the praxis of this moment is also pushing us to see how people come to identify with projects of liberation through subjectivity and through these categories which are not, if we want to be prescriptive of the proletariat, right, or the lumpen. There's something in which people are using categories of identity towards actually universal projects, which again have supposedly been discredited. So that's, for me, in listening to what's happening in these camps, that's the praxis that I'm most excited by.
It's been beautiful being with a group where we don't need, or I've felt comfortable saying that my work isn't necessarily objective, and that there are clear agendas at play with groups with whom, we collaborate and work with. And I feel, at least in training and in academia, oftentimes it's stated that it should be objective. I didn't think about it as a long-term goal. I thought about writing, depositing, but for our liberation movements, it's a lifetime commitment. In my work, collaborative work with Reconocido, Ana Maria Belique is in the back of the room. Can you raise your hands? Reconocido, a group that aims to be recognized in Dominican Republic for their status given denationalization in 2013. Let me get back to my thought. So this type of collaborative work is a lifetime commitment. So even if the law changes tomorrow, the struggle still continues and there's more work to be done. And so when I think about praxis, I think about these types of long-term commitments, but also intervention. So we only have, I think, probably 2 more minutes at this point. But I'm curious about strategy. What types of strategies are people employing in whatever positions you're in? So as a faculty member with the last publication that I had, it was an open educational resource space, so no paywall. But I also requested that they publish pieces from activists in the movement that we're collaborating with. So if you're going to publish me as a professor of this university, then this piece also should be considered. So I'm curious about different strategies that people are using in this conversation of praxis. Thank you, Ruthie.
We just wanted to say that Noor is part of our group as well, but he hasn't arrived yet, but we'll include him later in the conversation. Thanks so much, everybody.
Right here. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Should we take a minute to introduce ourselves?
Sure. Let me just set up real quick, though.
I'll start. I'm Laura Rivas. I'm a doctoral student at the Geography program at the Grad Center and a fellow at Cpcp this year. Oh, and my work is about, sorry.
No, it's all good.
I always forget the politics of sovereignty in the Dominican Republic.
Cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Christina Chica. I'm a doctoral candidate in sociology at UCLA, currently visiting for this school year as a visiting scholar at the Center for Place, Culture, and Politics, and also the Center for LGBTQ Studies. I do a range of work focused on placemaking across place and time and space and all that good stuff, and the current project is focused on gender and sexual minority placemaking in Mexico City.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tawani. I'm a PhD candidate at Human Geography Department at University of São Paulo, and I'm as a visiting scholar at the Cpcp group this year. And my research in Brazil is deal with the recent Haitian migration in Brazil and housing issues and struggles in the outskirts of São Paulo. That's it.
Thanks, everyone. So our group will be sharing a collective mediation that integrates some of the different ideas that stood out to us while discussing Ruthie's piece, specifically around imperialism, self-determination, struggle, and liberation. In it, we exposed some preliminary thoughts inspired by our conversations, which were intentional in thinking about emancipatory futures from various perspectives. Following up from the previous group about theory and practice, we would like to begin by stating that struggles and practices for liberation demand theoretical explanation and analysis about the meaning of capitalist social reproduction. Following Ruthie's update on Lenin, we ground that today in a continual effort to understand the dialectic between imperialism and self-determination. There was a desire on our part as a group to discuss this dialectic, even if sometimes with different approaches, terms, and concepts, because much of our research deals with concrete processes that involve the relationship between the dynamics of capitalist violence and the struggles against them. As we gather from the reading, this involved understanding imperialism as a transfer of surplus from the south to the north, but cautioned against thinking about these categories as rigid geographical coordinates. Grasping this mechanical assumption as metaphor rather than perpetually marked cartographies allows us to understand and identify imperialism broadly at multiple sites and scales as the capture, transformation, and reduction of land as economic territories, along with the institutionalized vices and apparatuses of organized violence that this ongoing capture necessitates, engenders, and reproduces. In dialectical fashion, then, self-determination should be conceived as a similarly ongoing process to recuperate the land and our collective efforts, turning away from this logic of extraction and hierarchies, and repurposing them in the direction of liberatory futures, over and over again, each time more capaciously than the last. With this in mind, there were three key interrelated themes that emerged from our conversations and resonated with us in an effort to align struggles of self-determination with abolitionist futures, specifically consciousness, dynamism, and interconnection. In order to read theory in practical and meaningful ways, as this piece invited us to do, we found ourselves chewing over the importance of working with crisp analytical categories. Moving back and forth between scales means we can move beyond the particular by working with concepts at a general enough level to render dynamics legible across time and space, even if some translational work is needed when we ground them in particular time spaces. This clarity helps us avoid conceptual traps while simultaneously allowing for an understanding of concepts as dynamic, always information, and subject to their context. In other words, concepts require definition and clarity when they come up, but they cannot be taken for granted in our engagement with different time spaces, struggles, and frameworks. Playing with abstraction in this way allows us to talk to and learn from each other. It expands our capacity to recognize different struggles for self-determination, foster solidarity, and articulate connections to different contexts and struggles that may appear disjointed. It also expands our capacity to understand, recognize, and denounce the reproduction and resystematization of violence in formally or discursively emancipated spaces. For instance, one of the ways we can often bear witness to this dynamic is through the exclusionary logic of inside-outside mappings that processes of self-determination may also and have often engendered. Thinking from this dialectic is to realize that even when it does not appear as such, self-determination is always relational. While it consolidates in reaction to uneven and punitive power dynamics, its realization is contingent not only on the interruption or destabilization of those relations by enacting a political agency that is necessarily spatial and that may seem closed off, but it is also contingent on the ongoing process of shifting, realigning, and repurposing inside-outside relations as much as needed.
And to segue from that, insofar as self-determination emerges as a social force confronting imperialism, qua extraction, violence, and repartition, it is embedded and animated in reaction to the consequences of the systems of oppression through which imperialism manifests. So we can think about this as alienation, disconnection, precarity, inequality, premature death. In all of this, one of the major things that resonated with all of us was rendering connection and capacious infrastructures of belonging a fundamental aspect of avoiding or preventing or remedying the capture and degeneration of our collective efforts and resources into imperialism's vices. While self-determination implies boundaries and the delineation of refuge, we have to be careful that delineating boundaries happens descriptively rather than falling into the trap of hierarchy and stratified value attached to categories. We don't have a problem with calling trees trees and bushes bushes, even though there's some confusion over the borderlands of those qualifications and categories. In any case, delineation that is too severe threatens the reality of interconnection, or what someone such as Thich Nhat Hanh, for example, would call interbeing. And indigenous traditions of various kinds have pointed to in terms of human and non-human connection, or the parts of all matter that increasingly are recognized in science, right, that are within us and each other. The self is made up of non-self elements, or we are all our relations, as the shortened sayings go. That is, we do not exist outside of the alchemy of all the materials, genetic materials, minerals, environmental factors, educational influences, life forms we consume, or that coexist in our bodies, for example, face mites and bacteria. It's what animates reminders like no one is free until everyone is free. This is mostly because the resting potential of freedom is always tenuous, a slippery slope. If there remains oppression, that only needs power and justification to shift its gaze in a certain way to then be applicable to those who seem to enjoy freedom. Conceptualizing the self and self-determination in meaningful connection to others necessarily means enabling emancipatory projects that do not infringe on others and rendering each other complicit in these struggles, be it through shared historical processes or in solidarity. So how do we accomplish this? Well, there are different approaches, right, from different traditions. The one guiding principle that I'd like to illuminate at the moment is through Bell Hooks' way of framing beloved community, which in her book, Killing Rage, Ending Racism, she says, is formed not by the eradication of difference, but by its affirmation, by each of us claiming the identities and cultural legacies that shape who we are and how we live in the world. Part of that requires individual work in terms of showing up for the self, understanding freedom and liberation in the self to be able to best show up for others. And when I say self, I mean the embodied being from which all of us act and move. We have bodies, we are bodies. Our action and consciousness is developed and deployed in bodies. We need to be unified in our purpose of healing, self-reflection, and self-awareness to best show up in our relation and our struggles. Part of that is in acting as community within the quotidian, in struggles that don't always have social movements connected to individual actions for those to matter, but are about care, love, attention, need, dignity, recognition, and respect for life and being.
Now I'm going to bring up some words about the dynamic character of capitalist reproduction, or in better, Ruth's words, of the object of our antagonism. That matters because it poses challenges for both our critical analysis of reality and our struggles against capitalist violences. Taking the concept out of the hands of the state, Ruth affirms that self-determination hasn't disappeared, nor wholly absorbed into the nation-state. Expanding our collective capacity to understand this dialectic as appropriately a process rather than an event already displaces the almost exclusive and ever-exclusionary conceptualization of self-determination as a before and after rooted in establishment of nation-states. Things are constantly in motion by virtue of the intrinsic motion and change of life, and under such conditions, definitive answers and finite political goals are less important than our capacity to keep the conversation going and building a cadre unified in purpose. Having an adaptive consciousness is crucial for becoming aware of the ways in which systems of oppression re-systematize themselves after seemingly transformative milestones over and over again, or in Ruth's words, as capitalism save capitalism from capitalism. Because these processes are grounded in specific contexts, interconnected and dynamic, it prompts us to ask, how do various capitalist processes intersect? And how does each specific example shed light on the practice, methods, and underlying logics of organized violence? Organized violence is a process that unfolds everywhere, and it's undergirding concept behind all of the punitive consequences of imperialism. Systems of oppression, partition, and extraction have to come first from a philosophy of the world that is about power over others, about hierarchy of value, about the notion that it's okay for some to impose their will over others. Mapping out what that looks like and how global capitalism has taken all these things and connected them together for the most effective way of imposing new will and hierarchy of value power is a crucial task. Ruth affirms that imperialism remains a relevant concept to frame a vast array of grounded capitalist process worldwide, though more intricately and complex. So if the object of our antagonism is dynamic, it is important to explore what changes in the way that capital expands into different spaces and how it functions as an imperialist force today. It makes us reflect, for example, on how to confront imperialism in today's capitalism, in which the capital is also debt, is also fictitious capital, where accumulation is maybe a kind of negative accumulation. Does this imply a new intensity and methods of organized violence? What new challenge does this new financial dynamics of capital create for people who may struggle against its effects?
We can think about the university encampments right now, for example, in terms of extraction, oppression, organized violence, and dynamic shifts over the decades. We can look at the specific context of New York and then university campuses in the US that are relating their actions and movements to what has come before in material expression, in language and strategy, discursively and materially. Tents call forth Occupy Wall Street. Divestment calls forth protests against South African apartheid. And the shifts in terms of police deployment and rhetoric are due to current conditions such as rising fascism globally, increased militarization of our police forces, complete neoliberalization of the US university, explicit sidestepping of faculty governance and response to US government forces interested in electoral results later in the year, but also in its own strategic investments and positioning via Israel. And yet, the very aspect of resisting imperialist forces is through a collective self-determination organized around community, community embracing difference, experimenting with needs provisions, making art, what Ruthie calls rehearsing emancipation. And this time, it's visible through communications technology to inspire in a way not previously possible. So what imaginative possibilities will this witnessing inspire? This offering is a practice of self-determination that moves from a self that is individual and collective. At this moment, each of us is a self that is really a representative and avatar of a larger self, a collective consciousness that branches out. This statement or speech is reflective of all of our learning. Influences, voices, the seminar, and of course, Ruthie. This speech was a dynamic learning process, which is something that we will take forward with us as we continue to contribute to collective consciousness and the role it plays in shifting material conditions towards abolition. Our process of dialogue and back and forth itself illustrates what is suggested in the reading in important ways. Engaging with our process as a grounded, practical reaction to theory and to this piece in particular was useful and generative. Discussing our thoughts over Zoom and email that both emerged from our reading of this piece and connecting that to our respective work and experiences, and then responding to each other's thoughts, talking, reading, rereading, exchanging ideas, free writing, sitting with things, exposing each other to the different ways in which we interpret the piece, the different and multiple ways and contexts in which we ground these analytical categories, bridging and rescaling territories of self. We offer our process and back and forth as we, sorry, I don't actually have a real PDF reader, so it's reminding me that I'm not allowed to use it, and I'm ignoring it. We offer our process and back and forth as we discuss these themes and issues, for we believe it models one of the myriad ways in which political intellectual work cracks consciousness open. The thoughts and questions generated from these emails are an outcome in process, a work in process, that will not end until we do, because we will hopefully be learning all our lives. And even then, we will have continuation via our influence on others, whether verbally, through accompaniment, through our writing, etc. This process was itself only a microcosm of our weekly seminar, which served as a platform to do just that at a greater scale. There was a desire for us to have had more opportunities to create space of affection, closeness, physical presence among us, things that are important for collective intellectual production. But these same economic imperatives that act in the production and reproduction of economic territories permeate our daily lives in a large capitalist city like NYC, housing problems, long work hours, productivity imperatives, etc., and which make it difficult for us to simply meet. For example, I was late today because none of the trains were running on my station to downtown and the surrounding stations, so I actually made good time considering that. But to end, collective intellectual constructions like those that occur in the CPCP and between us in these last few weeks, as the way that it was possible, right, are truly rare and are the result of a constant and arduous attempt to do something different amidst individualized, cold, and hurried logics of academic production. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
We did this. All right. Good job, team.
Good morning. It's nice to meet y'all where you're at, which is here with us. My name is Anthony Dest. I'm an assistant professor of anthropology at Lehman College up in the Bronx, and my work is mostly focused on struggles for autonomy in Cauca, in what's called Colombia.
My name is Giacomo Bianchino, or according to Al Jazeera, John, as of this week. I'm as of yesterday, I think, a graduand at the grad center at CUNY. I just submitted my dissertation and I'm all done. My work focused on the modern epic poem and the relationship between politics and poetry in the 20th century.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Rubin. I am a PhD candidate at the Graduate Center in Geography. I work on the political economy of fracking in West Texas and the way that the oil industry is enveloped with the green transition.
My name's Dominic Wetzel. I'm an associate professor of sociology at Kingsborough Community College, and my research right now is looking at the Catholic charismatic movement and its relationship with issues of gender and sexuality and modern disenchantment and movements of religious nationalism and dominion theology.
Great. So last night, the student from the Gaza Solidarity Encampment at CCNY was clear. She told us, this is not over. As a CPCP faculty fellow this year, I've had the opportunity to be inspired and transformed by my compas from the seminar. Throughout the year, we've had a chance to draw from our diverse experiences and attempt to exercise a critical insight that Ruthie shared with us last night, which is that practice produces theory. So today what we'd like to do in our panel is think about what the struggle right now means for this conjuncture and what possibilities might emerge from the Gaza Solidarity encampments.
Okay, so I'm going to give two sort of points here, divided into sub-points. The first half is going to be about what I think the Gaza Solidarity encampments have shown us about the current conjuncture in terms of where we're standing within the crisis. And the second part's going to be about the things that were not foreseeable before it came into existence and the new opportunities that it's presenting us. So I've called the comments, I know that we're not supposed to give panel titles like this, panel comments like this a title, but I've called it A Terrible Beauty is Born, based on the Yeats poem Easter 1916, where the refrain in each stanza is all transformed utterly, a terrible beauty is born. And I want to think about what terrible beauties have been born from this conjuncture. So I'm naturally quite skeptical of cliche and any amount of words that get repeated among the left, and hearing constantly that we're in a state of crisis, I was beginning to wonder whether that was true, given how sophisticated the American state is at metabolizing crises and transforming them to its own advantage. But then I think, watching on Tuesday night as 500 militarized police brutalized undergraduate students brought together some of the lineaments of crisis that were perhaps otherwise latent or hadn't been that explicit and spectacular for a few years. It brings up questions of the anti-state state, of organised abandonment, of structural adjustment and security, when a really well-funded and well-militarised police department can brutalise a bunch of public university students who have spent the last few years at a terribly underfunded institution. And I think that my comrades will take that up with the theoretical stuff. So I just want to talk about some of the things that I saw at the camp and what I think it offers for us. One of the things I think has been really interesting is the differential treatment of students at different universities. I think, and this is a bit of a controversial point at the moment, we're not 100% sure of what the legal environment is, but the fact that CCNY students who occupied a building are copying felony charges, whereas Columbia students are copying misdemeanor charges, I think that shows us something interesting about where the state thinks the true radical subjectivity lies, right, and who needs to be punished. And who needs to be disciplined here. I also think that it is interesting that the media has focused so almost exclusively on Columbia and the elite universities, because it seems to be something that's easier to take apart when it's happening in an elite institution, right? Infantilizing students and seeing them as a product of privilege or something like that is really easy to do when it's a Ivy League, very difficult to do when it's a bunch of working class students who are working with their community to change things. And that brings something up that I think is really relevant to stuff that Ruthie talks about in many of her essays about the current conjuncture of passive revolution and where we're at with the cultural discourse and the cultural struggle. The media unanimity, the media hegemony around this issue has been really, really enlightening. I spoke to my students about this in class on Thursday, and many of them realised that despite the fact that from liberal to conservative, all of the media channels were covering the camps in terms of anti-Semitism and not in terms of the radical demands, my students were able to see through that, which I think is really fantastic, because when your direct lived experience is challenged on all sides by the media, you can begin to notice the holes in the kinds of hegemony that are being produced there. And I think that also brings up a question of what we're doing here and what the relationship of academia and of cultural discourse and stuff is to radical events like this. I noticed at the New School that someone was carrying around a sign at one of the pickets that said, this is how you teach protest. And I could almost hear the cogs of syllabi being created in their mind. And I think that we've got to be really careful about how we start to talk about these things, especially when they're so fresh. So I don't want to think about this event in terms of necessarily the sociological I know it's really important to think the why, but that is going to become more and more apparent as time goes on. I just want to think about the things that emerge that I didn't foresee and that are now I'm a bit of a closet Badgewian. I like to do some generic thinking from the position of the event, what the event has shown us that couldn't have been recognised before. So on Monday evening at the Gaza Solidarity Encampment at CCNY, we had a meeting with 200 or 300 professional staff congress, which is CUNY's union, members of the union, and the student organisers. And the faculty and union members sat down and listened to the students and listened to their demands. And then we had a conversation about how to support the student organising. Now, this is one of the first times that the relationship between anti-imperialist, pro-Palestinian organising and labour organising at CUNY has been articulated as a common struggle since I've been here, at least. It's a new front of solidarity. On Wednesday, about 300 PSC members signed a pledge to sick out, which is one of the first job actions in PSC history, because we live under the Taylor Law, which illegalises strike action. And so this is a radical moment of change. I mean, we have disputes even here among the people about whether or not the sick out was a good idea, but we did it. And it shows that there is a new lineament of solidarity being formed between the student movement and the labour movement at CUNY. And I think that this is really important. I think it's going to show us a new... Basically, I was talking to the chapter chair of the Graduate Centre chapter of the PSC, Zoe Hugh, and we were saying nothing is the same as it was this time last week. Nothing is the same. The whole calculus has changed. What we're willing to do now is completely different. What other people are willing to do with us is completely different. And the last thing I want to say is that the most impressive thing that I've seen come out of this is the idea of an alternative university and a university in motion, a university as a movement. From teach-ins at the actual encampment, which are, an obvious way in which we can construct radical pedagogies and whatnot. Also, the way that people brought their expertise to bear from the university as a means of building the movement was just incredible. So the facilitation of these meetings and these assemblies between students and faculty, the conversations about how to build more radical solidarities, and then after the encampments were raided and brutalized, the amount of solidarity that was shown from, for instance, CUNY law people who helped to represent and facilitate the arraignment process, right? These are the ways that knowledge that is the sort of thing that we're meant to be producing, or wisdom at the university, can be leveraged towards an actual movement, and we can have something like an insurgent university, not the kind of university that has been created for us by years of disinvestment and organised abandonment. So those are the three things that I think are really important coming out of the encampments: is a new era of solidarity between the student and labour movements at CUNY, a new willingness to do things that weren't perhaps conceivable before the encampments within labour. I'm an organiser with the PSC, that's why I'm focusing on that, and the idea of the university in motion. Thank you.
I kind of have been reflecting and meditating a little bit on the 60s after going to the city college, madhouse on Tuesday night. I think, in a sense, before the student encampments around Gaza, it felt like on the issue of Palestine, we almost were like a society without opposition, on this issue. And now there's an opposition. It feels like, students have broken through this sort of organized violence, organized abandonment, and surplus repression with this sort of new vision for society. And a sort of great refusal, as someone who's been at a pretty conservative CUNY campus, I mean, like you can't, at some point you realize if you say the word Palestine, you're gonna be targeted. It's extreme. So to see students bursting through and creating like a new vision is kind of remarkable. And it makes me think of like when we were reading the piece by Ruthie, about, the importance of big things, purpose, the power of imagination. And to see students bursting through with this is really quite remarkable. And it's a new sensibility, a new ethic of care is what I sense, and I'm thinking, how can we as faculty help, and how can we help students facilitate teach themselves and teach us along the way. And it'll be interesting to see, this new sort of solidarity between labor and students, which is really kind of a new thing, right? So, and when you have this new vision, this new perspective opening up, it allows you to see other things. And I find it very interesting. All of a sudden, let's look at who are the people who are targeting. Who are the new McCarthyists? Who are the people who are targeting people who support Palestine? Well, it turns out that there are a bunch of pretty wacko Christian Zionists, right? I mean, look, Alexander Fox and Mike Johnson, Marjorie Taylor Greene just came out saying that she's opposing the anti-Semitism bill because it would curb her ability to blame Jews for Jesus' death. I mean, this is crackpot shit. But when we've had no opposition for so long, right, on this issue here, right? But you let one, you're letting the crazies control the narrative, and they're toppling heads of universities, and it's just, and then we faculty are all, in court defending ourselves. But it's like, and then the students burst through with this new vision, like hold hands, jumping in, all in. So it's like, it's pretty shocking. I remember, I've never been a super, super knowledgeable about the Palestinian issue. You know what I'm saying? I've been doing other things. And I remember at some point when my campus is so obsessed with Israel and Palestine stuff and suppressing discourse, at some point I was like, what the? I started learning more. And someone told me, an old timer was like, the thing is that this has been going on for so long and yet it never changes. Do you know what I'm saying? The fighter for lost causes in me is like, I hate hearing that kind of shit, And then I'm thinking it's partly true. This is just not, there's no movement really being made. And then boom, we have, the Gaza encampments and campuses exploding around, the United States. So it's like, that is really heartening. And I think that it shows the power of imagination, which is frankly, the vocation of students is to think, right? And be creative and use their imagination. And they're doing it. So I think we have a lot to, we faculty have a lot to learn in terms of, that youthful energy that can see things fresh and anew. Also, to step back, re-summarize here. So a peaceful call for ceasefire was met with an onslaught of organized violence. Whose vision is more compelling? Which world do you want to live in? And I feel like the students are now posing that. We all of a sudden we have a debate. Thank God. Whereas, in a sense, I think that the faculty have been subject to a form of organized intellectual violence for quite a while, where we're being policed about what we can think and what we can say. And thank God for the students bursting through that wall of sort of intellectual and physical violence and creating something new with big things and with purpose. We need purpose. And that's that's what I think the students are really proposing. I think Lenin would be proud of his students, and I know Ruthie is. So I'm in there.
Let's see. If I get time, I want to read a section of an essay called Public Enemies and Private Intellectuals from, it actually doesn't say the year in the book, when it's from, but.
91. I was still a dropout.
Wow. Is this close enough to me? No. It is now. Great. So I just want to run through a couple of thoughts connecting our putative theme, the anti-state state, and some other of Ruthie's insights to what we've been seeing. The anti-state state, which is a mode in which people gain state power by declaiming state power, or the existence of the state, and particularly its use for any kind of public welfare, is on full display. I think of it as a mode of coordination between organized violence and organized abandonment, right? Between the retreat or withdrawal of funding and the application of violent control of any protest of that withdrawal. But it strikes me that the legitimacy of the anti-state state rests on these enclosures, these removals of what is public, right? And the removals of what is public means that people are made to be out of place, right? So what we're seeing is a claim that the protesters are out of place by being in their own university. Because it's a private university, right? I don't mean in the sense that Columbia is. I mean in the sense that these larger forces that the chancellor manages are able to claim ownership, whether it's CUNY or Columbia. And so that requires any attack on any reclaiming of public space, any reclaiming of functions, right? The neoliberal university is more than just a shift in management, right? It's a shift in the function of what the university does and what it's there for. And I'm thinking here of the way that the prison fix enables money to move, or the way that in Misa's really amazing work that we read for I'm sorry, your formal name isn't Misa, and I only call you, okay. But that in Brazil, the agribusiness industry uses food production as a veneer to enable the movement of money, to enable these other things that really matter to them, right? So the universities has become a way to use students and use classes to enable all these other things, right? Endowments that must grow, real estate expansions, et cetera, right? And so a claim that it's a people's university is a fight against all of that. It's more than a claim that we want the university to be run differently. We want it to be a different thing, very fundamentally. And that kind of gets me to thinking about the way that Ruthie thinks of the phrase change everything. And here I want to think about a couple of the demands of the protesters, specifically the disclose and divest and the demand for a free CUNY. Some of the liberal commentariat have condescendingly let us know how unrealistic divestment is because, well, we don't actually know where the money is. It's in these mutual funds and hedge funds, and yeah, that's the fucking point. Excuse me. Like, there cannot be divestment without changing the entire model of how endowments work. Let me make you blush. Well, yeah, right, and that's actually the real demand. And in the same way, there can't be a free CUNY without changing what CUNY is and what it's for. I'm out of time. I will not read it, but everyone should read that essay. Thank you. All right.
Should have synchronized your timepieces.
So I just want to point out that this is difficult for us CPCP comrades because we do not present to one another. We are always talking to one another. We're always in dialogue. So we're sitting in our chairs just like, I want to say something to that. I want to say, yeah, I'm like, where's the stack, Peter? So this is going to seem difficult to do. And in that spirit, I know that we're going to try really quickly to, open up with the things that we've prepared, but also move to discussion rather soon, hopefully. I hope you all are okay and patient with us and that we're somewhat interesting to listen and engage with. I think so. All right, thank you. I am Shreya Subramani. I'm an assistant professor at John Jay College, the politics of which is astoundingly fascinating that maybe we can discuss about later. And I'm an ethnographer of criminal justice reform work in Louisiana and specifically reentry programs in New Orleans as forms of passive revolution. So deeply engaging Ruthie's work at all times. In her introduction to Lenin's imperialism and the national question, Ruthie writes, quote, if the struggle for domination under capitalism consists of the struggle over territory as economic territory, then self-determination is both in dialectical antagonism to control from outside or above, and replete with its own internal struggles, none of which has an automatic outcome, anti-capitalist or otherwise. Economic territory in Ruthie's engagement with Lenin signals the vulnerability and potentiality of the spaces in and through which our social realities form. The natural, political, and cultural resources and institutions that offer meaning and creative use for people, what Ruthie calls the endowments of the territory, are up for grabs. These endowments are vulnerable to the incorporating capacities of liberalism and capitalism, while also potentiating conditions for radical self-determination. In this way, connecting Ruthie and Lenin to our other CPCP scholar interlocutors, Antonio Gramsci and Stuart Hall, ideological terrains too are economic territories of struggle, central to the transformations of social realities. In the US, contemporary criminal legal reform policy and reentry programs for formerly incarcerated people depend on an ideological partitioning of autonomous social organizing from anti-imperialist revolutionary struggles against local and global labor and property regimes and their ongoing social reproduction through carceral forces and militarism. I do work in New Orleans, so of course there is a very vast, long history of this struggle. So I don't take that for granted at all in this discussion. Prison rebellions, grassroots mobilizations for housing and land redistribution, and practices of mutual aid and of non-retributive community accountability are anti-capitalist and anti-colonial resistance to processes of political economic restructuring across the nation resulting in mass imprisonment that Ruthie has notably elaborated as the prison fix. These forms of resistance threaten contemporary neoliberal hegemony. These constitutive struggles in this moment of mainstream criminal legal reform become absorbed, displaced, and reconfigured through partitioning that mobilizes a balance, to quote my Gramsci, of consent and coercion. So you can get out of prisons, sure, but only on our terms. Articulated ahistorically as delimited but seemingly good problems to address, and identified through the deployment of critiques of institutional racism. Barriers to employment, housing, and education for formerly incarcerated people are figured as the economic excesses and moral aberrations of the carceral state. The solutions to these problems emerge under a liberal reformist common sense that embraces big private investment that is, of course, publicly subsidized, and good enough pragmatism. Through these ideological endowments, diversionary courts, technocratic amendments on prison sentencing, prison education programs, workforce development training, transitional houses, and social entrepreneurship pacify collective potentials for radical self-determination and solidarity through the partial incorporation of these radical potentials into neoliberal stakeholdership. Here, the embodied territory of the self that Ruthie describes in this introduction is also partitioned. The interconnected energies potentiating revolutionary subject formation is grabbed and used to form the entrepreneurial subject of neoliberal governance and market participation. The creativity of this capitalist frontier, which harnesses the efficacy of the anti-state state, tethers the nonprofit industrial complex to the prison industrial complex in a project of what Ruthie has called carceral humanitarianism. This frontier is charted through the integrating dialectical unity between state carceral capacities and civil society organizations financed by the private-public venture investments of capital P philanthropy. Formerly incarcerated people, or rather, all racialized, poor, and working-class people most vulnerable to carceral violence, are interpolated into and differentiated through this novel reconfiguration of carceral capacities, in which prisons, courts, and policing are rendered necessary to get people out of prison, get them a job, get them housing, and reunite them with their family. These contradictions and the theoretical praxis of revealing them, revealing the capitalist state in all its aspects in transition, is in the service of cultivating our creative uses of economic territories for resistance today. We change the state by changing politics, and we change politics by changing the state. I don't know if we mentioned that our seminar theme this year, this was the state. I'm sure the introduction did, but it is, so that's kind of what this is organized around. The creative moments of capitalism, as Ruthie states, saves capitalism from capitalism through the ongoing interplay of organized abandonment and organized violence, are always in relational antagonism to the organized resistance, the human creative energy. This energy, as Ruthie writes, quote, is not passively surrendered without the intervention of terror or love or some kind of moral espionage that restrains the very enthusiasm that sets it in motion. And the energy is never wholly depleted, though people do get very tired. After this week, many of us are very tired, and yet still committed, like our comrade from yesterday, our student comrade from the encampment, still committed to the principled and practical program of revolution: disclose, divest, liberate. The economic territory of the university, the dominant centers of ideological proliferation, of the kind that innovate policies and markets of carceral humanitarianism, and that validate and fund Zionist colonial violence, all while partitioning these aspects of the global class project as separate domains of study. The economic territory of the university is being reclaimed, transformed, as Jack was talking about, by students' encampments as popular, insurgent educative spaces. To think these contradictions, build solidarities and consciousness across continents, and do anti-imperialist struggle. The Gaza Solidarity encampments demanding BDS action are, as Ruthie describes, building the ways people rehearse their own emancipation. This creative use of the university's endowments, and I guess in the sense of the elite universities, quite literally their financial endowments, not CUNY though, can be fundamentally mobilized, as Ben pointed out, to change everything. Ruthie mentioned last evening how the student movement is being simultaneously infantilized and criminalized. And in thinking about forms of rehearsal, I was thinking colonial repression is well rehearsed throughout distinct historical conjunctures. Infantilizing, and I would also include differentiating and incorporating and criminalizing our students. Infantilizing and incorporating and criminalizing working class and poor people. Infantilizing and criminalizing indigenous insurgents. The student movement right now, however, is reinvigorating resistance history through study and action, organizing to stop that show. Rejecting administrative lip service, rejecting the debates on free speech on our campuses to dismiss and silence them, rejecting the kinds of activist celebrity that builds clout vulnerable to capture. After all, while many of us are professional intellectuals and may have a place in the revolution, there is no such thing as professionalizing revolutionaries. Our students are rejecting stakeholdership in the university to instead creatively use its territorial endowments toward global liberation. You can't get out of prison on their terms. I have so many things to say based on all of our other comments, but I'm going to move forward. I just wanted to say that with my Cpcp comrades today, we're doing a little bit of what we have been doing every Wednesday morning, which has been my favorite day for the last 9 months. This space has no doubt led us to sharpen our own intellectual purpose, but it has also provided occasion to connect with comrades that energize our commitments to liberation struggle. So I thank you all. And through our collective study of the state this year, we may have just located it in Ruthie's words, here where we fight is where the state is.
So yeah, just to remind us, our piece was to reflect on Ruth's. Oh yes, sorry, Maria Luisa Mendonça. Also, people know me as Maísa. I'm a visiting scholar at the Cpcp, and I'm also co-director of the Network for Social Justice and Human Rights in Brazil. And my work is around land grabbing and financial markets. Ruthie invited us to reflect on the state in relation also to her piece and her reflection on Lenin's work, and the concept of economic territory, which also includes political, social, and cultural elements. And in relation to the work we have been doing with my colleagues in Brazil, Fabio and other colleagues, and also rural social movements in Brazil, we have been looking at the way economic territory has been changing, and one moment that was key for us was when we identified this process of financial corporations migrating into farmland, targeting farmland, especially after the collapse of the housing market in the US. And one of the key players in that process is TAA, the pension fund that you know very well, TAA, and the Harvard University Endowment Fund. Financialization of farmland also means that there is a partnership between financial corporations and agribusiness corporations that increased capital concentration, and also, of course, all the impacts in terms of environmental destruction and violence against rural communities. And I have to say that that's how I met Ruthie and Cpcp. In 2015, we were going to release our first report about this issue. And Saulo, a friend from Grassroots International, introduced me to Ruthie. And the first 5 minutes we talked, I felt like we had known each other for 20 years. So it was, really special. And I have been, connected to Cpcp for many years now. And then reflecting again on Lenin's work and, how Ruthie reads the concept of economic territory. Lenin identified imperialism as the concentration of financial capital by large banks as a key element that resulted in capital concentration in other strategic economic sectors. So Lenin observed the formation of a financial oligarchy that consolidated the monopolization of certain economic sectors through trusts or cartels, eliminating capital competition. So that is a key point of looking at crisis and accumulation in a dialectic way, and also an element for us to understand the crisis of overaccumulation in capitalism. So today, in addition to banks, other players play a major role in financial markets, especially multinational pension funds and insurance corporations. And they have a key role in financial markets as well as on farmland markets. So in theory, property over land has the role of immobilizing capital. Because in theory, for example, if you own a piece of land, that capital is immobilized. But Also, private property over land is always monopoly property because we only have one planet. But during the neoliberal process of deregulation of financial markets, land became a mechanism to facilitate the circulation of financial capital through derivatives and different types of mechanisms. So land markets and financial markets are intertwined in this movement of capital crisis and accumulation. And of course, states play a key role in this process as they transfer public lands to the private sector and also provide subsidized credit and tax incentives for large corporations. So the role of private property, all of that is also to say that the role of private property is historically constructed, and I think we always need to remember that, considering the multiple forms of land use and land tenure. In Brazil, for example, the current land market was formed in 1850 with a colonial law that consolidated private property over land based on negotiable titles, which is actually an abstraction if you compare with the concrete use of land based on occupation and cultivation by the diversity of peasant and indigenous communities that define multiple forms of territorial organization. So peasant and indigenous movements now are the center of geopolitical and economic disputes for land and territory, which means more than a physical space. And now with the global current crisis, environmental crisis, which brings an urgency to our struggles, we need to have a deep reflection on the use of land and also the need to protect social movements that are at the forefront to defend land, biodiversity, and just remind us, the importance of being in this space, the People's Forum, that has provided really amazing solidarity to the MST, to La Via Campesina, as they broaden their practices of ecological agriculture and food sovereignty. Thanks.
We started a little bit late, so Mary, I hope it's okay if we have discussion. Perfect. So we're just going to open for discussion. We might hop off stage or ask some of you all to come join us on stage or whatever you all want.
I think we all go to, okay.
Oh, Madonna. I keep forgetting that I've got holes in my pockets. Yeah, anyone have any questions, and I'll bring the mic out. We can have some, won't be one person from each panel?
Well,
No?
also just put the mic around.
Okay.
Nothing like emptying the stage to make everybody quiet.
You have to come up on stage.
I'll sit to make people feel comfortable.
I don't think it should be just us.
Thank you so much for this amazing. I don't have enough time to kind of raise all of the issues, but I wanted to ask maybe a couple of questions. One, in terms of the whole question of prison. How do we think about people being actually out of prison in the Palestinian tactic of exchanging of prisoners? And what does this really mean for the consciousness of the prisoners themselves, that they consider themselves always hostages, which hasn't been used in terms of Palestinians, and so they are prisoners of war that are not part and parcel of this. So how do we actually theorize that? because that means that you actually can get out of prison, but not necessarily on the terms of the colonizers, where you need to be rehabilitated, you need to report, you have parole, you have all of these things, you don't denounce what you're doing. So that's one question. The second question is, we talked a lot about the violence of the university and the violence of the state here. But what about theorizing revolutionary violence? Maybe this may be a loaded question. Maybe, and I'm suggesting we only talk about theorizing, not acting, so we don't all end up in prison. But what do we think about that? How do we think about thinking about what is it that led to the encampments? And what does this really mean in the connection of the students to the encampment over there? And then my last question is about the whole question of the quote-unquote national question and the deterritorialization of the anti-colonial liberation movements, not thinking of them as in Palestine, as actually, I mean, majority people want liberation. The whole state is a new thing. It's an introduction. It's a new introduction that's not hasn't been all the time. So if you can, one more question about Occupy. Occupy, because Occupy, one, it was called Occupy, which is a very problematic term, not liberate. And secondly, it didn't have any goals. It was just, everybody can do whatever they want. It had too much of a liberal, very much different that was going on there. So I don't know what you think about this. Apologies for asking too many questions. I wish I were still in the seminar. So.
Any more?
Just go for it.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, these are just some, like, asking for some more reflections based on like our collective reflections on the encampments. And I was thinking about this dynamic of infantilizing and criminalizing, and also like just like wanting to think through together some more of the specific tactics that are being used, right? Like one seems to be like redirecting the content of speech into the idea of free speech. And the other one, which I think is like an important strategy of neutralization for, like the constructing of territories of outside and inside, is this idea of outside agitation, and like watching this morning the latest propaganda video called Consequences 101, which ends with some deputy being like, the radicalization is real. Like there are people coming onto these campuses and radicalizing our students. And so I think, and at the same time, like the New York Times bureau chief is like retweeting the statistics that are brought. So I think, thinking about how that historical category, outside agitation, like outside agitator, is being brought to bear here, like, and trying to construct insides and outsides of like even a, like of the public, of like and so, yeah, I just like thinking through some of that together, I feel like would be interesting.
One more?
Thank you all so much. In addition to kind of putting the question of the national question back on the table, and doing so not in a way that is just repeating the same question that was asked 50 years ago, 100 years ago, but we're asking the national question in the 21st century. You also alluded to the slogans and the chants, including the "In our thousands and our millions, we are all Palestinians," that kind of reopen a question of a kind of universalism. But I guess but as you also observed, we are not in fact all Palestinians. And yet, I wonder if you could say a little bit more about what you think the content of this claim is, or indeed like the struggle over the content of this claim, and what kind of universalism we are talking about now here in the 21st century, so that we don't just end up rehashing all the same old debates that we've had over these questions.
And I'm just going to add that I'm going to keep this mic floating. The people on the stage, we should feel free to answer some questions, but it's also a discussion. So if someone on stage wants to take a silent moment and someone in the audience wants to answer as well, we're just going to move from that. So I'm now done talking.
Does anyone have an immediate?
I have some immediate.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I have a few thoughts. In terms of violence, again, we'll keep it theoretical. About to lose my job. So I don't know if you all saw, there was that terrible NYPD propaganda video, right, of like them storming Columbia, but I don't know if you all saw what was written on the board in Hinds Hall that the students had left. 3 quotes from Mao, right? So incredible, loved it. There's, I have to say, right? So attack while your enemy is weak and you are strong. Political power comes from the barrel of a gun, and the countryside surrounds the city. So they left that on the board. Now, of course, there's a difference with. And so clearly, violence as a tactic conceptually is completely back on the table, and that was revealed to us through practice, right, through October 7th. But it's important. People are really thinking, especially youth, are thinking about violence not as something which is simply done to us, as you pointed out. At the same time, the repressive violence of the state has increased manifold since 1968. So they wrote political power comes through the barrel of a gun, but they didn't have any guns. Right, that's the difference between now and 68, and so that's something that we do have to think through. In terms of the national question and universalism, so just to get, I spent like years of my life thinking through the Vietnam War era as a moment in which there is this thing which we have now sort of critiqued to death of like a sort of universalism, a revolutionary humanism, and essentialism, which is now bad, right? But I interviewed people from that moment. I researched people who were hailed through the Vietnamese national liberation cause in a myriad of ways. And, it should be noted in the United States, there were very few Vietnamese people in this country at all. So, which is actually different than now, because actually now there are quite a few Palestinians in the United States, certainly many Arabs and Muslims as well. So, but, and in the academy, especially, this sort of, hello? Okay. This debate over essentialism, anti-essentialism, that has to be historicized in terms of things that happen in the world to produce that debate. But now we are in a new moment because of what has happened in the world because of praxis, right? So I think that, of course, that's going to change once we move out of whatever place we're in, and we can then, once again, pull apart and critique what is encoded in that statement, or what is encoded in, the national question. And we all know, of course, national bourgeoisies exist. Of course, nationalism is not inherently leftist or anti-capitalist. But, I think that what the practicality of this particular moment demands is a return of primary and secondary contradiction, right? And that's something that we are actually living, and in that living of it, in that embodiment of it, when you say something like that, and when you put your body on the line to try to enact that, I mean, I think that's an advance. And something that we have to retain with us.
I thank you so much for your very, important points. I think the first about prisons and war, when I was planning these remarks, I really didn't want it to come off as the prison and the university are sort of analogous, right? They're not analogous. They're interrelated in very important ways, right? And similarly, war is sort of the conditions upon which a lot of people think about their imprisonment in the U.S. and beyond. We have this fantastic book by Orisami Burton that's taking up this exact thing, that prisons are war, that we should explicitly look at insurgent and counterinsurgent processes as strategies of war. And, you know, many of, I wish Ori was here to talk about his own work, so but many of the sort of interviews, I mean, it's incredible to see how many prisoners were sure that they were going to leave and continue fighting the war from outside of prison, right? It was still a place of strategy. This also pertains to this kind of inside-outside question, how much organizations or resistance requires the call coming from inside the house, but also so much support from outside in order for it to be sustained, for the momentum to be sustained, to protect it, right? To protect the organizations that are already doing such work, which is kind of Giacomo's point of how kind of historic it is to see labor organizing with students in a way that's never happened at CUNY. But this point about war and hostages and this kind of, it makes me think theoretically about suspended states, kind of ways of keeping people in sort of purgatory, right? So that's already happening with the Palestinian people about never having full citizenship. Javiela's work looking at denaturalization is also this kind of suspended state. We were recently talking about her work, and Haitian people in the Dominican Republic, or not even Haitian people, just people in the Dominican Republic, are suddenly being called in transit. And in the reentry programs I study, it's called transition. You're leaving prison, you're not quite somewhere yet, it's transition, right? And that's one of those policy terms. So I'm interested about maybe thinking about prisoners and this movement of prisoners in war, both in terms of insurgency and counterinsurgency, but also how much counterinsurgency depends on creating partial places, right? Partial places to be, or emplacements in this transitory place. Okay, that's it.
I just wanted to speak very quickly. I think it's really interesting, this question of non-violence, but also the questions that were raised about, you know, what it says in terms of the question of outside agitators and the kinds of imaginaries that are being pushed by the mainstream media and by like hegemonic sort of liberalism to try and delegitimize the protests. What's been really interesting to me is that, like, I know that we're fighting on their territory, right? I know that, like, oftentimes, even in the most putatively radical institutions, and sorry, that's going to sound stupid when I now say American labor unions, that, like, you're forced to fight this battle on the ground of academic freedom. And I've been struggling within the PSC to center the students' demands for the liberation of Palestine and to make sure that we're not just talking about this in terms of academic freedom, but we're always told, you know, if you want to build the biggest coalition, make sure you're centering the thing that people can get on board with, right, and not the radical demands. So I can see it being metabolized and the discourse changing. But what I wanted to say about, like, violence and outside agitators and stuff is that I think, as Cindy pointed out, the protests were non-violent, not by principle, but by exigency. As if we had weapons, I'm sure it would have been... Okay, I'm not going to finish that sentence. But, like, that is a difference in the conditions, right? That the police have been militarized, and that the balance of military force and of power is in the favor of the state in a way that it never has been before. That's just a question of strategy. And then this question, like, what I've been really interested by is that when the media tries to delegitimize this movement, they're using tropes, rhetorical tropes, drawn from 2003 and 2004 with this question of terrorism and insurgency that, if we all remember, immediately after the war was somehow, like, repositioned by the liberal media as, you know, well, obviously when we say the word terrorist, that's a loaded, politicized term, and we can't use that term anymore because, you know, we know that it was politically bracketed, but all of a sudden it's back. And the question of the outside agitator, the McCarthyite language of outside agitators and the Cold War sort of rhetoric that gets pulled up again. So it's like these zombies of discourse that are reanimated each time something like this happens. And it's like, we know that we know better, and we know that actually most people know better. Like, when I was teaching my students about this, there's just a default position that they know that the media is lying, and they know that using the word terrorism is a way to delegitimize a movement. But they still do it, and it's still effective. So I don't know, I think trying to think through this outside agitator and counterinsurgency rhetoric as like this weird kind of zombie rhetoric that gets resuscitated even when we know, like it's kind of, Peter was talking about dialogism yesterday, like a discourse where like we all know that it's wrong, but it gets repeated anyway, I think is a really interesting sort of paradigm.
Can I say something? First of all, thank you all for a splendid morning. This is just fantastic. And I was telling Anthony, I didn't know anything about what was going to happen this weekend. Every single moment has been a surprise. And this was, I don't know, my eyeliner will be running down my cheeks. I want to say a couple of things. One, the struggle, as we know, whether we're talking about what is going on in Gaza now, or what is going on here, or in the recent expulsion of a community in Brazil, or the struggle over housing in South Africa, all of these struggles are asymmetrical. And how to fight in the context of asymmetrical is not presumably to be nonviolent, but rather to be very smart about violence, right? And people are not necessarily smart on the fly, but I'm constantly impressed by how people use the tools at their disposal, make them into weapons that sometimes explode as violence, right? This is all theoretical, all theoretical. So that's one thing. The second thing is this inside-outside is it's part of the partitioning and repartitioning that I tried to write about in that piece, and I'm so glad that you all put your energy and enthusiasm to thinking with it. It means so much to me. And one of the things that happened in 1969, 68, 69, during that era of student uprising in the States, is that all kinds of people put forward the exact same qualifications and explications in the mainstream media as we were talking about this morning. It's also true that people like racists like Hannah Arendt made statements about who belonged and who didn't belong in universities, targeting all black people as not belonging, partitioning, and then lifting up white students as fighting for their ideals. Like, that's in print. This is why I have no patience for Hannah Arendt at all. So this inside, outside then brings us back to the national question, which a whole lot of you were touching on, especially Maitri in the first panel, and thinking about how, as Lenin was thinking about in all those pieces that are reproduced in that book, trying to imagine how our imaginary relations with real people in the real world consolidate as a collective self, right? And that it's not the characteristics that people in some abstract universe already share. There are more things going on, including relations to organized violence, including relations to dispossession, including relations to the state. And what I really appreciate so much about this morning is how well all of you who are sitting on the stage and the rest of you who are in the audience have thought through these questions, challenging me to think harder. And I'm very grateful for that. So.
So we have time for one more round. I'm going to encourage us in the strongest terms to make it a round of discussion and not just a set of questions directed at my brilliant, and wonderful, but also we've talked a lot already, colleagues.
Right on.
I wanted to throw something that I haven't seen too many people discuss. And when we think about what the moment we're in, and we think back, today, by the way, is the anniversary of Kent State. And when we think back about the moment back in the 60s, what are some of the difference, and much has been said, but I think there's one other element. In the early 60s, the generation of people who founded SDS and groups like that, and even the SNCC and the Civil Rights Movement, there was a forward-looking movement. They were looking to acquire the post-World War II hopes and aspirations. So we had the Port Huron Statement. It was within that framework that the movement was shaped initially. And I think the difference between that and now is that this young generation today is a product of the neoliberal post-1970-80 period of the deindustrialization of the economy, and therefore the limitation of the future perspective of this young generation. And even from the point of view of you as academics, many of you don't even have the potentiality, or you've been limited from the point of view of being sandbagged with being adjuncts for a long duration of period without the possibilities of becoming tenured, and how that has shaped the academy in your field. But from the point of view of the larger picture of workers and young people, what is their future? And I think that's a factor, a material factor, conscious or unconscious, that is instilling, and of course the Palestinian particular question, but I think that it is because a lot of these young people, there's no future for them. It's the McDonald era. You know, it's the gig economy. When we were young, even with the worst parts of Vietnam, we still thought that we can go to the auto industry. We can go to, I remember applying for the auto workers. I didn't get hired, but then I wound up working other industries. But, and I was a labor organizer for 40 years. So that's just my thoughts. I don't know.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on Rabab's point, and several other speakers have addressed this. And again, we have to talk in terms of theory, right, when it comes to revolutionary violence. But, you know, I quoted Biden yesterday, and, I tried to forgive myself for my sins. But that statement about dissent is very important in how we think about revolutionary violence, because I think we have a situation, again, where the state assumes that they have a monopoly over that capacity, right? And that even the way we nuance passive revolution, that can be turned into a discourse of passive annihilation, right? And I think it's very important that the state in all its forms, in all its manifestations, is reminded, even if only theoretically, that that capacity is not a monopoly in particular crises.
There's something else I forgot to say. We should militantly embrace universalism. And I'm not saying be Kant or some, enlightenment dude, but rather be universalist in our ambitions, in our intent to solidarity. Why are we embarrassed about that? That makes no sense to me. Why we make ourselves lose before we have a chance of winning. And if we're going to say our emancipation depends on Palestine's emancipation is always connected to our own, that is a universalist statement, for Pete's sake. I almost said fuck.
Can you do it in 1 minute? Okay. All right.
Just in addition to the theoretical and conceptual views about revolutionary violence, what we can learn from the students in the encampments at CCNY, Columbia, at UCLA, is that revolutionary violence, as Ruthie mentioned, is strategically and intelligently deployed in order to protect and defend the gains of the collective movement. In fact, if we look into it, the students practiced so much patience in withholding, in delaying revolutionary violence as maturity, right? They're so mature, politically, emotionally, mentally mature to actually delay and withhold the use and deployment of revolutionary violence, right? In opposed to PhDs, administrators, who immediately called on the police, right? So I think like when we think about revolutionary violence, and this is really like oftentimes a critique to social liberation movements, right? Making them terrorists, when in fact, it's almost 5 to 10% of their daily work thinking about revolutionary violence. The rest of the work is what Ruthie mentions in her piece. It's communist philanthropy. It's conviviality. It's building a new world as it exists now.
We have to end for time. The next panel is going to start at 12:15 sharp, so if you need coffee, now's the time to get it. And I just want to, again, on the behalf of the Cpcp, thank Ruthie and thank my colleagues.
I know, I'm so sentimental. I know.
Oh, amazing.
With the art.
I'm trying not to be sentimental, but I am a little
Yeah, I took a screenshot. I mean, I was like,
I have one, but I give it to you. Yeah, I got one from the I got one online. I don't know I have red and black. The one that they gave me. I think they're correct. So depending on the situation, yeah, if you give, if they're correct, any kind of reaction, you're entitled. Resisting arrest. I somehow always end up seated right after the double pen, no matter what I do.
I was just thinking, I was like, do I have a Snuggie or something? I didn't break my Snuggie.
That's very sweet. Yeah, it becomes extra practical. Like
Yeah.
last night, it was like, I'm finally warm, but I'm
How many copies? Fine. Yeah. You want to do it? Sorry, I just got a new. Yeah. I could. But are your people here? Because you need your people up here.
Yep. Calling all third world Marxists to the stage. To the stage.
Hi, folks. In an effort to stay on time, we're going to begin the next conversation now.
like, and I'll kind of tell people. Yeah.
I took your seat.
No. I'm asking, how did you decide this is there?
Oh,
You have
I just
them,
wanted to make room for
Umraz,
people to be up
Anna,
So, I
and
don't think there's
then
a thing.
Vincent,
Yeah.
Brendan. Zoe's not here. Brian, me, you and Maitri, and then Gabriel. Yeah. Yeah?
Okay. Do we have to do bios?
I was just gonna say, like,
How are you?
I'm gonna turn it over to like this person or that person, but not
I
your
was just in
bio.
California and
Because I think that'll take too long.
really nice.
Sorry, say that again?
I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna turn it over to like this person or that person, but not do bios.
Like dissertation workshop. Visualizing evolution and genre reentry.
You want to sit next to me?
And it was both like gorgeous, but also it was workshop, so it's work, but kind of more intensive.
If everyone can take a seat, we'll get started with the next panel.
Processing experience, but it was really
So, conversation. I'm not,
Silencio, por favor.
You're preaching to her. Definitely not that, yeah. It was nice to kind of
I think so. They're all on, right? Okay.
I saw that you were pressing down.
Right. All right. Okay. So first of all, I would like to thank Mary Taylor for her work organizing this conference and also for inviting our group, the Third World Marxism Seminar, to join the conversation today. And I want to thank the Cpcp and the People's Forum for their work behind the scenes. And then I guess I want to, thank all of you for being here and just gauging the conversations that everyone is having. It's a nice reunion and people are excited to be here, so that's fantastic. For our panel today, really a session, we hope to continue the conversation that was being had before. I'm going to start by sharing a little bit of context about how this session came to be, and then I'll introduce you to the incredible minds that are sitting with me today. And we're all going to share a short piece or intervention that we've prepared, and the idea will be to get back into conversation with all of you. So we're going to try to keep it as short as possible. Sorry, I'm on very little sleep. So this group of geographers here with me today represent a contingent of the last graduate seminar that Ruthie is leading at the Graduate Center, a seminar in Third World Marxism. And it's my understanding it's a seminar that she had been wanting to do for a while and was particularly excited about. And so in that way, this is a way to honor her in her retirement. And while we know that Ruth is an unparalleled writer, speaker, her contribution to academia, at least what comes to mind for me, and I guess political and social movements more broadly is bridging these two spaces together, right? So bridging social movements and academia, and she's given us a template for that. And her unique approach to teaching, to learning, her insistence that knowledge is produced by and for everyone is why we're all here today. And so we're here to just lift up the dialogues that came out of the Third World Marxism seminar, from thinking with each other, from thinking with Ruthie, and thinking with the Third World Marxists. We want to share some of the insights we've gained, some of the challenges we faced. And most of all, we want to think about how to bring this work into the world. By gathering together, we can possibly push this work forward in a way that we can hopefully create some lasting change. So I would like to invite, to kick us off, Miraz, Khaloud, Anna, who are sitting to my left, if you will share what you've prepared for us.
Hi, everyone. My name is Khaloud Malak. I'm a fourth-year student at Geography at the Graduate Center. My friends Anna and Miraz and I, and also Miranda, who could not make it today, decided to present collectively. And so today we chose to read excerpts that center the question of how does one come to Marx and Marxism, both in fiction and in real life. How do all the grievances, the memories, the pain, struggles, and passion one carries with them shape this encounter? And we chose to highlight this specific question because it speaks to us and to our own nagging questions on how do we come to Marx and to Marxism. Here in New York and in all the other places we inhabit and relate to simultaneously. This question, we think, is also central to all Third World Marxist intellectuals we read and continue to learn from. These questions are in part about the different and infinite potentialities of translation of concepts and theories of Marxism. And with that, I'll leave it to Anna and Miraz to read one of the excerpts from the first text we chose for you today.
Okay, so is this on? No. Is it on? Okay, now it's on. Yeah. Okay. The first passage that we're going to read for you guys is from the first book that Ruthie assigned for us last semester, which was Almanac of the Dead by Leslie Mormon Silko. So here we go. The school classes had been conducted in the basement of a downtown building. Lectures on Marx had been all that kept the school open. In the early weeks of class, Leoscopia had dozed off and actually snored during classes. Then, in the fourth week, they had begun to read directly from Das Kapital. Leoscopia had felt it, a flash, a sudden boom. This old white man philosopher had something to say about the greed and cruelty. For Leoscopia, it had been the first time a white man ever made sense. For hundreds of years, white men had been telling the people of the Americas to forget the past. But now, the white man Marx came along and he was telling people to remember. The old-time people had believed the same thing. They must reckon with the past because within it lay seeds of the present and the future. They must reckon with the past because within it lay this present moment and also the future moment.
Marx was the first white man La Escapi had ever heard call his own people vampires and monsters. But Marx had not stopped with accusations. Marx had caught with the capitalists, with the British Empire with bloody hands. Marx asserted, backed every assertion with evidence, Corona reports with gruesome stories about giant spinning machines that consumed the limbs and the lives of small children in factories. On and on Marx went, describing the tiny corpses of children who had been worked to death, their deformed bodies shaped to fit inside the factory machinery and other cramped spaces. While the others dozed, La Escapia sat in her seat, wide awake. She could not get over the brutality and all the details Marx had included. She could never have imagined tiny children wedged inside the machinery just to make a rich man richer.
From that point on, the words of Marx had only gotten better. The stories Marx related, the great force of his words, the bitterness and fury, they had caught hold of La Escapia's imagination then. La Escapia used to walk for hours around and around downtown Mexico City in a daze at what she was seeing, at the immensity of wealth behind the towers of steel and concrete and glass built on this empire for European princes. In the filthy, smog-choked streets with deafening reverberations of traffic jammed solid around her, La Escapia had laughed out loud. This was the end of what the white man had to offer the Americas. Poison smog in the winter and the choking clouds that swirled off sewage treatment, leaching fields and filled the sky with fecal dust in the early spring. Here was the place Marx had in mind as, quote, a place of human sacrifice, a shrine where thousands passed yearly through the fire as offerings to the Moloch of avarice. La Escapia really liked the way Marx talked about Europeans.
No matter what you or anyone else did, Marx said, history would catch up with you. It was inevitable, it was relentless. The turning, the changing were inevitable. The old people had stories that said much the same, that it was only a matter of time and things European would gradually fade from the American continents. History would catch up with the white man, whether the Indians did anything or not. History was the sacred text. The most complete history was the most powerful force. La Escapia imagined Marx as a storyteller who worked feverishly to gather a magical assembly of stories to cure the suffering and evils of the world by retelling of the stories. Stories of depravity and cruelty were the driving force of the revolution, not the other way around. But just because the white man Marx had been genius about some things, he and his associates had been wrong about so many other things because they were Europeans to start with. And anything, certainly any philosophy, would have been too feeble to curb the greed and sadism of centuries. When they denied indigenous history, they betrayed the true meaning of Marx. Not even Marx had fully understood the meaning of the spiritual and tribal communes of the Americas.
Thank you. So as a transition, I would like to quote a very short quote from Hisham Safiuddin's introduction to a translated collection of some of Mahdi Amel's work that we read in class. And we used to always kind of pause at these introductions and notes on translations. And this does not only apply to Mahdi Amel, but also to other third world intellectuals, third world Marxist intellectuals that we read. Non-European Marxist thought, like Amel's, remains equally relevant for ongoing struggles around the world. If only as a reminder of the need to renew Marxist thought based on the concrete and particular social realities of today and the demands of existing political struggles. Amel emphasized the unifying nature of political struggle. For him, transformative rather than speculative theoretical activity, including the production of a theory of underdevelopment, was part and parcel of his political struggle. Now, I'll leave it for you again to read the other text we chose for you.
So the other text we chose is a short piece by Ho Chi Minh about how he came to Lenin. It's quite amusing. So. It's called The Path Which Led Me to Lenin. The Path Which Led Me to Lenin. Oh, you go first. We practiced this so many times, but still.
After World War I made my living in Paris, now as a retoucher at a photographer's, now as a painter of Chinese antiquities made in France. I would distribute leaflets denouncing the crimes committed by the French colonialists in Vietnam.
At that time, I supported the October Revolution only instinctively, not yet grasping all its historical importance. I loved and admired Lenin because he was a great patriot who liberated his compatriots. Until then, I'd read none of his books.
The reason for my joining the French Socialist Party was that these ladies and gentlemen, as I called my comrades at the moment, had shown their sympathy towards me, towards the struggle of the oppressed peoples. But I understood neither what was a party, a trade union, nor what was socialism nor communism.
Heated discussions were taking place in the branches of the Socialist Party about the question whether the Socialist Party should remain in the Second International, should a Second and a Half International be formed, or should the Socialist Party join Lenin's Third International? I attended the meetings regularly, twice or thrice a week, and attentively listened to the discussion. First, I could not understand thoroughly. Why were the discussions so heated? Either with the Second and a Half, or Third International, the revolution could be waged. What was the use of arguing then? As for the First International, what had become of it?
What I wanted most to know, and this precisely was not debated in the meetings, was which international sides with the people of the colonial countries.
I raised this question, the most important in my opinion, in a meeting. Some comrades answered, it is the Third, not the Second International. And a comrade gave me Lenin's Thesis on the National and Colonial Questions, published by L'Humanité, to read.
There were political terms difficult to understand in this thesis, but by dint of reading it again and again, finally I could grasp the main part of it. What emotion, enthusiasm, clear-sightedness, and confidence it instilled into me. I was overjoyed to tears. Though sitting alone in my room, I shouted out aloud as if addressing large crowds, Dear martyrs, compatriots, this is what we need. This is the path to our liberation.
After then, I had entire confidence in Lenin in the Third International.
Formerly, during the meetings of the party branch, I only listened to the discussion. I had a vague belief that all were logical, but could not differentiate as to who were right and who were wrong. But from then on, I also plunged into the debates and discussed with fervor. Though I was still lacking French words to express all my thoughts, I smashed the allegations attacking Lenin in the Third International with no less vigor. My only argument was, if you do not condemn colonialism, if you do not side with the colonial people, what kind of revolution are you waging?
Not only did I partake in the meetings of my own party branch, but I also went to the other party branches to lay down my position. Now I must tell again that comrades Marcel Cachin, Vaillant Gauthier, and Montmoreau, and many others helped me to broaden my knowledge. Finally, at the Tour Congress, I voted with them for joining the Third International.
At first, patriotism, not yet communism, led me to have confidence in Lenin, in the Third International. Step by step along the struggle, by studying Marxism-Leninism, paralleled with participation in practical activities, I gradually came upon the fact that only socialism and communism can liberate the oppressed nations and the working people throughout the world from slavery.
There is a legend in our country, as well as in China, on the miraculous Book of the Wise. When facing great difficulties, one opens it and finds a way out. Leninism is not only a miraculous book of the wise, a compass for us Vietnamese revolutionaries and people. It is also the radiant sun illuminating our path to final victory, to socialism and communism. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That was very an animated reading. So as these two texts show that we chose for us and for you today, as a closing note, Third World Marxism Pedagogy has taught us, and at least me, that the infinite horizons of translatability and connectivity are better companions and armors than a fixation on untranslatability. That a transformative theoretical activity, in Safi ad-Din's term, can always maintain particularity within the act of translations of ideas and concepts. Marxist pedagogy and Third World Marxism's answer to from where do you go to Marxism and when and how is always here and now, no matter where that is and no matter when that is. And to be fair,
I'd like to end this with a quote from my mom, who is not a Marxist. I mean, you know, it gets messy in Lebanon, but... So my mom once told me, during the days when I saw escape in all forms and ways, kind of dazzled by the possibilities of dissent elsewhere or out there, she said that you do not need to travel distances to think and act differently. It seems that I had to, but so I'll just leave you with that. Thank you so much.
You to go, Vincent.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Sure.
So next, I'm going to turn it over to Vincent.
Hello, my name is Vincent De Laurentiis, and I am a second-year geographer at the CUNY Graduate Center. And I wanted to take this opportunity to kind of build on one of the things I appreciated most about our Third World Marxism reading group, which was getting to engage more deeply with a revolutionary who's always inspired me, named Anuradha Gandhi from India. Anuradha Gandhi was a formidable Indian revolutionary, a writer, theorist, educator, and organizer. We just passed the 70th anniversary of her birth in March. And Anuradha Gandhi had a kind of broad experience in labor, in anti-caste organizing, particularly with the Dalit Panthers, and in resisting Indira Gandhi's emergency. She also was a member of the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, which inherited the Naxalbari struggle of West Bengal, which the People's Daily, I thought, described quite beautifully as a, quote, peal of spring thunder that crashed over the land of India with a red area of rural revolutionary armed struggle, a development of tremendous significance for the Indian people's revolutionary struggle. And I chose to focus in on Anuradha Gandhi today because of her commitment to struggle and to popular education through struggle. So throughout her life in radical struggle, Gandhi produced an incredible collection of journalistic observations, conjunctural analyses, theoretical interventions, and party position papers. Much like the work of a pre-prison Antonio Gramsci, intervening in outlets like L'Ordine Nuovo and La Unità and the internal debates of the Italian Socialist Party, much of Gandhi's writing takes the form of newspaper articles, internal memos, and concise treatises in defense of her position in party journals, both in English and in Marathi. A quote from Gandhi that I found quite interesting was, similarly, political views and acts which challenge the existing socioeconomic structure or even just the undemocratic nature of the state's policies and actions either find no mention in the national press or are presented in a most distorted manner as the handwork of a few isolated, unbalanced antisocials. The point of view of the workers is rarely presented, since most of the established papers are run by the industrialists. Thus, the literature of revolt, the acts and views of committed political activists through which they have gained knowledge of their situation, a direction to their turmoil, and a desire for a better life, find a voice in small places. And I think that's something that's incredibly important to remember, particularly in this moment of mendacity on part of the mainstream media. In addition to popular education, Gandhi was really dedicated to studying the situation of exploitation and oppression in India. In particular, she focused heavily on caste and on gender and their interaction with the kind of semi-feudal and semi-colonial modes of production popular in India or dominant in India at the time. On caste, she wrote, in critique of many of the left-wing parties of the time, that, quote, viewed caste struggle as dividing the people. What they did not realize is that the people are already divided on caste lines, and the basis of unity must be equality, and that higher caste prejudices must be fought in order to gain that equality. Also, class struggle is not merely an economic struggle. It is a struggle between the oppressed and the oppressor for control over the main means of production and the political life of society. And I think her reminding us of caste roots in kind of processes of primitive accumulation, in the integration of new peoples into labor processes is incredibly important in a context when caste is often reduced to kind of idealist notions of pollution and taboo. She also wrote that, quote, by joining hands with revolutionary struggle that is being waged against imperialism, its social prop feudalism, and the comprador bourgeoisie, the three enemies of the Indian people that are sustaining all reactionary forces and all the reactionary social relations and ideology, can the caste system and Brahmanical ideology be uprooted from Indian soil. But for the masses of the oppressed castes and classes, political power can be gained only through a revolutionary struggle to first overthrow the control of the handful of upper castes over the means of production. Without taking control of the means of production, the power of the oppressed cannot be built. Hence, while fighting against all forms of caste oppression and humiliation, it is this task that remains principal in our struggle to annihilate the caste system. Gandhi later resurfaced in the late 1990s and early 2000s after having gone underground as a member of the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army, going to live, organize, and fight alongside the Gond Adivasi community of Bastar, resisting dispossession by the Indian state, multinational mining concerns, and local paramilitary formations. And here, I think, is where her work related to the pedagogies of Third World Marxism is most clear. Quote, here she worked to strengthen and expand the extraordinary women's organization, perhaps the biggest feminist organization in the country, the Krantikari Adivasi Mahila Sangatan, that has more than 90,000 members. There, she also keenly studied the lives and struggles of the Gond tribal community of Bastar, the painstaking ways in which their movements were built, particularly focusing on the lives of women, their organizations, and the women in the guerrilla detachments. Of the experience, Gandhi wrote, quote, dressed in fatigues, a red star on their olive green caps, a rifle on their shoulders, these young women brimmed with the confidence that the fight against patriarchy is intricately linked to the fight against the ruling classes of the semi-feudal, semi-colonial India. They are equipping themselves with military knowledge to take on the third largest army of the exploiters. This is a social and political awakening among the poorest of the poor women in rural India. It is a scenario that has emerged far from the unseeing eyes of the bourgeois media, far from the flash and glitter of TV cameras. They are signs of a transformation coming into the lives of the rural poor as they participate in the great struggle for revolution. And she also wrote, I thought quite beautifully as well, that our Adivasi women comrades are building a new history today. So it was this dedication to the struggle of Adivasi women and to popular education which ultimately led to Gandhi's untimely death. In April of 2008, after leading a series of popular and political education classes for Adivasi women in the forest of Jharkhand, Gandhi came down with a fever. And, quote, when this terrorist got high fever and went to a hospital to have her blood tested, she left a false name and a dud phone number with the doctor who was treating her, so he could not get through to tell her that the test results showed that she had the potentially fatal cerebral malaria. Anuradha's organs began to fail one by one. By the time she was admitted to the hospital on the 11th of April, it was too late. And so, in this entirely unnecessary way, we lost her. So in her dedication to popular education and to building power through radical education, Anuradha came to meet the end of her life. As one of her friends wrote in a obituary, the Naxalite menace, says Mahaman Singh, is the biggest threat to the country. But I remember a girl who was always laughing and who gave up a life rich in every way to change the lives of others. And in ending on this relatively sad note, I kind of also wonder, it's been 16 years since her death, since the end of her organizing and her revolutionary activity, though it lives on in the lives of others, and only can imagine what else could have been produced if we had not lost her so soon.
going to invite Brendan O'Connor, who's behind me, so I'm going to trade seats.
Thank you, Michelle. Hi, I'm Brendan. I am a third-year PhD student in geography at CUNY, and I'm going to invite you to spend a little bit of time with CLR James. Some years after their shared adolescence in Trinidad, both having made their way to England, one as an intellectual, the other as a professional athlete, CLR James and Leary Constantine were playing in a friendly cricket match in Lancashire when an uppish stroke, basically a pop fly, was hit vaguely near the fielding James. Quote, "Not one county cricketer in 3 could possibly have got to it. And in any case, friendly is friendly," James recalls in Beyond a Boundary. "So I thought, until I heard a savage shout from Constantine, who had bowled the ball. 'Get to it!' I recognized the note. It was one Shannon player calling to another." James was not, in fact, a Shannon player. Each of Trinidad's first-class cricket clubs represented the island's different social strata, though the boundaries between them were not absolute. As a youth player, James chose not to join Shannon, Constantine's club, the club of the black lower middle class, but rather joined Maple, the club of the brown-skinned middle class. The choice, he muses, cost him not only in terms of his political development, but also the chance to compete at a level that otherwise remained out of his reach. "If you had joined us, we would have made you play cricket," Constantine tells James. Now, just as an aside, I think it's really hilarious that CLR James does the thing where he's like, if I had just joined the right team and got the right coaching, I could have gone pro. CLR James is a I could have gone pro guy, which I really relate to. I might be mediocre now, but anyway. "If you had joined us, we would have made you play cricket." How then does a Shannon player play cricket? With, James writes, spontaneous self-discipline and cohesion. There's an echo here, more than an echo, I would argue, of the free activity and disciplined spontaneity towards which the socialist movement was developing, as James argues in Notes on Dialectics. "Organization," he rumbles. "You know nothing about organization unless at every step you relate it to its opposite, spontaneity." The old forms of organization had been exhausted, James argued. What was once the bleeding edge of revolutionary thought and practice had been turned against the very people it once sought to liberate. Written after his break with Trotskyism, the specter of Stalinism nevertheless looms large over this text. Quote, "The new organization, the new organism, will begin with spontaneity, i.e. free creative activity as its necessity. It is by now clear to all, except those blinded by ideological spectacles, that organization is the obstacle, the opposite, the mountain, the error, which truth has to blast out of its way to find itself," he writes. As to where this new organization will come from, James has faith. Quote, "The proletariat will find its method of proletarian organization." Well, it's not actually faith at all, but dialectics. A germ is already to be found in the cricketers of Shannon. But okay, let's back up. What does cricket, the game of the English upper classes, colonial administration, and empire, have to do with revolutionary socialism? What is all this about organization and spontaneity? And what is the dialectic? Isn't that the one about the master and the slave, or thesis, antithesis, synthesis? No. Well, sort of. It is, but it's not just that, or even mostly that. Indeed, in Notes on Dialectics, immediately after reminding the reader that, quote, "While there is a fundamental antithesis between capital and labor, this fundamental thesis, antithesis, and synthesis move in a series of minor theses, antitheses, and syntheses." The schema, it turns out, is a ruinous simplification. It is the dialectic at its most vulgar and superficial. The vulgar and superficial, of course, not being without their uses, but they do not give us the full picture. For James, the essence of dialectics is movement. Everything is always already moving, changing, becoming something else. Not something totally new, but something that contains traces of what was, which contained the germ of what it could become. Quote, "The essence is the fact that something continually becomes something else and negates it because it isn't what the thing that is becoming wants to be." It's such an annoying book. But he does it on purpose. The thing, the something, could be anything. The schema of movement of dialectical thought is the schema of movement of all physical and all intellectual life. Everything moves and develops dialectically. Reading Hegel via Lenin, James insists that this development is the struggle of opposites. One of the opposites overcomes the other, subsumes it, and becomes the foundation of a new stage in the process, which in turn contains a new set of contradictions, as well as the remnants and wreckage of the previous struggle. This is the negation of the negation, or sublation, or Aufhebung, which James writes elsewhere, quote, "does not mean mere non-existence, or abolition as you abolish a hot dog, or wipe some chalk off a board." He really wrote that. Rather, it means transcendence, for the subordinate to supersede its interpenetrative opposite from which it can never be separated. The dialectic of sport, of organized games, is the dialectic of organization and spontaneity, discipline and improvisation, order and chaos. On the playing field, as much as the field of politics, organization can produce spontaneity, or it can produce stultifying bureaucracy. I wonder what the revolutionary today might learn from looking at spaces of sport and play where athletic labor is rehearsed and performed, whether in multi-billion-dollar stadia or the courts on West 4th. Might one find there glimpses of spontaneous self-discipline and cohesion, and what might one learn about how they are produced? Thank you.
And now I'd like to invite Brian Welton. If I believe there is a image as
There
well.
was. If it doesn't show up, it's
Okay.
fine too. Oh,
That's
okay,
it?
there it is. Bed-Stuy and Flatbush. Hi everyone, I'm Brian Welton. I'm a fifth-year PhD candidate in Earth and Environmental Sciences, Geography. This doesn't have much to do with my reflection here, but I study convergences and contradictions between public health and prison industrial complex abolition. But thinking about Cabral, as I do in this piece, I think about his, the watchwords that he elaborates at the end of Unity and Struggle, in which we read, in which he said, "Grow our knowledge and defend our health." So, in a party directive published in 1965, the Bissau Guinean agronomist, educator, revolutionary organizer, and even international diplomat, Amilcar Cabral, instructed his comrades in the PAIGC, always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They're fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children. But I'd wager that all of us who characterize our theoretical commitments as materialists, which is an unfortunate shorthand, we are constantly grappling with the interchange between the substance of ideas and materiality, as we are here today and yesterday, and surely on an ongoing basis. Surely anyone who reads Cabral's 1970 lecture at Syracuse University here in New York, acting as an educator and a diplomat and as a revolutionary organizer again, on national liberation and culture should recognize that he also did this. So he was not just a materialist, he was a dialectical materialist who was interested in the interchange between ideas and materiality. While he was examining the why and the how of people fighting. So prior to pursuing higher education in the university, I was, I guess, what I would characterize as a pencil-pushing grant writer, a social movement bureaucrat, in support of people who I considered, and I think others did as well, more capable organizers. Walking the streets of central Brooklyn, places like Flatbush, Bed-Stuy, Crown Heights, I was humbled and profoundly challenged by the thick saturation of storefront churches and masjids. To me, each of these places represented forms of working class self-organization, sites of intensive study, but also stultification, for sure, of shared sorrow, but also of ecstatic feeling. These spaces are collectively conceived and maintained by people who fight daily to secure their modest means, and then with those means, dividing and combining their wage to invest in something that is both material and ideal, and only persisting because both are sensible and meaningful to the people who make and remake those places. So anyone who shared a seminar room or a study group with me, my classmates and comrades here, and then some other people who are in the room, are probably familiar with how I can be impatient with sharing what I think and what I think I know. I can be stubborn, slow to learn, but my most valuable lesson from reading and discussing and thinking with third world Marxists, and with Ruthie in particular, and other comrades who were in the room, was to allow more space and time for questions to be present, to live and breathe in their strangeness and in their curiosity, rather than muting and dulling their capacity because I'm anxious in my search for conclusions. So as I walk the streets of Flatbush, of Crown Heights, of Bed-Stuy, I consider an age-old, yet spry and fresh question. What are the organizational forms and substances that might meet, gather, and inspire people like Cabral was talking about, who fight to overcome so much misery of the working day, to invest their resources and their energetic faith towards emancipatory ideas that may not yet be immediately observable facts, or materially beneficial, but nonetheless sensible, meaningful, and irresistible. So I think partial and provisional answers are presently emanating from struggles waged by and through the encampments, and they might also be discovered in the yearnings and the strivings of the people who occupy storefront sites of study, of shared sorrow, of ecstatic joy and anticipation. Notice connections and nurture them critically.
Thank you, Brian. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Michelle, and I would like to start with a quote from a possibly non-Marxist, like Khaloud's mother. I hope you'll be able to make the connection once I'm done. If you say, "Give me fire," when they say, "Give me a light," what is not to be learned about fire, light, and the act of giving? It's not another way of saying things, These are new things. My favorite color is black, Emile Say told me. We'd only known each other for 2 days, but that's when I knew we were going to be best friends. Emile Say is 13, and we met in a migrant shelter in Tapachula on the border of Mexico and Guatemala, where I've been doing field work. She's from Honduras, and she's traveling with her dad and her little brother. I'm not really a kids person, but Emile Say is special. She also told me that she wanted me to teach her English so that when she gets to the United States, she can make new friends. Migrant shelters are dynamic spaces in which many mobilities are lived, spaces in which the social churn of migration, as Ruthie so aptly put yesterday, plays out, reverberates, and even echoes back. Time stands still while it simultaneously disappears. In the heat and long stretches of waiting, Emile Say and I started studying English together. Sometimes the other kids at the shelter would join in. Our classes were day-to-day moments. Good morning, how are you? What are you doing? If we were playing dominoes, for example, we counted 1, 2, 4, 8. Your turn. But soon enough, my time was up. And even though I'd return, Emile Say and her family will have moved on, forward or back or somewhere in between. These are just some of the challenges of educational projects in this context. Hence my experiments with unconventional or radical projects in progress. The departure point is, as I think was brought up earlier, the here and now. And from there, we don't know. And in voicing my frustrations with some of these contexts, with these educational projects to some of my fellow classmates, I came to see the connections or the threads between the limitations of these transitory spaces and the things that often make me feel stuck in my role as a teacher, as a graduate teaching fellow at CUNY. CUNY's institutional and physical infrastructure has this sort of punishing or unforgiving durability. These lecture halls with podiums and stadium seating, and now little black boxes that are recorded on digital servers to be referenced or retrieved later. CUNY, as the Western university does, reflect the concept that to know is to fix knowledge in place, to put it on permanent record. And so these classrooms exist in a tension of fixity and fluidity. At times, that means trying to hold steadfast while the earth shifts beneath us. We could throw out the textbook for a radical syllabus as we know, yet within this format in which we are forced to be educated and to educate, what often is produced is a discursive radicalism. The good news is that third world Marxists have provided alternative definitions of knowledge and education. Unlearn what we know. Our task now is to learn the 21st century, as Brendan pointed out. There is no future under capitalism, as someone else has mentioned today. And so maybe, as the earlier panel suggested, I think we can begin by thinking about a university in motion. I was texting with Emilce a couple days ago. As of very recently, they made it to Louisiana, where they have some friends. I told her, "Good night, love you." And she replied in English, "To hell and beyond." And I texted her, "Here we say to the moon and back." I'm going to pass it over to Gabriel.
Hi, everybody. My name's Gabriel. I'm also a geography student at the Graduate Center. And I'm going to be talking about Enrique Dussel, who's another thinker that we talked about, who Ruthie sort of very aptly warned us was a philosopher, with all of the trappings and contradictions there. And Dussel is sort of a third world Marxist, or a thinker sort of par excellence. He was persecuted in the run-up to the dirty wars in Argentina. His home was bombed. He was sort of harassed with death threats. And then he later became the rector of UNAM. Sort of, while trying to think from the third world, like that was sort of his entire project. Thinking capitalist totality, conceiving of cognition and action from this position of sort of the historically determinate underdevelopment of the third world. But doing it from the position of a philosopher, always from the position of a philosopher or a theologian even. And Dussel has been, I've sort of become obsessed with how he writes, and I think it sort of rhymes with a lot of what my comrades here are speaking of, which is how do we think of the third world from our position in the imperial core, and how do we think distance, how do we think closeness, how do we think of our present with these thinkers who, so Dussel passed away 2 weeks after we read him in our course. How do we think with these revolutionaries, academics, philosophers, and otherwise from a past generation? And that sort of brought me, and I don't have all that much to say, but that sort of brought me to thinking of Dussel's sort of the idea of living labor and life, and thinking with Ruthie's endless wisdom on abolition, and how we get beyond sort of the creative destruction of capitalism, how we get beyond this dialectic, as my comrades have pointed to, that forecloses on life, that destroys the potentiality within all of us. And how do we move through this negativity, this necessary destruction, which he sort of coined, or not coined, but as he pinned down as sort of the state of rebellion. And how do we move through that state of rebellion to like a fulsome communism, a fulsome democracy where we all have our potentiality unleashed. And I still don't know what to think about Dussel. I'm still like endlessly frustrated reading him and endlessly find myself like running up against the wall and hitting my head against the wall with his like extremely formalistic prose. We are in a state of rebellion right now, and you know, there's that little glimmer of hope that comes with that. So yeah, I'll let my comrades take it away now.
Very disastrous. Oh, that would have been great. You sure? Yeah. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Patrick Dita. I am a seventh year PhD student in the geography department. And I'm so glad to be back with at least a portion of this crew, and I'm going to talk a bit about why. But this class was an amazing experience, as you can see from the range of things that people are bringing to the table and insights that they're bringing to things that I had already read and thought I already knew all about. The thing about carefully crafting a powerful and succinct political insight, Dr. Gilmore discovered, is that people are going to recite it. Even if the exact point you were making was about the pitfall of treating political education as a recitation of good thought, and even if you were trying to promote approaching the work as rehearsal, where a text allows you to understand dynamic relationships and present, through collective work in time and space, how things could be otherwise. The utility of our literacy as a tool for thinking and doing, as Ruthie teaches us in her fantastic essay on reading Stuart Hall, is only good as the thinking and doing they enable us to do. I've been lucky enough to take many classes with Ruthie, be her research assistant, read probably everything she's written 16 times over as a young organizer, and I still think I only got the point about recitation and rehearsal through working with the cohort in this class. But let me explain myself a bit here to begin. In my day job, I work doing research and training in organizing-based strategy for labor unions, lately with long-term care workers whose wages are set by state politicians' vote on Medicaid appropriations, meaning that they have to strike, and they do, during the budget session in order to corner the decision makers who matter with enough power to force them to actually put money in this budget. Doing this work, we try to detect the terrain of how things could be in how things are. Strategy is, to quote Marshall Gantz, how to turn what we have into what we need to get what we want. Scanning the state's landscape for different groups of workers, organized or not, cultural and ethnic and linguistic and faith communities, conflicts between cities and state agencies, splits in the ruling bloc, like between hedge fund managers who have no employees and hospital owners who do, over public investment in so-called workforce housing, to just take one example. We seek to find the energy that could be amplified or redirected, or wedges in interests that could split a historic geographic bloc and shift the terrain of power in the left's favor for the next round of the fight. Faced with the actually existing capitalist state, the profound insight of Ruthie's use of non-reformist reforms isn't just a set of rules that you memorize, i.e., don't settle for prison reforms that expand capacity and funding. A good nostrum, but that's not the whole point of non-reformist reforms. It's a way of thinking about the contradictory reality of state agencies managing capitalist instability, of the policies that get passed to try to guide those agencies, and of the contests of interests of groups that bring those agencies into being, feed or starve them of the resources required to execute their mandates, and absorb them, spin them off, or destroy them altogether. Utility regulation commissions, housing authorities, episcopal provinces, auto dealer associations, sewage districts, correctional officer unions, zoning boards, ethnic professional orders, community colleges. the mundane outcomes of multi-directional, place-based, racialized class struggle that Ruthie demanded we rediscover our fascination for in Golden Gulag. As Ruthie once said to me after Brecht intruded, as he should, on a panel discussion, alienation is a productive force capitalism creates. We can and should repurpose it to our ends. The strategic question with non-reformist reforms is, how would shifting the current forms taken by social surplus set us up for better positioning for another round of struggle, including a really confrontational one? How would that fight transform who people are and what they can do? In class, Ruthie consistently brought us back to Cabral, an organizer's revolutionary if there ever was one. I could not stop obsessing over his obsession with the obstacles and opportunities for solidarity and splitting across the entire social terrain, including among the Portuguese military. The work of analyzing a power structure, your side's own potential and actual power, your opposition's potential and actual power, and the vast world of those who could be pushed either way in the balance of relentless organizing by both sides. That guides every word of unity and struggle and every step the PAIGC was taking. Anyone who's taken Ruthie's classes knows that you'll get embarrassed if you waltz in and try to prove your smarts by slamming a book for its shortcomings. I did it. It was actually the day that she took me on as a student. Starting as we did with Walter Rodney asking us what we thought Marxism could be made to do rather than what it had failed to do, set this stage. As do all of the mentorly things that Ruthie does that you only clock years later when you yourself are lovingly letting a mentee paint themselves into a corner. Our cohort was generous, curious about what each other was actually saying, recasting over and over an entire debate from another angle, like a theater game of rehearsing a tragic scene as a slapstick comedy, in order to see what it could be made to do or what was in there that we might have missed. We weren't hammering out our catechism or playing out line struggles. We were trying to, as Ruthie regularly insisted, ask yourself, why on earth would someone in the middle of a liberation war decide to take the time to write any of this down? We didn't leave class with eternal truths or camps about questions like national bourgeoisies, good or bad? Can anyone trust the landed peasants? How do we structure class coalitional organizations to prevent betrayal by the better off? Does Ruthie have no opinion on these questions? I think we all know she is no agnostic. But the way she encouraged us to think of them in terms of productive, endlessly reproduced tensions, contradictions that need not be antagonistic, though they surely can be, allowed us to think why anyone seeking to durably change the organization of life and land would want to investigate and make educated guesses, conjunctural assessments, about any of these questions in an attempt to figure out what we have, what we need, and whether we can close the gap to get what we want. We could use these texts, accumulated consciousness about experiences trying to change the world, to think through different conjunctures on this planet in the same history. Our dear friend and comrade Maitri exemplified this every week. One of her astonishingly effective ways of teaching is her understatedly devastating jokes. With a few quiet words, timed usually late in class after we'd been talking for a long time, she would absolutely take the wind out of my dramatic proclamation about imperialism and remind me how important liberal wins we could easily dismiss as trivial are in a time of galloping fascism. As the genocide in Gaza unfolded, we had profound conversations. Khulud had some wonderful interventions as well, challenging us to ask about the self-evidence of the constituencies with the interest and or power in fighting the occupation and the war. Arabs, the Pan-Arab Republic, the Third World, workers, academics, leftists, etc. These were real questions that we couldn't just take for granted as we saw the reality of the lack of power that we had at the time to do what has to happen. The stakes aren't the same at every conjuncture. And yet, the global traditions of struggle that made the long-term care workers union able to do what it can do, including shut down the entire state with a strike, show us, as does the repression of the opposition to the genocide in Gaza, which has put ferociously in front of us, these conjunctures are all taking place in the same world. It's up to us, so many of us, rearranging ourselves in so many ways to durably change it. Speaking truth to power is not enough. Rehearsals began yesterday. It's not time to stop reading, of course not, but it is time to work off book.
Thank you, Patrick. That was amazing. And thank you, everyone. This is great. You know, I was in the class, but I was not in the panel. But then I realized that, and Patrick asked me again, do you want, you know, one last time, asking, do you want to be in? And I said yes, because I think, I thought it's going to be a good thing. And, you know, we should always insert ourselves if something is good. As Marx says, just wait around and then, you know, insert yourself. Yeah, so I'm just going to read out a little. I remember, so these are like kind of remembering not just third world Marxism class, but also all the classes that I've taken with Ruthie. I remember how the life experiences of students were expressed throughout the class and how that shaped the class. It provided a model for me to emulate if I'm ever in instructional roles. This is always, you know, an if. I also love how Ruthie asks us to explain ourselves after we make a hot point. It's almost like, you know, we are encouraged to make a hot point and then get whacked, you know, for making it. I feel this probing makes us reflect on structural conditions, not as iron-handed truths, but as unfolding and always amenable to people's power. Relates to what Patrick had pointed out on eternal truths of Marxism. Like, you know, how do you relate to certain structural kind of truths, you know, that, you know, you can predict, but at the same time, what is the spontaneity that we are talking about, and how do we change things? It was interesting to see how Ruthie used students from the third world, many of them trained by third world Marxists like me, or come from such backgrounds. She demonstrated how it can be useful to set up an encounter between them, the third world students, and North American students who also come from activist backgrounds and whose experience of the state and society in the US and Canada can in turn inform and complicate the third world students' understanding of, for example, imperialism. So here, encounters that need not be colonial, even though it happens in the colony. So can we have encounters, you know, in the colony that are not colonial? Many of my classmates represented this, you know, this kind of interesting dynamic, you know, that was supervised by Ruthie to some extent, like, you know, in terms of bringing people together. And I remember Patrick often represented this dialogic and dialectical form and used his experience organizing in North America to tell us about these commonalities when it comes to actually existing activism and the contradictions inherent in the inescapable project of building power. So I think this building power is a theme that you encounter in the US, you know, whereas you come from certain contexts where there is a lot of power and you don't know how you are like channelizing that. It was also about forms of life that can support this project of building power, as, you know, as these day jobs, and, you know, what kind of jobs, what kind of vocational training that we need to sustain, this. And now to think of some texts that we have read together. I think many of you mentioned Cabral and a lot of those texts. So this was also about conversations within the third world, like between, which also is sometimes happening here rather than there. So that's another thing to think about. For example, Neville Alexander's book we read, where he talks about the difference between racial subordination and racial separation in the context of apartheid. So this made me think a lot. This is interesting because casteism is also about both subordination and separation, and how they are, even though conceptually separate, but in practice unified. So you see a lot of unification of practice, both from these oppressive structures and from resistance. But we also separate certain aspects of it so that we can understand them better. That need not mean that they are not together. And another text that struck me was about by this Sri Lankan Marxist called GVS De Silva, which I also used a little when I was presenting for the conference that Peter had organized on rural imaginations. So this text is called Some Heretical Thoughts on Economic Development. So GVS, so heretical thoughts, it's already like too much. So GVS De Silva argues for the total subordination of the urban economy to the rural by diverting and decentralizing resources and social energies. So here the Sri Lankan state, or the Kerala state, or the third world state in general, is thought of as a means of revolutionary violence through redistribution and redirecting of resources, wealth, and power. So I think, to contribute to the discussions on revolutionary violence in the morning, it is not just, these acts of violence, but also the possibility that there could be redistribution of power. That is the most violent, proposition that underlies all of that actual chaos or, fighting. And how, for us from the third world to think that, how did the state that was a means for revolutionary violence become, that dream? How did that become a nightmare? Or probably we'll think about it alone, in a corner, I don't know. But together, definitely, yes. Yeah, I think these things, it was really productive for me because I think reading those texts together was very, very liberating. Yeah.
Mary, do we have time? Okay, great. So with all of that that we've shared, I'd like to invite comments, questions, discussion with the last few minutes that we have, and then we can continue that over some food as well. Would anyone like to?
Yeah, thank you, everyone. It's wonderful to hear the class not recited, but reproduced. And I guess I want to ask a question that relates to this, to what you all have discussed, maybe with as well the reflections from the last panel. And I'm thinking a little bit about the let's say, the kind of practical problem that's come up a lot over the past 2 weeks about what do those of us who both support the university encampments and also support liberation of Palestine the end of the genocide? What do we do with liberals who are joining the cause because they care about repression of speech? And I think that there is a response that I'm very sympathetic to, that is like, well, it misses the point because the point isn't speech, the point isn't protest, the point isn't the university, the point is Palestine, the point is Gaza. Sure, but all of a sudden you have like AAUP chapters getting on your side, and you have people getting on your side who would not have been on your side previously, so you have this other front opening up of people who are prepared to defend you, maybe from like a nightstick or the cop carrying it, or the university administrator who's about to punish you or suspend you or something. So I guess, I mean, the way to turn this productively into a question, I guess, is like, I mean, maybe it's sort of most relevant, Patrick, to what you were saying, but I think that you know, anybody who took the class, I'm curious what you think. The thinkers you're thinking with, how, you know, how might they respond to a situation like this where an unlikely fellow traveler who will not walk with you the full way and has some power and is with you now, how do you think they would respond in this situation? How would you take that as instructive? I don't think that everybody needs to answer that. I just think it's an interesting question.
Should we gather some more? Or?
Sure, yeah. Anyone else?
Other questions, comments? Yeah?
But I don't know any movement that hasn't capitalized on people coming out forever or whatever. Like George Floyd, a lot of people just came out. Some of them people would have went to the opening of Memphis. They just wanted to get out. You know, one of my favorite moments at George Floyd, I was standing in front of me, and two Hasidic Jews, they could have been older than 16. Right? Curls the whole time. They come up to me and they go, where'd they go? Where'd they go? I said, where did who go? The protesters. The protesters, we want the help. We want the help. Because they tell us we cannot marry. They tell us we cannot organize. We want the help. Everybody was coming out with their own agenda. But it led to success. Dr. King, a lot of things. Dr. King got paid $1 million for the march. You know, all kinds of things happen on your road in line. You have friends that are available and you use for a certain thing and you drop. I was there for the gay movement. Gay movement, when they said they were Pink Panthers, all of this. Then they came out with these Leave It to Beaver ads, two gay white guys. You know what I'm saying? They was like, no me, nah, just white guys. So, you know, that's just my comment on the last question.
Thank you for that.
Anyone else? Questions, comments? Or we can turn it over to... Okay. I guess it's your turn.
Yeah, I think just really briefly, pointing out hypocrisy of people who are coming on side doesn't often win you very much, you know, like, or pointing out the limited vision. Front organizations are not about deception, they're about creating a place where people who agree on certain things and not on everything can come together and fight toward that end. And it's the balance of power that you then try to strike within that organization and outside of it that determines whether you're going to get sold out in a way that hurts you or whether you've built enough power so that people either stay in the front or are transformed by the front, which I think is the real goal that we should have. So liberal organizations coming in because it's about free speech to them, because they are outraged at something awful that is happening. I don't need to look into their souls and know that they're doing it, that they're coming into it with the purest of intentions, which I think is the argument that the comrade in the back was just making, understanding that people are going to come in from all sorts of places with all sorts of agendas, and through the process of fighting, come to understand each other and then themselves differently, and come to understand themselves, for instance, as part of a class, for instance, as Palestinian in this expanded universalist sense, as like deeply, deeply implicated in what actually happens the world over. That I think is the question. And so, yeah, I think it's a great thing to identify, and to not, for radicals to not get like satisfied by pointing out that liberals are silly. It's dunking on them is real easy, real easy, and real fun. But actually doing the thinking of, can I build a balance of power that might transform these people into something else, or not? And then not getting sucked into and co-opted and all of the sort of things that we talk about, but not taking that as a foregone conclusion that that's going to happen. Because when you get betrayed by a liberal, that's because you didn't build enough power to stop it. And so like you're not actually telling on them by pointing out their treachery, you're telling on yourself for failing to build a situation where that can't happen.
Yeah, I would second that, Patrick. I think that's really salient. I think also to kind of bring it back to some of the comments from the first, my fault, sorry. I agree with Patrick. But also to kind of return to some of the comments from the first session on this notion of the university in motion, and that the transformation just doesn't happen naturally or automatically, but that the struggle, that we have to build into struggle the kind of pedagogical infrastructure where people can confront themselves, confront each other, and be confronted with the contradictions in which the contradictions that they were happy to submerge up until this point. It's tricky. It's tricky to do that and to pull it off. But I think, as Giacomo spoke about before, we not only wanted to bring the demands of the encampment organizers into the union of the PSC, we also brought the union to the encampment for people to see and to talk to students and to listen and to see what was happening. And what was happening at the encampment was that students were teaching each other. And the students were talking about their position in the world and this kind of emergent and developing universalism, and the what it really means for things to be one struggle, one fight, with all of its specific articulations. That was the opportunity presented by the encampment as a space that we could go to. Now it's gone. Now we have to adapt. Sorry?
But now it's everywhere.
Now it's everywhere. Well, we have to make it everywhere. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I guess, and yeah, to Patrick's point as well, it's about power, and it's about not only meeting people where they're at, but then taking them somewhere.
Thank you so much for this question. And I want to talk about that allure of clarity, specifically with the question of Palestine. My friend who just arrived, Noor, he was with us in class. We were talking about, sorry to call you out, I just want for reference. Sorry. We were talking about how easy it is in Lebanon to be with Palestine. I mean, we already have no diplomatic ties, no economic ties. So it's an activist communities saying that you are with the Palestinian liberation movement, whatever you mean by that, is kind of like taken for granted, right? But the devils are in the details. And it's been very transformative to me to compare that context of being active and vocal and the language you use about Palestine and the Palestinian people between Beirut and New York City. First, of course, I was appalled by the fact that the humanity of the Palestinians is up for debate here. And not to say that in Beirut or like in Lebanon or in the Arab world that everyone respects and acknowledges and feels this humanity, not at all. So it's not that romanticizing that space as opposed to New York City, but also to think through that falsity of the clarity, and it's a thing in progress. Like it's something that we have to make it clear every moment, and being in New York made me more conscious of that. I was also comfortable with my own humanity, very confident and comfortable with the Palestinian people's humanity, my faith in their liberation. You know, we all come from different histories and places. But being in New York, I think, shook that clarity. And it shook it pretty hard because the baseline of the discussion was, I mean, I have no words to describe that baseline. But I think it's, to your point on the liberals being part of our movement as students, and I'm also new here to the language and the discourse of social movements, from the very like small practicalities of like what do things mean on chats, but anyway. I think it is something that is, even with, there's many kinds of different discourses that are supportive partially of whatever goal or end dream is, right? And I think protesting for Palestinian liberation in the United States, in New York, clarifies those contradictions, and I think it's good. I think that we should never, even amongst our movement, it is not clear to us, I think. It should not be always very crystal clear. I think clarity is deceptive. We should always think about what does it mean for us? What do we chant, and what does that mean? And most importantly, what does it mean to the Palestinian people, right? As opposed to kind of contouring our words and kind of trying to appeal to certain like people. Like, I mean, that's what your question made me think of, be it for liberals and the free speechy kind of stuff going around. But also, I'm reminded that there's many versions of these, like, you know, these different discourses and different plans and interests, and not all of them are like only limited, unfortunately, to free speech and whatnot.
Hello? Yes. So I'm thinking about the problem, the practical and theoretical problem of translation, and one of the things that I continuously think through, and this might point towards what sounds like recitation, because I'm going to quote for a second, but then it's really about working through the quote and about different interpretations and translations of the quote. But if some of us are persuaded that, you know, communism is the real movement to abolish the present state of things, there are numerous ways that we can translate what the real movement is. So the word real, to some people, is this constant search for the authentic and ideal movement to abolish the present state of things. And then there's the real, which is the actual present and contradictory movement. So capital is not the only moving contradiction in our society. The process of abolition is as well. And that social transformation is not a process of social purification, right? And I think if we are constantly getting hung up on looking for pure motivations, pure organizations, pure connection between people, then I think we are constantly going to be working within the space of the ideal in search of authenticity rather than the real, which is surrounding us and penetrating us with contradiction.
Is this good? Yeah. So in thinking about the current conversation, but also the way Michelle introduced this panel, inspiration from Ruthie, bridging social movements with academia, meeting people where they are. Something that I wanted to ask if we dig a bit into liberal thought in the US, and I'm from Canada, which is a specific flavor of liberalism that's distinct, but still present. Something I've noticed, for me, the hardest part has probably been conversing with folks, family members, close friends, that are conditional about the way they form a relationship with the current struggle. So, oh, we want a ceasefire, but, and like Khalid says, that takes for granted in some form the humanity of the Palestinian people. And that conditionality has been really bothering me because I'm unconditional about it. And so I wanted to kind of pose the question of how do we, is it worth having conversations with folks who have these political, ideological blocks, I suppose, in the way that they address this conversation? Like, if I'm making sense, is that in the idea of like, how do we really engage radical thought with folks who identify as liberals? Like, how do we do that? I don't know. It's really hard and it's very emotional, and I want to give up sometimes. So, yeah, open question.
I think you just gift them capital. You gift them Capital by Karl Marx. It's a good book.
Oh, I thought you meant pay him off. Yeah, that's it. Power.
No.
I'm just going to throw one thing in, because it would be really great if with the whole problem we have are some people coming into the movement and saying something liberal. I think that would be really great because we can work with them, we can convince them, we can walk them through, we can be patient, we can swallow things and smile. We can do all of these things. The problem, I think the biggest problem is that we don't control the context. We don't control the context. So in our movement, definitely, there are going to be people coming from all sorts of places. The problem is that there is a whole world out there of NGOs and money, and I'm not talking about the New York Times and this US government and Bernie Sanders. I'm not. I'm talking about the people who actually believe that they have all the answers to what should be, and they're the ones who have the power in the movement that is much bigger than our movement, and they've been practicing it for years and years and years and years, and we get now, we try to see something, try to get even a word sometimes of what Palestinians say, or what is going on, or legitimize death. It's just, I think this is one of the biggest, I mean, for me, I think like as we deal with the movement, here, and as we deal with the movement internationally, and as we deal with the movement in Palestine, that people are telling us there are ceilings, that you cannot go beyond. Because if you go beyond, you are being naive, you're being immature, you're being utopian, you're advocating things that are not really good. You should really change. You should do 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're the ones who have the answers. And in this context, I think we were having conversation, Mamira and I, and Mary and Sonia, I guess last time, and I think Michelle, was the whole question about the arrests that are happening today. Who should be arrested? Not just every single person who feels like being arrested should get arrested. Honestly, I'm sorry to say. I think people who should be arrested are the people who are more privileged, who can afford the bail, who are going to get out of prison right away. And I think even our young people, brown, black, Palestinian, Arab, Muslim, indigenous, who are want to, maybe we also need to make sure that first we have the bail, that they have the papers, that they're not going to be beaten up in prison, they're not going to be roughed up, before we actually, and this is our, I think this is our role, and I'm sorry to say as an elder, you know, our role to actually be able to work with people to, so, but to me that's the biggest question, is that what are the limits of organizing when there are openings?
May I? All right. Just building from what Comrade Rabab was saying, the examples that you just laid out, Comrade, and many of the examples that we heard in this panel and the earlier panel, and indeed yesterday, point toward many things at once, all of which we can think about. One is, there are people who are already organized, who know how to do things and are prepared to do them. For example, there are enormous, well-provisioned, and indeed in the process of becoming criminalized, bail funds. The bail funds, which already existed before the summer of 2020, the so-called American summer, grew enormously because liberals sent money to bail funds thinking they were going to bring George Floyd or somebody else back to life. That's fine, we take their money. But the bail funds exist. So people who are organized, who have organized encampments throughout the United States today could be, and I will say should be, this is not scolding, it's just a statement of fact, should be in some kind of direct relation with abolitionists who have bail funds, because they're for everybody. So that's one thing. The second thing is, long time, again, organizing over the last 35 years against the prison industrial complex because of the constant increase in criminalized people, people with an arrest or conviction record, meant that whenever people got involved in direct action, we already had a plan that the people in the front should be the people without that record, so that they would be the least vulnerable to long-term punitive imprisonment. I mean, so we already have this knowledge, we have the organization. When, just to give an example, when comrades see the word abolition and see that beautiful image that Shalene Rodriguez made from a photograph that was taken by a Somali refugee who lives and goes to school studying chemistry in London, named Amal Saeed, that's who took that picture. When they look at that picture, what I hope comes to mind is not, oh, that Ruthie is so cool, but rather, oh, there are all these already existing organizations. How can I figure out and find them? Similarly, to go back to Kay's question, Comrade Kay's question about liberals, there are all these organized liberals, and we should use their organization. You know, there's, what are there, 50 of us in this room? There's hundreds of thousands of members of the AAUP and the MLA and whatever. If they're going to stand up and fight that keeps an opening available for us to go through, let them fight. They don't have to read Capital. I mean, we can give them Capital if we've got it, but they don't have to read it. What they have to do is hold the door open as long as people are going through, and so on and so forth. So I guess what I'm saying is that in recent years, I'd say it's been since the LA uprising, people started saying the movement again in the way that some of us, Jaime's here and a few other old heads are here, we all said it back in an earlier part of the 20th century. And in that transition, I think movement became pluralized to sort of stand in for any kind of organized or somewhat organized or even spontaneous activity that's going in a particular direction. So when Khulud and Maitri say, how does this fit with what I already know? The answer is it doesn't necessarily, and those are things that we should work with. There isn't like an already given social reality called either movements or the movement. But what I like about the word is its inherent dynamism. So those are just some thoughts that came to mind thanks to the amazing presentations. And by the way, you all can tell how fantastic our seminar was and the questions from comrades here in the room.
Speaking of spontaneous activity and organization, we have a latecomer to the panel who's going to hold forth a bit, and then we're going to break for lunch.
I'm sorry. I want to hijack 4 minutes in typical... Right? Right back, like... Okay. So I actually really resonate with the real fear of getting arrested as a brown body. And unfortunately, it is a fear. Can you hear me? My voice is still at City College. So I'm sorry I was late nursing some interesting City College experiences. I was... Over at the encampment, I was reading Ruthie's text, trying, as it was, to compose a piece for this panel. And I'm just going to share what I had composed for this really quick. It was, I don't know if I can say it was coincidental for this conference and the encampment to align so closely, but I don't think it's a matter of chance that the learning I've done over the past year at the Third World Marxism class or as a fellow at the Cpcp seminar, nor the mind-opening conversations I've had with comrades and mentors, old and new. I don't think it was a coincidence that they were all with me as I helped barricade the campus on Tuesday night. As a South Lebanese Arab man, and here's my identity politics coming to play, it's often hard to relate the struggle with and against Zionism beyond and outside the preconfigurations of my skin, language, nation, state. In the US, however, working with mentors like Ruthie, it has helped me elaborate how I understand Palestine as an international issue and better yet, as an internationalist cause. When I came to academia, Rabab, I also wanted to have a doctor before my name because I was an activist and nobody would listen, right? But what I actually needed also was to learn how to weld theory as a weapon, in the words of Ruthie, to understand what we were up against and what we are here for. What I also learned, and this is the central lesson for me, is how to become. To learn that theory and struggle is to embrace constant transformation. Over the past week, I keep reliving one memory in my mind. On Tuesday, April 30, I arrived to camp at City College, and after a quick debrief with my comrades about evacuation plans and camp security, I returned to our group's tent, and as designated camp mom, I began cleaning the tent, tidying it up, and asking everybody to come in, keep their things intact, preparing the campsite for yet another night on the lawn. With some comrades, we were even building 2 more new tents to make sure that everybody had shelter that night. The camp was on high alert, nevertheless, as we approached the ultimatum that the administration had placed on the encampment. We knew more people were coming to support, or at least we hoped for that. Now, as news of the betrayal became clearer when they sent the cops to kill us ahead of time, I did not abandon my task. In my head, I was beginning to incorporate the encampment as part of my daily life for at least 2 months. Not to fool myself, I was very aware that the powers that may be will arrive eventually and raise the camp, but my hyperfixation on keeping it clean was not a stupid miscalculation, but an exercise in resisting melancholy. I was ready to continue. I took my cue from Gramsci's optimism of the will, if you may, even while soberly aware that the organized violence will not waste a chance to dismantle movements of self-determination, be them a student occupation or an anti-colonial resistance around which a genocide arose, which is really what caused the occupation, the student occupation in the first place. I also took the cue from the adjunct comrades who sat down reading a book while the rest of us were trying to evacuate camp because they refused to leave their students, even when they're disenchanted and felt abandoned by their own mentors. But while to the authorities this camp was disruptive, to me it felt like a spatial material embodiment of the struggle against the ways in which organized violence has consistently disrupted our lives. I have been living that anomaly for at least 30 years. But at that point, I had my fist raised in the heart of empire, and I felt held by Harlem, by the Yemenis in the Delhi, by the Muslim moms keeping us fed, and most importantly, I was in conversation with comrades from all over, international students, uptown community, Muslim young people, Palestinians, Jews, communists, labor organizers, you name it. And I was in dialogue with other campuses here and abroad. As we discussed the interconnected struggles, the encampment felt like a site of the new active transnational that is emerging. The camp was a site of learning and practice and an exercise in what we have learned so far. As I contemplated how to conclude this text, I was reminded by my comrade Shreya yesterday. I don't know if you're still here. I was reminded by my comrade Shreya about Lenin's postscript in State and Revolution, where he says, oh, there's another chapter that I can't write because the revolution started, right? And I held that dearly because I'm learning how to embrace those discontinuities. The camp did not end for me, it was halted, and it will return. We know this because we've done our homework in theory and history, and we understand what resilient movement is. And thanks to mentors who did not abandon us, we also learned that rather than hiding behind the text, we were taking those books with us to the barricades, annotating them, reading them out loud, not as gospel, but as song. Thank you.
Thank you, Third World Marxism class. Thank you, Maisa. Please find lunch on the back wall there. You have 45 minutes to get it and eat it.
Thanks, Michelle. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. I know. I woke up like 8:45 and I was like, I got like 2 hours. Like you're doing a lot. I know. That rule. I'm so happy. This was great. Everyone absolutely brought their best. Not that I was shouting. I love being overtaken. Yeah. Love it. You know the like $11.99 news for advice for rookie organizers thing that we did on the write-up? It's New England. Yeah. One of them is like the working class building cells for its own defense. Find them and. But yeah, it's just. Take a shot next to and come back to work.
Into a New Jersey prison to read Asada Shakur. Yeah. Fulton, Bedford. So that's where his, after he passed, that's where his like farewell service was. But he was also in Third World in the sense that after liberating Asada, or no, before liberating Asada, he was in Algeria for like as a bodyguard for El.
Wow. Thank you for having us. The world is so rich. That's really nice. In a way that surprisingly. I have complete faith.
I'm not surprised, but I was really just, excited to see.
Hi, everyone. I know that you're still enjoying the food and you're welcome to continue eating, but if you could do so in your chairs, we are forced by the clock to move on.
Okay, be shy, pressure. Yeah,
oh my God.
I love you.
Like this.
I'm like, trying to be kind of like underground. No, doesn't work. Okay.
This is underground?
Oh my God, this is really good. Then you have to hide your hair.
No, there's no hair.
So, so they don't get facial recognition. I'm serious.
This is a serious guerrilla. Oh.
This is very serious, yeah. Yeah. But it's not still not about America.
I'll let them go first. I like to see.
You want to make a video?
No, I said that I like to sit on the corner. If you want to give me a video. Oh, thank you, Spot. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See, you should have gone with us to Palestine. But
I
I know
should.
you couldn't.
I should.
I know, but it was, Mamira was memorable. Memorable.
I wish. I was next to you. 56. Oh, he gave you a copy. He gave me a copy. So good, huh? Like, it's the first time reading in English. I read it just in French. Of course, but so important to have it widely available. For sure. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Yeah, great. You sit next to Sonia.
Yeah, you're going to
No, okay. Okay. No need. No. Oops, sorry. Bad drugs. Because that letter you already sent.
Oh. I didn't sign, my students signed. Let's wait for the commando.
I'll wait for you, Habab.
Oh, the virus. So you're speaking first, then Vishay, and then...
According to artisanal list, it is...
Here's the order. Yeah, I'm gonna be following the order.
What are you looking? No, just seeing what you have there. Can I?
This is just my notebook.
It's a notebook.
That's a nice notebook.
Yeah.
Are you so afraid that I'm going to steal something
No.
from you?
I'm so glad you guys are performing, and I'm just...
Look who's taking a picture.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't realize.
Okay.
Another one.
Palestine will be free.
Okay.
I thought you were just hugging me.
No, I'm hugging.
No,
We are so tightly.
I know, we are.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
You can hear me now? Okay. Can we get everybody here, please? Everybody who's standing around, fill out the seats. I already have a bad reputation. I don't care. Okay. All right. Thank you everybody for joining this incredible celebration of Ruthie Gilmore, Dr. Ruthie Wilson Gilmore,
Wow.
our guru, and the anniversary, the 24th year of the Center for Politics, for Place, Culture, and Politics. Cpcp, Communist Party. My name is Rabab Abdel Hadi. I'm very happy and honored to be part of this and also be at the People's Forum, the real People's Forum, and to moderate this panel on militant knowledges with three incredible, amazing, distinguished panelists. I'm going to hold any of comments I have now, so you can speak, and then maybe I'll say a couple of words before we open it up. We're going to try to squeeze our time because we have another panel afterwards. So we're three as principled, as disciplined as possible. In the revolutionary sense, not in the militaristic police sense. Okay, so our first speaker is Sonia Vaz Burgues, and I'm going to read the bios to completely respect our speakers. Sonia is a militant, interdisciplinary historian and social political organizer. She received her PhD in history of education from the Humboldt Universität de Berlin, and she is the author of the book Militant Education, Liberation Struggle, Consciousness, the PAIGC, Education in Guinea-Bissau, 1963 to 1978, was published in 2019. As a result of her research, Sonia co-authored the short films Navigating the Pilot School, 2016, and The Mangrove School, 2022. She is currently an assistant professor in history and in the Africana Studies program at Drexel University in Pennsylvania. Sonia's book, Ragas, Because the Sea Has No Place to Grab, a memoir of home migration, African liberation, is expected to be released in June 2024.
Wow. Well played.
Together with the visual artist Monica Di Miranda and the choreographer Vanya Gala, Sonia is part of the team that will be representing the Portuguese pavilion at the Venice Biennale in 2024 with the project Greenhouse. And I'm very happy also that you're here because we were colleagues.
Yes, we
at in the seminar
And we
at
still.
CPC. And we are, yeah. We're now comrades. So please, Sonia, take it.
Okay.
Go ahead, take it away.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Rabab, for the great introduction. It's always weird to hear other things that you've done. I think I have to change a little bit my presentation to make it something more joyful, like the Netflix series that normally I watch, just to clean my brain off. So thank you. And thank you, all of you, to come, to be here today. And thank you, Cpcp, for having me here on this table again, and the People's Forum, as I call Cpcp my first house in New York, and People's Forum my second house in New York. Militant knowledges. I've been thinking on how to approach the theme militant knowledges, and a few things came to my mind. And these are some words that came. Tables, transmissions, transitions, sharing, conversations, caring, and liberated areas or liberated zones. As a title for this talk, or this short paper that I prepared for today, I gave the title Green Apple Ice Cream and Conscious and Revolution in is one of the many titles that occurred to me between liberation areas and green apple ice cream, or Cpcp and green apple ice cream, and I will explain to you the history of behind the green apple ice cream. When I arrived at the Cpcp, I had just received my PhD in Berlin. I landed in Newark, where I was informed, previous by Ruthie, not to take the luggage cart because that alone would cost me $5 and non-refundable dollars. Jack Norton, my future colleague, and today one of my dearest friends, picked up me, and together with my cat, Compal, at the airport and drove us to Brooklyn, all the way to Brooklyn, where Mary kindly offered me her place to stay for a couple days before I could move to the room I rented at Ruthie's student's house in Sunset Park. And here we have already a great connection and to see the network of relations of the Cpcp. New York was very new for me, apart from the movies that I have watched on TV. And I am still amazed to this day with myself that even without a smartphone, I just got a smartphone in 2016, and just with a few notes on paper, I was able to arrive to the Graduate Center to sign some paperwork the day after I landed. That day, someone showed me my office, and a week later, I was seated in one of the best tables I ever seated in my life, and that I returned several times during COVID while I was living in Germany, and again in 2022, 2023, when I moved to Philadelphia. So I was commuting from Philadelphia to New York on purpose just to sit at that table again. Yesterday, enough was said about how welcoming and mind-blowing and challenging this table was and is. I joined this first table in 2016, and the meal that was on the menu was consciousness and revolution. Here, where at 10 a.m. we gather for gatherings to smile, to share, to inspire, think, learn with each other our readings, understandings, our visions, and our praxis. The meal, or I might say the first course, at this table was finished around midday. The second course of this process continued right after on the 8th floor at the table of the Commons, where our conversations will continue. Nobody wanted to miss being at the CPC table during lunchtime, and we all joined the tables and chairs, finding places for everyone, open our lunch boxes or the food we had just gotten from the cafeteria restaurant. We started our relations and discussions at the CPCP room, and the cafeteria table not only solidified this conversation, but also expanded it. Another extension of this table was my office. We're surrounded by the coming and goings of students to David Arvid office, and the typing of the keyboard sound of Mary right next door. I was able to transform my PhD into the book Militant Education. As part of this process of writing in my office that I kindly call the cave, because of the absence of windows and the spots of dim light that I had around, there was Ruthie's office, where sometimes during her travels I could use to write. In that office, I never went that far by using her desk or her computer. My favorite space in that office was a little niche window facing the street. And there I sat, and I used the window as my board. And here I would sit also and pile up all my materials and write my Post-it notes and do the revisions of the drafts of the book that to this day are religiously safe in an Amazon box that from time to time I open in the moments of nostalgia from work and from the places where it was written and the many forces around it. It was in this process that I also started to think more in depth in three aspects of the liberation. One was the process of walking. The second was the process of weaving histories. And three, the liberated areas or the liberated zones and struggles behind to make such a place as possible in the midst of the armed struggle. Here I would like to remind the words of the late Cursino Tolentino, who was also invited by the Center to be the keynote of the two-year theme of Conscience and Revolution, and I quote, "From an internal point of view, we must never underestimate the contribution of the populations, especially the populations of the areas that became the liberated areas. But people need to know that any struggle for liberation is a combination of victories and sufferings, and sometimes those two things are in the same person, or in the same family, or in the same group. A struggle is always very expensive. It is expensive in terms of lives. It is expensive in terms of health, especially for the people who are maimed for life. It is expensive in the sense that there are family members who are left completely unprotected because they lost their loved ones or because they lost their health or arm or leg. When we celebrate the victories, the great achievements of the struggle, it's vital that we never forget that these achievements are usually the result of a collective chain of work. And above all, not to forget the anonymous, because the anonymous were often responsible for really decisive moments. And that's the vision. I try to remember a kind of a collective work, an event for merit, which is the ability to sympathize with the contribution of the many people, sometimes even generations, to achieve what was the vision." End of quote. When Cursino Tolentino shared with me these words in 2013 in Cape Verde, and although I understood immediately the significance of it, it was only when reading Ruth's work, already I was in the Cpcp, that I could relate or even place them in a much larger scale of the abolition movement. The liberated areas and the group of known and unknown people who built, organized, and made them sustainable with the vision of independence and liberation, built them, was exactly doing day in and day out the work of abolition as emancipation in rehearsal, as Ruth is so beautiful put it, and I might say militantly verbalize it. And that resonates also with the words of Amilcar Cabral, or the concept of the liberated areas, that demands three aspects: the ability to work critically, in friendship, esteem, and collaboration, in order to build this place where political education between school, health, people's stores, justice was shaped. It was in this process, this being at the center, surrounded by these amazing minds at work, that I knew I could no longer call myself an historian, as I was trained to be. It was this amazing experience and interactions of learning and sharing that I started to incorporate the term militant and interdisciplinary historian as a way to describe the way I write and the way I live and the way I think. None of this could be materialized if it wasn't for the Cpcp, if it wasn't for Ruth's work, but also by the immense numerous of anonymous that rehearsing paved the path for us to be here today, and we continue to pave them. I mentioned at the beginning the Cpcp table and the many extensions of it, where militant knowledge are shared, transmitted, but also lived. There is also another table on a more personal level, or a personal note, that I would like to share, and this table is located in the street, in the other side of the Atlantic, Lisbon, more specific, Rossio, where every summer in Lisbon, Ruth and Craig will meet for our traditional green apple ice cream. I remember the day we've met, probably 9 to 10 years ago, when Ruth and Craig carefully took care of a travel diary I had wrote and sent to them via Graduate Center to the Cpcp in New York with no tracking number. When she finished reading, I asked Ruthie to send it back because there were other people on the line who would like to read it. Ruthie only answered to me, "I can only return the book or the diary to you when we met in Lisbon." Of course, I was upset because there were other people in the line. But Ruthie had it, so I could not say nothing. It was when we met in Rousseau that she called my attention on why they choose not to mail the diary, as they recognize the importance of it before I myself did. And for that, I'm very thankful that they chose this method of returning this diary because of that act, the diary that I unconsciously mailed it to the other side of the Atlantic with no tracking number is now the book Ragaz, because the sea has no place to grab. Just as a closing note, and to bring us back to the theme of the panel, militant knowledges are created on tables and the many versions of it, of where we welcome and sit, share, and make it happen when we stand and live and walk, not accepting the impossible or the impossibilities as an answer, knowing that before it becomes knowledge, there is the experience, and this is a constant circle and cycle that generates it. And here is like my handwriting, so I'll try to read whatever I wrote here. To that message, I would like to add a poster that I saw in Argentina in the memory park for the victims of the state violence, made by the graphic artist Juan Carlos Romero, where he says, "Resist, exist. Las palabras se pudren sobre el papel." It means the words were rotten on paper. To avoid them to rotten on paper, they need to gain life and form on forms of militant knowledge. Thank you.
Bravo.
Okay. See,
Thanks so much, Sonia. I have so much stuff to say, but I'm gonna hold my tongue. And the next presenter we have is Vishay Prashad, whom I've known since 2008, 2009, when you were writing for newspaper.
Yes.
Right? We were communicating. Vishay is an Indian historian, journalist, and political commentator. He is the author of 40 books, including Washington Bullets, The Poorest Nations, A Possible History of the Global South, and The Withdrawal, Iraq, Libya, Afghanistan, and the Fragility of U.S. Power, the latter written with Noam Chomsky. Prashad is the executive director of Tricontinental Institute for Social Research, the chief correspondent for Globetrotter, and the chief editor of New Delhi-based publisher Leftward Books. In his own words,
my own words?
I'm going to speak your own words now. I am a Marxist, I am a communist, I believe in women's emancipation, I believe in gay rights, and believe in everything good, decent, and sensitive in the world. End of quote.
I really wonder where I said that. That sounds great. Okay. Thanks a lot, Rabab. Unlike Sonia, this is my only home, the People's Forum. And also, if you go down there, there's a bookshop, and coming up soon is a new translation of Mario de Andrade's biography of Amilcar Cabral. Will be coming soon, talking about third world Marxism, important text. I don't even know where to begin. And since time is short, I'm feeling that I just can't do justice to what I want to say, Ruthie, because I've known you for 40 years. That's 40 years. That's a very long time. And we were different people, and also Craig. I arrived in California as a young communist boy with a lot of ideas and having read a lot of Lenin and really no interest in mathematics, which is what I was studying. And I got dragged into by some crazy students into CISPES, the Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador. And one of the people we were with got disappeared for, it was pretty interesting times in Los Angeles. And then I met a man called Sidney Lamel, who some of you may know. And Sidney Lamel was an extraordinary person. He had almost just come back to the United States from Tanzania. He was teaching at the University of Dar es Salaam. And I happened to just run into him. And I have to say, Sidney Lamel was an extraordinarily unobtrusive person because he didn't want you to waste his time. But somehow I was able to get my claws into him. And I said to him, I really want to study Africa because of Sankara. Thomas Sankara was then the president of the newly named Burkina Faso. And I was hugely impressed by what this very young person was doing, this young Marxist was doing in this country, in the Sahel. And so I got into the arms of Sidney Lamel and we started having all kinds of discussions. And then in his house, I met these charming people, Ruthie and Craig. Craig was then the manager of the bookstore at the Claremont colleges. And I wasn't sure what you were doing. I know you were teaching some things, but really mainly sitting in Sidney's house and Salima's house and talking to the rest of us about things that we found important. At one point, we discovered that the colleges there were all invested in South Africa. So we started a conversation, clandestine conspiracy was set, how to make this fellow who looked like the nephew of a plantation owner who was the president of Pomona College then. He didn't really even have the stature to be the owner of the plantation. He was like the sort of mediocre nephew, David Alexander, after whom Alexander Hall is now named, which was taken over by the students recently. And our conspiracy then led to the takeover of his house, actually. I surrounded his house with cardboard boxes. And what fun we had. What fun we had. It's really hard to think about a better way to learn. To learn by doing and to learn by risking things and getting arrested and not really clear how to explain to the police officer that I had no identification. And he was convinced that I had come across the border from Mexico. And I was trying to explain to him that I'm actually not Mexican, but I really don't have any identification. And that whole process of being in prison for several days, begging the guys to just let me go because they'd let everybody else go. And then eventually the college did divest after this fun that we had. A festival of learning and struggle. I was not a very good reader except for Lenin. I read a lot of Lenin. I found Lenin to be exciting to read because, and I don't write like that, but Lenin is a fighter. He's always arguing with people. People I don't know who. I had no idea who he was talking about. At the time, I didn't even know who Kautsky was, for instance, not having really studied the tradition. Lenin is a fighter. Even in his texts, he's arguing with people. And at that age, I found a tonic in Lenin and punk rock music. Somehow the two went well together. And then yelling at the police and so on. Radicalization has its own pace and its own journeys. And it's hard to put a formula to the process of radicalization. But it's very hard to radicalize without friends with more wisdom. And I'm not saying you were wise. I'm not saying that, Ruthie, but certainly you were wise for me. So I don't know if you were wise. You may have said a lot of things that I didn't even understand, but I felt moved to act and to do and to learn and to take things seriously. Because isn't that what it's all about? Very early on, it became clear to me that, it's okay to argue with the tradition. The tradition is there to be argued with. One day, Ruthie, Robin Kelly, Sid, Craig, others brought Cedric Robinson to the campus. And I was listening to him go on and on in his attack on Marxism. And I was like, no, you don't attack Marxism. You build the tradition. Marxism is a stepladder. It shouldn't be burnt down. We need to go above it and fight with it and expand it. And I remember thinking, I don't know how to say that to him because he's a senior professor. But I did say that to Robin Kelly, and we got into a real argument about this, about the importance of building, having confidence inside a tradition. Because after all, every scholar enters a tradition, whatever your tradition might be. And I'm not a proselytizer. I don't really care if people don't take to Marxism. I love the tradition. It's done a lot for me, for my own thinking, for the struggles I've been engaged in. But it's always been a tradition in which you can expand it, have the conversation. As Fanon said, slightly stretch it. So here, let me try to slightly stretch the old man. You know, Marx was having fun, just wrote down some notes when he was in the midst of doing the German ideology. When he died, Engels found these theses on Feuerbach. But to be fair, a lot of the stuff we take as canonical from Marx were just scribblings. I mean, imagine if I took your scribblings, which your handwriting is really interesting, but if I took all your scribblings, Sonia, and said, my God, these are Sonia's theses on Gilmore, and we published them, you know, imagine that, never had a chance. And look at academics, you know, now, so precise and so much reviewing and external reviews and God knows what all kinds of pressures are on you to not say what you feel. But Marx didn't have that with the theses on Feuerbach. They were just notes. The 11th thesis is an interesting thesis. It's often quoted. You know, it's where Marx says, philosophers have hitherto interpreted the world. The point, however, is to change it, right? That's a famous 11th thesis. In fact, the Australians liked it so much they had a journal called the 11th thesis. But I think Marx was wrong in that. I think if we could have a discussion, old Carl and I would persuade him with a peer review to revise some of that 11th thesis, because I don't think Marx meant to say that there is thinking here and doing here. You know, that here is where you philosophize, you interpret the world, and here's where you change the world. I actually have revised his thesis for him. And here's the actual final publishable 11th thesis. The publishable 11th thesis is, those who are trying to change the world better understand it. That's my sense of what I think the 11th thesis is really trying to say, that if you're merely trying to interpret the world from a distance, I don't think you get it. And if you're merely trying to change the world without thinking about it, you might run around in circles. It's also important to remember that when Lenin, in What Is to Be Done, writes, without a revolutionary theory, there can be no revolutionary practice. A quote, again, which is used here and there, you forget the context. He's talking about a political party. In fact, I want to revise that quote and say, without a revolutionary theory rooted in a revolutionary organization, there can be no revolutionary practice. 2 revisions you got from me today from Marx and Engels. That's not bad for an afternoon. Let's come back to the revised 11th thesis. You know, I've often found that to be true. You know, it's when you go and talk to people who are trying to change the world, and Ruthie, at that time, you were getting going with some of those projects which became your tremendous book, The Golden Gulag, which really is this revised 11th thesis. When you start really engaging with people who try to change the world, when you genuinely engage with them, you understand that they really have a good sense of what the world is like. For instance, if you're a political science professor in the United States, let's take, for example, Columbia University. You're a tenured professor. You can write all kinds of crappy books about American liberalism. But then you are this young student from that class on American liberalism, and you go out there and set up a tent and say, I'm against genocide. And then the university administration, who don't have the guts to come and discuss with you your complaints or your problems, they're absolutely idealist people, the administrators. They idealistly, without ideas, adjunctize universities, and now without ideas, they send the police in. When the police start to arrest you, you really get a sense of how the world is. That's the best interpretation, or at least the best moment to theorize American liberalism. Not some bullshit that's there in the Constitution. Those who try to change the world come up against what Fanon called the granite block, the thing that refuses to change the material realities that prevent idealism to make their mark on the world. Idealism comes up against those rigidities of hierarchy and wretchedness on display all across the United States against all kinds of people who are trying to change things. I mean, you want to end racism, you're going to get killed. You want to try to stop a genocidal war by Israel, apartheid against the Palestinians, you're going to get arrested, you might even get hurt badly. That's understanding. That's what the system is. You learn more by trying to change the world. You build a better theory by trying to change the world. Theorizing doesn't happen in the solitude of the library alone. You could return to the solitude of the library after you've experienced the tough acid of the world. You can return to the library in contemplation, sitting looking at that window with stick-it notes on the wall. You can theorize, but your theorizing is motivated by the lessons learned through the attempt to change the world. You know, it's interesting. There was a debate that old Lenin, I keep coming back to that guy, so important for my thinking, really, Ruthie. It's really important. I think it's very tough for people to read him now. He seems anachronistic. I would prefer to read Lenin any day over 99% of the critical theory on the shelves that you get, all these hallowed academic presses. I don't think those people understand shit compared to the old man. Died, I'm older than Lenin, scary thought. You know, very crystal clear understanding of power. Lenin once was confronted, with this whole idea about you need to have the right answers to things. You need to have the most accurate theory. Yes, you aspire to accuracy. But then Lenin wrote something very interesting. He said that if you're too afraid to fail, you'll do nothing. If you're too afraid to fail, you'll do nothing. The fear of failure, it just holds back many people, particularly in the global academy, who seek perfection in what they do rather than struggle. Our goal should never be perfection. You can't be perfect in an imperfect world. Our goal as strugglers is to inhabit struggle, to fight. People sometimes ask me, my God, you write a lot. I write a lot because I don't seek perfection. I want to intervene in our conversations. I want to continue to argue with you in Sid Lamel's living room and Salima's living room. Our struggle is not to find the best answers in the world. Our struggle is not to be the smartest person in the room. Our struggle is to be in the conversation, struggling, trying to change this goddamn awful world. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Vishay. You actually had 2 more minutes, but khalas, you forfeit.
No, it's okay. I cede my minutes.
No, thank you. I also have a lot of things to questions, but I will leave them. Our next speaker is Mamira Duget-Prosper. She is an assistant professor of global and international studies at University of California, Irvine, or as we say, UCI. She is also the director of the Center for Racial Justice at UCI. Mamira's work generally focuses on Black social movements. More specifically, her research centers around protest movements in 21st century Haiti, Black Jacobins. And Mamira has published in political magazines such as Left East and Black Agenda Report, as well as academic journals such as Women's Studies Quarterly, International Studies Review, and the Journal of Haitian Studies. She's completing her first manuscript titled Development Arrested in Occupied Haiti, Social Movements and the Gangster State. Mamira is also the international coordinator for Community Movement Builders. She's a board member of Grassroots International and the co-host of WBAI Pacifica in New York show called Haiti, Our Revolution Continues. And we also go way back and we traveled to Palestine and Cuba together. So, Mamira.
All right, thank you.
I'm thinking about the advice that VJ gave me a while ago, and I'm hearing you say, you know, not striving for perfection. I gotta drop that book. So it's coming. I wanted to start out with something that I'm offering as a kind of summary of my experience at Cpcp. And maybe to sort of change the tone a little bit. We've been sitting, we've been talking, and in the spirit of interdisciplinarity and how we all have other talents. You can judge whether this is a talent of mine or not. But I'm going to offer this. We who believe in freedom will not rest. Anybody know this? We who believe in freedom will not rest until it comes. I'm off key, but you get the gist, right? All right.
Bravo.
And so I wanted to offer a few remarks about my time at the Cpcp before I talk a little bit about Haiti. And so I want to talk about the seminar, and first of all talk about Ruthie's and the other folks' too intentionality about cultivating thinkers from unlikely places. So, you know, I come from, I have a PhD from a public university, and part of having been in the process of choosing the new fellows is Ruthie and David and other folks' intentionality about picking people, right, from other places, not the shiny, bright places, right, who might have something to offer. So the other piece, too, is, of course, the intergenerationality of it all, right? So we talked about that yesterday, from those of us who are green to more distinguished people like David and Ruthie and Peter and Candace, but also all the orbit of the Cpcp, including VJ, including Jaime, and also that the interdisciplinarity I take seriously, because I was in the room with a bunch of literary scholars, and I was saying this to Natalie, people dropping things like culture worker, and I was like, I kind of get it, but like what, right? And so just really pushing me to think more. For example, I'm thinking about Maisa's work about political economy. So my time at Cpcp has been a time of growing, right? And think about the internationalist intention, so meeting folks from Brazil. So again, thinking about Maisa, but also connectedly Fabio, thinking about Sonia and the work that Sonia's doing, bringing Guinea-Bissau to our conversations, thinking about the Dominican Republic to Javiela, the Philippines with Nerve, and also, of course, Rabab in Palestine. And the point of Cpcp, right, really being focused, and this is, I got a lot of pushback against this, right? I was just like, the academy is here, and an activist over here. And, you know, I got told that I needed to rethink, right? And so also, I got the chance to participate in putting together a conference, Insurgent Solidarities. Mary and Peter were instrumental in that, and we were able to bring folks from different parts, including now the VP of Colombia, Francia Marquez. So these were ways that Cpcp has been involved in my life, but also in bringing these external conversations into one room. But more specifically, I'm thinking about Ruthie and her impact on my thinking and my work. And she, in addition to being Cpcp director, was also the director of the Institute for Research on the African Diaspora in the Americas and the Caribbean, IRIDAC. And I remember being in a conversation where there was one other scholar who was talking about taking on the field of history and Latin American historians and how they don't talk about blackness and Afro-descendants. And Ruthie's like, why do you want to fucking talk to them? So there's plenty of other critical thinkers to talk to, right? And I thought, yes, right? And this is part of doing the interdisciplinary work, right? Not talking to the white gatekeepers, but engaging other folks doing critical work. I remember when I took on my job at UCI, and we talked about some things, and I won't talk about names directly. And Ruthie said, "What would you have to say to an Afro-pessimist?" She said, "You study about Haitian people, of African-descended people struggling, right, and who are making change." She's like, "You have nothing to say to Afro-pessimists." And I think about also the ways in which Ruthie, I ended up auditing one of her courses, and that was part of learning how to teach. And one of the things Ruthie always talked about, she would say, "What's the method here?" Right? And everyone's like, And I'm thinking, oh, it's, you know, participant observation, it's these other things. And, you know, she would say, it's historical materialism, right? And so just thinking about the ways in which she made me think differently about even what is method. And as well, an exercise that I actually borrowed from you and I use to teach what I call the reading guidelines, and these set of questions that Ruthie made us go through to understand the context of the work, the methodology, the arguments, the evidence, etc. So these are all the things that I've learned from you that I continue to apply, and also the pushback that I got from Ruthie. So first, you know, just even thinking about resistance, and sometimes when we're reading other places, and I think that came up in our conversations yesterday, wanting like that one-for-one translation, right? That we want the people who are saying we are anti-capitalist and that they're using that kind of terminology rather than the work that we do to find the ways in which people are moving that way. And I'll talk about it in my own presentation. Also, Ruthie's work about challenging us in terms of, you know, continuing the Robinsonian push back against how we think about race and racism, and how I might apply race in thinking about a so-called all-black country, right, Haiti specifically. And of course, you know, my anarchist self in the middle of, you know, these Marxist-Leninists, like I'm looking at you like that, around, right, the state, right, the state, whether we need it or not, whether it should wither away or not. And of course, during the seminar, when I ended up presenting some of my work that then became an article, I don't know if Uju's there, and a special issue that Uju put together. And, you know, Ruthie asked the question about the economies of scale, because I was talking about Combit and solidarity economy, and she brought up that question. The article came out without answering that question. However, I do have, and Ryan, if you could put it up, want to tell you all about what is going on in Haiti outside of the mainstream conversations about gang violence in Port-au-Prince, to focus on a different region of the country. And I offer this as to you, Ruthie, right? This news about the canal construction at the border. You can play it, but not the sound, please. So in 2013, several peasant organizations had come together to construct a canal on the Massacre River. It's called the Massacre River, and we could go into the history, at the border of Haiti and the Dominican Republic, in order to irrigate the nearby 5,494 hectares of agricultural land, estimated to be able to produce up to 40,000 tons of rice, which it would amount to about 10% of rice for national consumption. And of course, what happened is the state came in and shut it down. And the folks proceeded to negotiate with the state for a total of 10 years. And we could talk also about what happened in the 10 years in terms of the state withering away and coming to be reduced to the figure of then de facto Prime Minister Ariel Henry. But what I want to focus on is the fact that they took up again in 2023, in August, this same canal construction project, and they actually have been able to succeed, and you'll see some images of the canal, and they're now in the phase of starting the secondary and tertiary canals to go into this plain. So hoping to do some work around thinking about the economies of scale here. But while people all over the country came to support this process, and diasporic members, so Haitians in the diaspora, particularly in the United States, sent money, right? So we're talking about for materials, for cement, and people donated their labor, right? So we're talking from the construction workers to the engineers to the architects, as well as musical artists who came to do concerts. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of people at the canal, not only doing the physical work, but also giving the energy. Of course, that number of people are no longer there. We're several months out. And the head of the canal has been completed. And women in particular were central to not only the launching and the construction, but the maintenance of the project. So you'll see in the images, right, not only the peasant women who are waiting for the water, but they're also participating in building the canal. We see the women in the construction outfits. And this was particularly important, especially as I will argue that this is a rebuilding of the state from the bottom up, right? And that when we see this state from the bottom up, women are included, and even more included are in the leadership of it versus the masculine state. If you look at the presidential council that now is maybe going to stay in power, it's a sausage fest, right? So in this image, right, we see very much the role that women are playing, and it's a very serious one. So Widlin Pierre, who's the spokesperson of the canal, talked about the unity that came to form the canal. And of course, you know, she's also a burgeoning politician, right? Said there's no color here, there's no religion, there's no right or left. There's no political clan, and she says everyone came to make one around this canal construction, and we sent a signal out, a signal that is bringing hope in the country of Haiti, and everyone wants to go in that direction. So I read this very much as a response to organized abandonment. We were talking about that earlier. And that this is essentially, right, an act of collective self-determination, and it's also a projection that Haiti will exist in the future. So thinking about your comments earlier, Jaime, about the future, right? That most of us, when we see the news on Haiti, it's bleak and we're like, oh, you know, it's never going anywhere. And these are examples of people demonstrating certainly that Haiti is going to exist in the future. And I wanted to talk a little bit about what is combit, because a lot of folks started to use that language, that this was probably in the history of Haiti the largest combit that ever took place. And combit essentially is a mode of non-monetized exchange of labor and resources between family members and neighbors occupying a given territory. Though these labor and production arrangements varied in scale and took on different forms and appellations in different territories, they marked captive people's opposition to and transcendence of plantation politics, what Robinson calls a black radical tradition. And in these different places, African and African-descended people preserved or reconstructed kinship relations based on solidarity and reciprocity. And, you know, this combit form is what has resisted essentially US imperialism, dictatorship, globalization. And yet, as I said, we've never seen anything at this scale, right? And essentially stepping in for the state, this is why I'm talking about, right, the state being built from the bottom up. And this is important, again, as I said, about the element of the fact that women are extremely central to this canal project. And so I would like to take the opportunity, depending on how much time I have maybe later, to talk more about the canal construction in light of, I still have time, I can keep going, great. I had a lot of other things to say. So essentially what I see too is that we can look at the canal construction in relation to land struggles in Haiti, not just since 2013, especially since after the 2000 earthquake, but particularly also after the 1991 coup d'etat. And what many of us call, right, a counter-revolution. And essentially, often we talked about the coup d'etat and we sort of just think about Aristide and not the movement that brought Aristide into power, and the fact that the coup d'etat accompanied the massacre of over 5,000 organizers, right? Like how does that impact movement, obviously? And so the part of what happens in 1994 when Aristide returns, he signs the Governor's Island Accord, 1993, and I think about Oslo Accords happening at the same time, and some of similar conditions, which is the NGOization of the state, for example. And I'm thinking also about the connections with the Mississippi Delta, thinking about Clyde Wood's work, because essentially Clinton, when he becomes president, right, is also going to use Haiti or this moment in the returning of Aristide to push for the liberalization of markets in Haiti and for Haitians to be now buying rice coming out of rice corporations in Arkansas, right? And so, and it's interesting to think about how that's related to the Freedom to Farm Act. It's a longer name, right, in 1996. So just thinking about the ways that empire is coordinating and the uses of Haiti. But also what's important to note is that in this 1994 moment, that there is the passing of NAFTA, right, and we're going to see some push towards, you know, building up the FTAA, and we know that that's defeated. Oh, now I'm being told 1 minute. Okay. So fast forward. I'm going to fast forward to talk about, right, the different laws that were passed in Haiti, because yes, there are arguments about land struggles obviously existing before this 1991 moment, particularly thinking about the ways that the US occupation in Haiti and the DR came to set the tone for what we're seeing today. But I think what's important in the 21st century is particularly the ways in which, with the defeat of the FTAA, that the United States also figured out how to parcel these free trade zones in a different way. So including in Haiti, pushing for the free trade zone law to be passed in 2002, and eventually a series of laws like the HOPE law, the HELP law, all connected to the Caribbean Basin Initiative, which was what to essentially create these sovereign zones, right, where multinational companies are able to extract from Haiti, for example, upwards to $6 billion a year, right? We're talking about the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. What would it mean if $6 billion could be taxed, right? That money is just leaving. And the industrial parks that were created to produce the clothes that many of us are wearing here, Zara, Gap, H&M, etc., Old Navy, that they're not paying taxes on the Haiti side, they're not paying taxes on the US side as well, right? And this is part of a context for this struggle, because right by the canal is another industrial park that is actually owned by a Dominican oligarch, and the folks are fighting in the context of these land grabs that have been happening, particularly since the 2000s and accelerated since 2010. And so I think I'm past my minute. I will end there, but I'm happy also. I'm looking at you. It's all it's Mary's fault. But I'll end there, and if, we have more time to talk about some of these land struggles, particularly after the 1994 moment, I'd love to fill in and also talk about some Haiti DR politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, hello? Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you all for really fascinating presentations and comments and commentary and critique. I actually had like one question for each person. I'll ask you now so it can maybe get people going. For Sonia, you spoke about the people who are forgotten, the anonymous, the people who have been maimed, the people who remained unnamed. And even there is a new kind of understanding, even learning about Cabral and learning about the pedagogy of the oppressed was not the pedagogy of the oppressed. There is so many pedagogy of the oppressed. So I was wondering if you can speak about that, about how do we think, how do we archive, how did you, in your own work, how do you do that, and how do you connect it, the whole intergenerational issue?
Okay.
Do you want me to ask other questions while you think? And then Amira gets stuck with the last.
Okay.
Okay. Vishay, I was thinking about, you mentioned that you were involved with CISPES.
Yes.
And then you also went into take over around divestment from South Africa. And these were very important movements in that particular time. Palestine was part of it, but sort of ignored. But I was actually, I'm not even asking about Palestine. If you want to speak about that, that's okay, which you did. But I was thinking about how did you connect these two issues together, and what kind of experiences in the struggle that you think that can actually be some of the lessons learned today, not necessarily exactly replicating that. For Mamira, I was actually, I want to go back to the panel earlier today about thinking of the state, since you're talking about, you went about anarchist, no state, and then about state building and so on. And you speak a lot about the occupation of Haiti, not only by the US, by the United Nations, and we talk a lot today about international agencies and their role and so on. So I was wondering if you can actually speak a little bit about that, and what does this whole occupation statehood, how do they figure out today, in today's world of neoliberalism and multinationals and so on? So, whoever would like to start.
Well, you want me to go first?
You want to go first?
Okay.
Just don't answer my question.
No, I'm not answering your question. It's an interesting thing to reflect on, because it again comes back to the process of radicalization. I mean, you also have your own histories. When I was young, I grew up in a state in India ruled by a communist government, and we had an extraordinary, interesting chief minister, Jyoti Basu, who was very interested in world affairs. And when I was pretty young, not that young, but pretty young, the government decided that the street on which the US consulate and the UK consulate was, the street was called Harrington Street, named after a god-awful colonial administrator. The government decided to rename the street Ho Chi Minh Road, Ho Chi Minh Sarani, and they put a bust of Ho Chi Minh right in front of the US consulate. And I think that was one of the many little protests I was taken to as a young person. So, these things shape your mind. Always be involved in the struggles of our time. I've been reflecting on this a lot recently. The first article I wrote for a newspaper was, in fact, in 1982, where I had looked at the cover of the Times of India, and there was a photograph of a line of dead bodies and two women walking along, trying to identify them, I suppose. It really impacted me a lot because there had been a massacre near where I grew up just a few years before, so I was familiar with the question of massacres. And I investigated a little bit, and obviously that was the Sabra and Shatila massacre. And that had interested me. In fact, years later when I was living in Beirut, I made Robert Fisk take me for a walk to see that road because it had impacted me a lot. I mean, one of the lessons I think for us as people is to be outraged by all atrocities and to, in fact, become what Gramsci calls a permanent persuader. Not an annoying person, because it's really a very small gap between being a permanent persuader and being a god-awfully annoying and boring person. I don't have many personal friends, just to let you know. It's very difficult for me in a dinner party to relax, and unless I'm drinking heavily or whatever, it's very difficult. I really do have a hard time in social settings, and so do you, Rabab. You're a permanent persuader as well, right? You have to be in a sense, but it is a fine line, and I don't recommend going too far in the direction of being a god-awful bore. But, I mean, in California at the time, also I learned very early on that it's really quite fun to talk to people, anybody, strangers. If you can't make friends, just talk to the world. And when I got to California, I realized pretty early that there were more Salvadorians living in Los Angeles than in any other city outside San Salvador. There was enormous populations of Salvadorians, and I didn't know what the hell a Salvadorian was. I mean, I knew Mexicans and I knew Brazilians and the big countries, but I really didn't know as a young person. And so I spent a lot of time in Salvadorian bars in Pomona, getting to know the Salvadorians, and that's how I got involved in that sort of thing, because they were compelled and knew what it meant. It's interesting, they intuitively understood the link between police brutality and the violence in El Salvador, because they had experienced both, and they were it was so fluid for them to talk about it. They didn't need a theoretical bridge. They just knew that this is the same thing. These are the same people, the cops who are picking us up off the street and the people who are disappearing us in El Salvador. And in fact, they paid by the same people. So that was interesting. But I think the point here is you need that sense of connection to people, and it's really important. Like, I don't know, Rababa, it's really important for people who are interested in the issue of Palestinian liberation to talk to Palestinians and learn about Palestinian stories, and, if you can, travel to meet people in Lebanon, if you can't go to Israel. It's really important to learn about people's lives in a kind of rich and dense way. And I think that's why I've really enjoyed being a journalist for my entire life. I've enjoyed the experience and exposure you get from just going and talking to people about, so what happened yesterday? And people bring you into their homes and they tell you their weird stories. And I also learned quickly, this is as both a revolutionary and a journalist, that people are not necessarily great. You can't valorize the people, you know. People are shit also, and, you know, they have weird prejudices and hang-ups, and, you know, there can be some god-awful people who are inside the camp of the people, you know. And so all of these things, I think, are a good lesson in building a theory of the world and building a theory of revolution. Because I think what happens when you have a detached view and you don't go to the bar and drink with the Salvadorians, whatever the hell you do, if you don't have that experience, you begin to romanticize the people that you're writing about. And, you know, I know that like there's a lot of romance about the Palestinians right now, and it's wrong to romanticize the Palestinians. Palestinians are real people with real struggles. And right now, I mean, this genocidal war might end in a ceasefire, the occupation will continue, but the Palestinian political factions need to come up with a program, an agenda. They are struggling. They are struggling because the god-awful Israelis keep throwing their leaders in prison. And these are realities for the Palestinian population. So, in my view, you got to be with the people, and I don't mean that abstractly. I mean that really, in real terms, that's how you learn. And I think that's, Rabab, what I was trying to say in a way, is that when you struggle, you build theory. And part of that struggle is the struggle in the social, getting to know people, finding out their commitments, their lack, you know, their problems, their vitality, all of it, the mess, and building from that, rather than allowing yourself to build it from books and build it from romance. Because romance ends up in heartbreak, says he.
Thank you. Mamira or Sonia, you want to go first? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll follow on your line.
On romance?
On romance. To try to answer Rabab's question and the question of intergenerational. I do think that it's very important to learn about people's life and to break with romanticization. Of course, keeping it a little bit, but also break with it. Because romance is always important. It's the way that we fall in love, in the way that we continue to keep our struggles alive. And I'm picking up on the process of learning and the question of the Palestinian struggle. I first learned about the Palestinian struggle because Cabral taught me in a writing that he left from 1965, relating all the struggles that were happening around the world. And with that reading of that text, I started to understand what the struggle is, that an isolated struggle does not exist. A struggle exists in relation. And by thinking on that, and of course I romanticized a lot for years on who were the freedom fighters from the PAIGC and Guinea-Bissau also. And it was in 2013 when this romance started to collapse. But at the same time that it started to collapse, another one started to build, which I had the privilege to, between 2013 and 2016, 17, to interview around 70 freedom fighters, and by knowing their stories. And therefore I say, like, the part of the imaginary romance started to collapse, but a new one, a very real one, start to emerge. And that's why by doing, for example, now the Venice Biennale together with Monica de Miranda, I had to revisit some of these interviews that somehow I had archived at my home. And I've been thinking for quite a while on the process of walking, because for finding these people, I had to walk a lot. That's why today I have a plantar fasciitis that it comes and goes every now and then. So to think about the process of walking. But then I started thinking the question of the archive and the question of the anonymous. How can we weave these stories of those who are most known, that we talk more with those who are unknown or not so well known? And for example, one of the films, this film that I made with Monica, Weaving Stories While Walking, is actually a combination of several interviews in this case, 7 people that I interviewed, that I took parts of their stories and glued them together in order to make one single story. And in the making of this one single story does not mean that I'm erasing their identity. Actually, their identity is still there, but it's not part of an individual story, it's part of a collective. And I think by doing this process of weaving these stories together is part of the breaking with the narratives of the archives. Is actually bringing this intergenerational aspect together, because not all of them have the same age, not all of them were born and raised in the same place and by the same families, and because the stories were lived in the 1960s and 1970s, they were shared in 2013, 2016, and now we are here in 2024 bringing them together. I think is a wonderful way of bringing these narratives alive, or to life, or keep them living throughout time and space, but also is a way of thinking how the process of conducting interview, the process of saving them or storing them, but how we are going to unarchive them to make them available for another generation.
Thank you. Amira.
Okay, so very quickly, I wanted to, at least for us, contextualize the UN occupations of Haiti within the larger history of US occupation in Haiti since the early 20th century. We're talking about 1915 to 1934, when there's actually, the physical military presence of US South, Jim Crow, Marines. So very clear, occupation for folks. And once the US pulls out, they ensure, of course, that they put in puppets to lead the government and to continue Haiti in the direction of the plantation model towards extractivism. And we see, mid-century, the rise of a dictatorship, and that is, oftentimes we talk about dictatorship and we forget the ways in which it was also about preventing people from organizing against, right? At that point, eventually the neoliberal turn. So industrial parks first come to Haiti in the 70s, right? And the dictator had said, we want to make Haiti the Taiwan of the Caribbean. And so to just recontextualize like the struggle under dictatorship, what it was about, yes, it was about obviously freedom and the ways we talk about liberal democracy, but it was a challenge to the way that land and human relations were being organized at the time. So what folks call the revolution of 1986, right, is a culmination of 29 years of struggle happening in Haiti, but also in the diaspora. And when we see President Aristide come into power in the 90s, it is really the, if you will, the culmination of this struggle. And very quickly, he's deposed, and we see that he's only returned in 1994, once he signed, as I mentioned earlier, this Governor's Island Accord. And in the process, during the coup d'etat, the paramilitaries, right, were targeting people who supported him, is sort of the story that people who are pro-him like to tell. But these are people who were just supporting also, or who were interested in, for not embracing democracy as we talk about it now, right, but pushing back against the ways that dictatorship had prevented other forms of land tenureship and freedom from existing. And so the reading that I echo coming out of a lot of the radical intellectuals in Haiti, and Haiti doesn't have the same system that we have here where you can be super radical and get tenured. When I tell Haitian, professors in Haiti, they're like, what? We don't get tenured, you get murdered around here, right? But essentially the reading is that when the military couldn't do, right, the above, in your mainstream face work, right, they relied on the paramilitaries, and when the paramilitaries were not enough, this is usually when you see the UN, right, the imperialists coming on the ground. What they do in 94, and this is how, empire refines its tools, right, they don't bring in the, US South, clear Ku Klux Klan type of dudes. They bring in US Haitian Americans, right, that come in, and this is a way to legitimize this occupation. And And the 2004 moment, and often when we read Haiti only through the lens of Aristide, we also then cover up the ways that there continued to be a lot of pushback against the wave of neoliberalism that his return had brought. So people struggling for the raising of minimum wages, people struggling against land grabs that were happening, and around the energy crisis. So again, right, around Haiti's inability to purchase petrol oil on the, the market, and against privatization of particularly the telecommunications company, right? So these struggles were happening, and at that point, we no longer have a Haitian military. The Haitian military is born in 1920, and these are people trained by the U.S., and Aristide disbanded them in 1995, right? So without having a military, then this is again when we see the need for the UN system to come in and to actually be the one to quell uprisings, right? In this case, the UN mission is led by Brazil, and I've already gotten pushback from VJ about this, but I will say, right, the Haitians saw Brazilians come in, and the way that they launched the occupation in this moment was through a very friendly soccer match. And they brought in the Brazilian soccer match. Ronaldo, Haitians are obsessed with this guy, right? It's like the Brazilians are our brothers, right? They've come to free us. And we see, of course, that that's not done. $7 billion was spent between 2004 and 2017, and Haiti is materially, infrastructurally worse off, right? And of course, 2010, there's an acceleration, so now it becomes an international occupation of Haiti. We're talking about from Jordan to, other Nepal, Sri Lanka, all of the world is present in Haiti, supposedly for reconstruction. Again, another $12 billion gone. We don't know where that went. And so in this present moment, of course, the UN troops retreat in 2017, so that's relatively recent. And if you have been following, right, 2018, we really launches the Petro-Caribe movement. And the Petro-Caribe movement is itself a culmination of 10 years of struggles, right? When the earthquake happens and these fraudulent elections take place and this new party comes into power and they're organizing and accelerated land grabs, right? So they're trying to change everything into free trade zones, so ports into free trade zones, industrial parks, agricultural free trade zones, right? That there's going to be pushback, obviously, and also tourist free trade zone, like compounds. And the people are struggling against that over 10 years. And in 2018, when the de facto president that nobody elected, won the election fraudulently a second round, right, withdraws from the Petro-Caribe agreement, which is essentially a gift from Venezuela to Caribbean nations in order to be able to purchase petroleum products at a very low interest rate and to repay over 25 years. And repayment could also include, you got bananas, we'll take them, right? And the idea was whatever money that the state is able to make off of selling the petrol, supposed to be reinvested in infrastructure and social programs. Again, none of that happened. $2 billion of the Petro-Caribe funds were disappeared by this party. And so the Petro-Caribe movement becomes a culmination of 10 years of struggle. It's more than about Petro-Caribe, right? But that becomes the question of where is the Petro-Caribe money comes to stand in for all of these different struggles. And the reading that I've adopted as well, like I said, thinking with Haitian radical intellectuals in Haiti, is that in 2018, right after Petro-Caribe, right, shuts down the country, first we have what they call the general strike, when the folks shut down the country and they barricaded the main roads to prevent all commercial activities. This was in response to the de facto president taking dictates from the IMF to reduce gas subsidies, and this is basically the only thing that the state subsidizes in Haiti. And folks were saying, we're not going to be able to pay, transportation costs is going to go up, food prices are going to go up, right? So people shut down the country. And afterwards, some social media folks launch a little, hashtag, where's the Petro-Caribe money? And that energy coalesced and it became a cross-class movement, which was, a potential for something, right? And 2018, right after the main protest that brought out millions of people in all the 10 major cities of the country, you have the first set of massacres happening by the gangs, right? Enter this actor. It had already been an actor on the ground, but right, we can see also throughout this 10 years of struggles, it's also a time that they're accumulating arms, accumulating guns, particularly thinking about one of the free trade ports that essentially is, a personal port of, I think I've mentioned his name before, Gilbert Bidjou, who happens to be the honorary consul for Israel in Haiti. And he controls the port, right? This is where many of the guns have come in through Haiti. But 2018, we see the first set of massacres pushing against, right, 8 years of popular struggle. And from 2018 up until right now, this has been the way that popular protest has been crushed. So the Haitians were protesting in the streets up until about June 2021, right? But after several massacres, thousands that include rape, that include also displacing people, that has done what it was meant to do, which is to quell the protests, the uprisings themselves. And the reading is bringing in now the UN again through Kenya is to provide a black face for occupation and to say this is Pan-Africanism, it's solidarity. But it's because, that the fact that Haiti doesn't have their own military to repress, the paramilitaries, quote unquote, the gangs, are holding the line also until we have a return of the UN to tell people, at this point it's to say, we will take about anything, and it'll bring people back into order to continue the project of land grabbing and neoliberalism in Haiti, and not really to respond to the people's demands. So this is how I understand the UN occupations and their evolution over time.
Thank you so much, Mamira. And I know you took a little bit more time, but you both will get. No, that's okay. That's okay. For me, I can listen to everybody for hours. So this is what I would like to do. I would like to ask people here if you have questions, comments, remarks, and how about we take 3 at a time, and then we are supposed to end at 4:45. But I would like to leave the last few minutes for the panelists to be able to say any final comments, remarks, and so on. So, who would like to be the first courageous soul to stand up? Yes, please, come.
Courageous soul.
And would you mind be the person who can pass the microphone around? Thank you.
So thank you all. The last time some of us were in room together was spring 2019 of the Racial Capitalism seminar, Ruthie. So continuing the spirit of the last panel, Vijay Prashad was not there, but we read your book in the seminar. So in the spirit of that last panel into what you all are talking about now, I just wanted to share that at Dickinson College, their encampment met their demands today. So that is a huge win, I think. And knowing that what we learned in that seminar was brought to that college because they studied City College, they studied Cal Poly Humboldt, they learned about what happened in the UC system as well, and then they applied those lessons on the ground and then remade them as they needed to remake them for that context. What was the method? Historical materialism. And I remember that these pedagogical moments that we experienced together were because you had always asked when we used a word, what do we mean by that word? How do you define that word? And we never knew the answer, and we always scrambled to figure out what we actually meant when we said a certain word, and you weren't even there for that first session. The Racial Capitalism seminar, the first question that was brought forward, I believe if I'm not mistaken, Sonia, you had a message brought to us from Professor Gilmore. What is racial capitalism? We're also taking this class thinking, we're taking the class to find out what it is from you. Wow. But instead, we had to figure that out on the ground, scrambling around ourselves. And that is the spirit, I think, of all of the wonderful information and history that you've all presented, and I hope to keep learning from all of you, and to be back in this moment together, thinking about how to bring that forward to other campuses, to other encampments, and other places around the world, for not only lessons learned and new strategies, but also to celebrate wins as well.
Bravo.
Thank you.
I also wanted to share a win. So I'm a therapist. I've been telling people with great shock and dismay in their eyes that I'm a therapist, when they're like, are you an academic? But I wanted to share that there are people that are out there that are, as Ruthie said, there's 50 people in this room. I just attended a conference for the APA where there were 700 people in attendance, and 400 of those people all were speaking about Palestine, speaking about Black feminist futures, and I just wanted to say that there are other people that are out there that are hoping to connect with you, and the spirit of abolition is a prairie fire that has gone. So, yeah.
Nice. Is the APA is the same one that actually a few years ago members of it were involved in the torture and they were sanctioned? Okay, thank you. Okay. I was just saying, I don't know all the disciplines.
American Psychological
Yeah.
Association.
Yeah.
It's basically been an active, I can speak. Can everybody hear me?
Not if they're online,
No?
I think. I don't know what the.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, David?
Okay. The APA is the American Psychological Association. So the APA has been a part of basically a lot of the transphobic stuff that you have seen in the news, a lot of the racist things that have been in the DSM, the Diagnostic Statistic Manual. So what has been happening is that there is basically an active war that is happening between the conservatives and the more radical future, or the more radical today in the present. So just wanted to share. And we're winning. There are more of us now. There are 400 of us that were at least present that shouted down 300 of the conservatives. So, yeah. They are shrinking.
And just to clarify, if people don't know, this is the APA that actually waited for a very long time when there were psychologists who were actually enabling the torture post 9/11 2001, did not do anything about it for a few years. And then it was brought up when it was their names were coming out, and then part of the change that was going on. And so we do win. Anyway, who else? Anybody else? Yes.
No, you have to use the mic.
No, you do. Yeah.
You have to use the mic.
Okay. Thank you, David.
I just want to say, it's great that you're winning against the conservatives, but I see something very disturbing, and I wonder what will happen. You were talking about the El Salvadorians. It's interesting. When I was young, I was a teenager. This is when The Clash was a big band. There was a bar not far from here called Tin Pan Alley on 49th Street, between 7th and 8th. At the corner of 7th and Broadway, between Broadway and 8th. At the corner of Broadway was a record store, And I went in there shortly after running around with Bruce Springsteen to get a job as a waitress. And she said, yeah. And I was so excited. It was great. And I left. And when I got like 3 blocks away, I realized I left my notebook, which had all my poetry in it, And Patti Smith was always running around with like Middle East garb. I don't know what that was about, but it did get us interested in that. So I come back to the bar to get my poetry book, and Maggie Smith, who was running it, looks at me and goes, "How old are you?" No desire to lie, because who cared back then? I drank in bars. I said, "I'm 16. She said, "You can't work here." I said, "What?" She goes, "No, I'll lose my license." And she was reading my poetry, and she said, "This is great." She gave it back to me. And she said, "If you come back on Tuesday, I'll give you $300 to read what's in this book."
Oh, wow.
I said, "Wow." So I came back, and I got Chuck, who's a saxophone player, came back, blew the place up. But they started running these things about the war in El Salvador there. So we all got involved. You know what I mean? And now I'm from Brooklyn, And when I lived there, and still do, but that part of Flatbush Avenue where I ran for my life into the arms of Bruce Springsteen, Rasmus Hall, it was all white, okay? I watched it go from white to gray to all West Indian, And the West Indians came and beat us up, They came into school, they took away our great weed, which was haze, and replaced it with Jamaican weed, which is a lie. Jamaican weed is the best. Actually, it's really haze from Africa, which the white boys were selling. And, you know, all of this. Now, Newkirk Avenue, the stop you get off, is all Haiti. Little Haiti. Some West Indians, Jamaicans don't like that because this is Jamaica land, you know. So I watch these little things go back and forth. And while all this is going on in university, no one pays attention to other people who are not there, who actually do more, and aren't as stupid as you think about these movements. They see it in a natural sense, sometimes coming directly from the people. However, right now, I read in the paper, I'm from Park Slope, where they evicted the migrants from a shelter there to put people, they've been evicting people from Park Slope for years, families homeless with no place to go, so they put them in there, and then they were like, how could you do that? Well, how could you let these people from Park Slope or from this country run around with no place to live and no food? And while everyone here is calmly talking about what's going on around the world, I see this bubbling. I see it's not going to be pretty.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We will take a couple of more comments and then have responses. Yeah, okay. Does anybody need to stand up and stretch and kind of like
Sing.
Okay. Yes. Sing again.
I'm good. I'm good. No. That was a joke. It was a joke.
That was really beautiful.
Oh. Really?
Yeah, it was. I can sing a tune. Yes. Ruthie, please get the microphone. Where's the microphone? Yeah. Go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, for another fantastic panel. I wonder if we could think together for a little bit about the question that actually Comrade in the back was raising, but that Sonia named very explicitly, anonymous people. And that sounds like, you know, such a put down or a dismissal. It's not. These are the people whose names we don't know. They all know their names. Other people know their names. We don't know them. Mm-hmm. And think kind of across the various movements and times that the four of you have thought about how the sort of lifting up of some extraordinary individuals, whether it's Lenin or Cabral or, you know, Aristide or whomever, is a way to lift as against obscure anonymous actors. And then, so the question I want to put to you is, how, in your view, can we be more persuasive in making clear that the extraordinary examples are part of really ordinary struggle? You know, that's my question. So I want to hear you talk about it.
Amazing question. Thank you, Ruthie. And I'm going to pass it on first. Maybe Visha, Sonia. And okay, Sonia.
Okay. Thank you, Ruthie, for the question. And I've been thinking for quite a while on Amilcar Lopes Cabral. Well, I've been studying him for, I don't know, the last 20 years or so. And it always puzzled me that when reading Unity and Struggle, only his name came up. And I was always puzzled, like, who were the other people? And that was one of the main questions that I took when I went to Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau and Germany and so on. It's like, who were the other people that he was working with? And till I got to the point of today, I make a very clear distinction that Cabral has two personalities. When I talk about Cabral, when I'm talking about Amilcar, well, sometimes I'm talking about the milker, I'm talking about the poet, the agronomist, the thinker, and so on. But when I'm talking about Cabral, I'm not saying just a milker. I'm saying everyone that was in the struggle with him. And that's a way of like, and also using the words or the work of Mário Pinto de Andrade when he wrote the Cabral generation. So talking, I think I try to make as clear as possible that when I'm talking about Cabral, I'm not just talking about him as a person. I'm talking Cabral as a collective, and a collective of people who actually together in the, as in the study groups, the underground study groups in Lisbon, in the forests of Guinea-Bissau, or in the city of Bissau, in the neighborhoods, only for what Portuguese will call the indigenous people, who gathered together underground, and they thought about how we are going to make this happen, how we are going to make this world or this vision happening. And I think by bringing the name of Cabral, we are also bringing all these anonymous people that normally we don't take them in consideration. I think we just have to flip the question and thinking about Cabral, yes, but Cabral has also an individual belonging to a collective that helped him build the struggle. And I think it's the only way that one can read Cabral is to read him inside a collective of people, from professors, from military, from peasants, from workers, and so on. That's the only way that Cabral thought makes sense, and is actually what we are, is actually a way of putting it in practice by reading it in this way, not reading it as an isolated person or isolated individual, but as a collective person.
Thank you. Vishen?
Yeah, just a couple of comments, and then I will just talk about two people. The first is picking up from Sonia. There really is a difference between individualism and the individual. Individualism is a kind of approach to the world, you know, where somebody says, I'm doing this for myself, or if you can widen it a little bit, my family, or something like that. It's for a kind of gain almost. And, you know, that happens a lot in a capitalist society, in a bourgeois society. It's very hard to row upstream against the tendency of individualism. It's very difficult. It requires a lot of effort. I don't think, it's not a judgment, you know, against anybody who pursues an individualistic career, because it is difficult not to. Everything forces you into that direction. You know, I'm not talking about grad school and academics. I'm talking about bourgeois society drives the career of individualism. But this particularly hits hard in the aspirational middle class, gets this really the hardest, because the very elites, top elites, you don't really require individualism, you're already there. You know, you're already celebrated. The downwardly mobile middle class, man, you just want to hold on, you got fingernails. The static middle class doesn't even know. It's that aspirational section of the middle class, I think, if I can do a little Maoist distinction of the classes, that aspirational section, it's really difficult to fight against individualism. I think what Sonia and I would agree on is I come from a political tradition which believes in the creation of the collective individual. And that's the person who becomes the individual out of a collective process. Every movement needs leadership. Every movement needs to have people who stand for the movement. And I'll give you two examples of what I mean by collective leadership. One is Fidel Castro. I mean, I've had the real privilege of meeting him 3 times, watching him speak a bunch of times. Fidel Castro was the opposite of an individualist. He was the collective individual. When he spoke for several hours, it's always interesting. You know, when I'm in a setting where people say he was egotistical, spoke for so many hours, but it's okay to have a 3-hour grad seminar and have your professor talk for 3 hours. That's somehow perfectly acceptable. But Fidel running a grad seminar for 10,000 people in Havana is somehow egotistical. 10,000 people waiting on every word. Because why? Because Fidel in those 3 hours would explain the situation in the world, would explain the theoretical and revolutionary implications of the blockade, would explain what it meant when the sugarcane harvest failed in 1970. He would go listen to everybody who came from the base, and knowledge would percolate to the Central Committee. They would have a discussion. They would talk about what Fidel was going to go out there and say, and then he would go out there as the collective individual and speak. These people don't just go out there and speak whatever's on their head. They come prepared by the Central Committee, which is itself prepared by the base, by the branches, district committees, provincial secretariats, and so on. Knowledge is produced collectively, and they become the collective reference of the movement. That's the example of Fidel, and it's extraordinary because you can see in Fidel, as I said, the very opposite of individualism. He didn't put himself forward. Many times he would say, I don't want to go and speak, but they would say, no, Fidel, you do it because you are the best explainer among the rest of us. And that's true. There are different people with different skills. Everybody doesn't have to have the same skills. This is a curiosity of American democracy. This idea that everybody must be good at everything. There's no need. Find what you're good at. Become really good at it. That's okay. You don't have to do everything. Everybody doesn't have to do everything. It's a weird thing about American democratism. It's a fake democracy. Puts a lot of pressure on people. Somebody says, I'm awfully shy. I'm not good in public speaking, but I am really good in researching XYZ or writing this report. Do that. You don't need to speak. There's a funny thing about the academy. Everybody has to be good at presenting a paper. Why? What is that about? Some people are good at it, some people are not good. Relax. Have different standards for different personalities. But no, you got to have this singular model of success, and it's insane. But it comes from this weird American idea of flattening skill and making everybody feel like they have to be the same. You don't have to be the same. You can have your talents and ride your talents all the way to your own form of success. Second example is the example from my own life. My aunt was a major figure in the Indian Communist movement, still is. She's a Politburo member of the Communist Party. She's an extremely good public speaker. But the thing is, with her, she spends hours and hours and hours talking to the people at the base of society, people in the middle of struggles. She led the building of the Indian Communist movement from 1 million members to 12 million members. And the way they did it was they listened to people, and then she would go out there and tell their stories in public. And that's another thing. That's exactly what Gramsci meant by elaboration in the prison notebooks. You listen to the common sense and you elaborate it into philosophy. You can't expect a landless peasant who has been, in a sense, in a position where they've had very little education opportunities. They are not going to be able to very easily, without training, without their own form of political education, they're not going to be able to go up on a stage and tell their story. They don't have the experience, they don't have the political education. That requires that collective individual that comes in. And the point of our movements is to have political education for everybody so that you can find people with their skills. Those who are good in public speaking, encourage them to go out there and become collective individuals, to become leaders. Those who are not good, find their talents. Political education is so vital. You should read Sonia's book, but also Sonia wrote a study for Tricontinental. You can see it on our website, which is effectively a manual for how the PAIGC did political education. And there's no, you see, one of the frustrating things is this liberal idea that comes in, that, everybody knows things. If you actually read Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed, there's a section where he's having a conversation with a landless worker. And he tells the landless worker, you and I are both intellectuals. Landless worker says, no, that's your job. You do your job. I know certain things, you know certain things. And I think that interaction has always interested me. It's not that somebody who's landless can immediately become an intellectual. It takes a process. And that's what political parties do with political education. You are building the collective individual, which is the exact opposite of individualism.
Thank
Can
you.
I add just one thing?
Sonia, go ahead.
No, it's very short. Based on what Vijay was just sharing, we talk about Amilcar Cabral because he was the secretary of the PAIGC, but we rarely talk about the president of the PAIGC, who was Rafael Barbosa. And I'm not going to use my mirror time to tell who Rafael Barbosa is, but he actually brings this, like, who is who inside the struggle. And the reason why we don't talk about Rafael Barbosa is because he was a prisoner of the Portuguese military during the colonial time, but he was actually the president of the PAIGC.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me? Yeah. First, Cabral and the PIG are very much all over Palestinian radical literature. People don't know that because a lot of the stuff is not translated. So I think this is some of the stuff that's really very much part, actually, Palestinian and Arab radical literature. So there is a lot of the stuff that we talk about and think about in terms of how is the pedagogy of the oppressed in a small p, in a small o, and who are the people who do this. And many of them remain anonymous to the outside world because the medium of communication is English. So if you don't do things in English, they don't get done. And if some of us don't try them, like what you did, Sonia, what you're doing, Mamir, people don't know. That's one thing. The second thing is I actually wanted to kind of go into the romanticism and just say something and connect it to the earlier session about criticism and self-criticism. So theoretically speaking, the masses speak to the people, and then the cells speak, and then the regions speak, and then they go to the Central Committee, and the Politburo, and then the secretary of the Politburo or the spokesperson speaks for things. But some of this stuff doesn't always work, because we know that sometimes in some of our very wonderful and amazing radical groups, centralism takes over democratic centralism, and it's not US democracy. And so there has been a lot of corrections and critiques around that and so on. So just meant the other thing that I wanted to actually address Ruthie's question, two things. One is that an example, and you mentioned Layla Khaled earlier, and Layla Khaled, by the way, became known not because she wanted to become known. She was given a task. They told her, you need to go on hijack planes. She went on hijack planes. She was a disciplined member. That's what she did. And then she actually had to do plastic surgeries to change who she was. And then at one point she says that it got to her. She thought that was going to get to her head, that the PFLP hijacked plane to release her because she was in prison. And she said, I thought that this was going to go to my head. I went back to the camps and I spent time with students I used to learn in order for me to regain the whole question of being humble. And of course, this is not, and really to understand, it's not an individual thing on her part also, because there is something in Arabic, they say, لَعَنَ اللَّهُ كَلِمَةَ الْأَنَا. God hates the words of I. So nobody says I, myself, me, myself, and I. So whenever people speak, they say we. They always say we, and you try to talk to people about their own individual experiences, even long-term prisoners, real leaders of the prison movement, and they say, my experience is not really that important. Talk about this and that. And so there is the collective aspect of it. So there is something about that. The other thing that I wanted to talk about, very briefly, is research I'm doing now, and basically thinking about the bones of the people, the bones which are buried, and the bones that are hidden, and specifically the bones of the martyrs that Israel refuses to release, that have been buried for over 40 years in something called number cemetery. And the only bodies that know who is buried where is the Israeli state. So if a wind comes or rain and knocks down the numbers, they're the only ones who know. Nobody knows. And there are bodies who have been for over 40 years. And I think I was telling somebody early in the break that one of the people was this leader, Dalal Mughrabi, who was a commando leader in 1978. And she, as all Palestinian operations, they're always to release prisoners. Every single operation, you read it, you'll see. What's the goal? Release prisoners. As always, there's prisoners who've been in prison. And so she was caught, and there was a battle on the beach of the Mediterranean, Palestine. She was killed. Yehud Barak, the former Israeli minister, actually there's a picture of him holding her from her hair. And her body is still, bones are held by Israel. In 2008, there was an exchange prisoner exchange between Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Israelis, because Hezbollah had 3 bodies of Israeli soldiers that they were displaying in Khiyam prison. Don't know if we went before or after they bombed it, but they were always telling the Israelis here, goading them. So Israel wanted to get the bodies of their prisoners because they claim they care. Or we know now they don't really care about captives or whatever and so on. But at that time, they claimed that. So they exchanged 800 bodies of Palestinians, Tunisians, Bangladeshi, internationals, Lebanese. All, we saw the coffins with the flags on top of them. Dalal Mughrabi's family thought that they will get her body. They dug a grave for her in the Shatila cemetery, in the Shatila Martyrs Cemetery. They did the DNA, it wasn't Dalal. It was not her body's bones. No, they did. The Israelis said, oh, they mixed up. They never mix up. I mean, this is intelligence state. And they didn't release them. So the grave that was dug, a few weeks later, her mother died. And her mom is buried in the grave that's designated for Dalal Mughrabi. You go to Shatila, you will see her body there, right there. And there is some anonymous Bangladeshis who have died for Palestine. We don't still know. And so there is all these bones for over 400 at least bodies of martyrs. Walid Daqqa, who just died not long ago, Khadr Adnan. But there is thousands now under rebels in Gaza. Who speaks for these bones? Do the bones speak? They have stories. And how can we make those anonymous stories well known? How can we make them known? And in what way? And why? And what stories do they tell? About the people, about the struggle, about dying in prison and being left there, and the collective punishment that Israel is imposing on the Palestinians to crush their spirit. Because this is not just, we don't want to give them back. It's not only a bargaining chip. It's to crush the spirit of the people and tell them, we will never allow you to dignify your dead by burying them. And so this is kind of like one of the things that I think, and then who is held accountable for that? Craig and I were speaking about that last night. So this is part of the stuff that, I'm sorry, I took a little time. For me, it's very, very painful. I mean, this story is, because I saw the graves, I talked to people, I visited families, so and I'm not saying it only emotionally, and it's okay to be emotional, me as a scholar, but also as part of a collective. Mm-hmm. Back to you, Mamira, to end.
To end? Oh, that's a big job. I don't have too much more to add, but I do hear, what you all are saying, particularly, as I said earlier, what the folks call the revolution of 1986 culminating into the presidency of Aristide. It was about Aristide, but it was about much more than that. This is why the reading of the coup d'etat is not just that there is this figure that's deposed, but his base is attacked, and as the numbers are up to 5,000 organizers who were killed, in connection to the coup. And certainly in reading the 2004 moment, people read it, through Aristide, but it is also about folks understanding that popular struggles were being undermined, And so in the work that I do on social movements, not lifting up this major figure, but other figures that are also important and whose names I think we should know. This is part of the work that I'm doing, and they are representing, collectives of people. And what I brought up in the Canal Project is, that there are these spokespeople now for the canal, but they represent thousands and thousands of others who contributed to the Combit, So, yes. I'm saying yes.
Okay, so.
Okay, just one quick thing. I just want to say one thing.
That's fine. We started
because
1 minute. It's fine.
a minute. I know Ruthie is very big on the word hope, and we're big on the word love, right? We're big on the word love and the importance of imagining a future. Years ago, when I was working for a very grumpy Irishman by the name of Alexander Coburn, he used to tell me that you don't hate enough. You don't hate enough. And I must say, I don't want to allow us to end without saying that sometimes it's okay to hate imperialism.
Oh, it's always okay to hate imperialism. All right, but amazing. I'm honored to be part of all of you.
That was fun.
This is really amazing. Thank you all. Please do not go, because now the next panel in a little break, and I'm going to hand it over to the boss, Mary, who's done so much work to make this happen. For the next panel, the politics of struggle, abolition, futures. Thank you.
Really?
Let's see.
Oh my God, it was so hard to stop you guys.
In Chile, yeah.
I'm so sorry to try to. I'm so sorry to be a Stalinist.
Don't be silly. That was
I don't
super.
have a problem
Didn't
being a
you put that-
Stalinist,
this
but I
was-
have a problem to be silent with you.
This was fun. I think it was super fun.
it was perfect.
Yeah,
Who's next? I love it.
I really
Except
didn't.
for that stupid comment from the back.
No, that was interesting in its own way.
There was something to be found.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
Everything is interesting.
I thought Ruthie was going to go.
Ah.
I'm like, Ruthie's walking.
But she just stand next to her, so it was a
All
kind
right.
of. Ay, ay, ay.
Oh my God. Okay, let's take a picture of the four of us.
Okay.
Then we can smile. My friend, can you do a favor? Take a picture of the four of us.
Let's go here against this.
Yeah, come on. Shall we invite Ruthie to join us or not? Forget it. Come on. Yeah, okay.
طلعش اللي كان خليش اللي كان اسحب.
What's that?
All right.
I
Okay,
don't want
beautiful.
to can, because then the Zionists
Beautiful.
know that I'm Jewish.
Okay.
I'm like,
What?
Oh, you should have told me. I would put it here next to me, but I was injured.
A, U, B. Were you studying that then? I was part of the student
Thank you so much, Khabab.
Did you take my class on Marxism?
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me of that class. I almost forgot.
We're all waiting for Ruthie. And I think
And I am here. It's true. Who's this
Thank you for
I completely forgot about that class. Thank you for reminding me. That's my first time teaching racial capitalism. Was it? We survived all.
Interesting occupation.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
I know.
That was great. That was really great.
Amazing.
So interesting, the stuff about the way you do the research and combine. I think it's really super interesting. I love that intergenerational stuff.
You want the pens?
All right.
I'll let the space you.
Okay, we need five. There's five. Yeah, five. Maybe Ruthie's gonna go there. Once we start with that, handing out. Yeah. Okay. I put something rather loose in there.
I knew, I know.
I hope
Don't announce yourself in your bio as well, because that's what you do at that other meeting.
Oh yeah,
You're like,
right.
I've been known to be loose. And they're like, what does that mean? I had no idea what that meant.
We were having a conversation. And then you were just like, can we say that? And I was like, we can say May. And then they were like, why would we say May? And I was like, oh, because we're Australian. I'm like, oh my
Oh, thanks to the microphone. Yeah.
OMG.
I'm leaving the state, but I can tell me
Okay, do you want a water? What? Yeah. How are you? I have 2 cups in my chair. I can put water in one of those cups. All my trash. Thank you.
I already got it. I got it here.
Oh, right. You got
Yeah.
it right. Thank you. Robin. That's
I'm gonna go grab my
Right, so this is somebody's. This you? Oh, this is you. Okay, that's you got a notebook now. Okay, you don't need to move it.
Oh, I wasn't really going to moderate my way. I was just going to welcome everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And you want me to not say anything? There's a moment.
There's not really a moment.
No.
Yeah. I'll just
Yes.
Okay.
To do whatever you just don't say anything and you say welcome.
Is that okay?
I've only like been in this for like 60 seconds.
Okay.
You've been planning for so long.
No.
It's too late.
Should I distribute the cards
Yes,
now?
we should. Here.
Guys?
All right, let's do that. Me too.
Where's the mic?
Hello? For those of you who are going to stay, do you mind sitting back down because we want to start our final program? Huh? All right, so there should be a lot there. Okay, so thank you for sticking around. I know it's been a long day, so we're going to try to be lively. But we're also asking you to be lively and participatory with words, if that works for you. So Uju's walking around with some index cards. Please just hold on to it until we give you the prompt. But we are all gathered here today to reflect on Ruth Wilson Gilmore and all that she's brought to our lives as a comrade, as a friend, and also as an abolitionist thinker and all the great things. So we've been asked as the last panel, as people who've known Ruthie in the capacities we've known her, to offer our reflections. This is our gratitude session, right? Oh, wait, she's saying that. And so, but we had big plans, but we don't have a lot of time. So our plan is to offer to all of you guys, because you all came here for a similar reason, the opportunity to offer your thanks, gratitude, reflections to Ruthie. You can do it now, but we're hoping that you do it at the time we ask you to do it, so you can hold on to what you'd like to say until that point. So thank you for sticking around. For those of you who are going to stay, if you could sit soon so we can get started, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Let's wait for these two to go.
Oh, yes, we have time to get coffee.
I thought that she was moderating you, and I need to make an announcement that she was going to make. Sorry about that.
Folks, in order to pay for the food that you had for lunch today, I need a lot of signatures on this paper that show that we had a huge crowd. So I'm going to pass this around. Sorry to interrupt the panel.
If you didn't get a card, we put some on the tables back there. So please, we hope you can participate in sharing gratitude to Ruthie. And we are going to start soon. Is David, I think, the AV guy? AV. AV David. Thank you. I'm just going to test it out, David, to make sure I know how to work it. Whoa! What? No, no, no!
We've got the smoke
David,
breakers.
help! How does this work? Oh, good. Okay, beautiful. Thank you. All right, you start.
Oh, no, I know where it is. We're good?
Oh, it's my phone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Is this on? Hello, everybody. Hi. I know it's been a long day, so thank you for sticking with us. We just want to start this last panel by thanking Mary and Peter for organizing such an exceptional 2 days, and to the People's Forum, obviously, for hosting, and for all of you for attending and sticking around. We want to welcome you to the last panel, which, as Mizue just said, is inspired by the many, many gifts that Ruth Wilson Gilmore, Ruthie, has given to all of us. The panel is built on an infrastructure of feeling, of course her concept, of deep, profound gratitude. We've modeled it on how she has shaped our lives and work and encouraged us to think of abolition and abolition futures in expansive, generative ways. We each start from our own lives, attending to Ruthie's words to be attentive to place and context. But we're also attentive to how, as she said so eloquently yesterday, these places are connected, consciously or not. Part of our goal is to do what she suggested, to be political analysts and to think and make the connections between our struggles that have been produced by previous contradictions and struggles globally. So our goal is to heed her words, to think with and across each other in order to create deeper solidarities. Finally, I would be amiss if I didn't say that one of the things that we're so grateful to Ruthie for are the friendships and comradeships amongst us here on this panel. These are some of my dearest, most beloved friends and comrades, and they all connect back to Ruthie as the place of energy and inspiration. I'm the newest to this group, having met Ruthie about 10 years ago when she was on the jury selection for the Vera List Center, choosing Abu Nadara. And after the selection, I beelined to her in the reception and fangirled. I'd read her work for ages, and I had heard about her from my dear friend, Laura. And now you're stuck with me. So you better believe that I'll be drawing on these three and all the Ruthie diaspora to help collectively build the next phase of Cpcp, a task which both feels hugely daunting and the most important and exciting challenge I could imagine. So now I'm going to turn to Uju.
So hello, everyone. We are so happy, as Miriam said, to be here today. Our tribute to the gifts that Ruthie has, some of the gifts that she has shared with us, are organized in 3 acts. A little tribute to the way she helps us think and rehearse abolition is life as abolition in practice. Here in Act 1, we will ground ourselves building off of Ping Chong's Undesirable Elements, a theater company that partners with social justice organizations. Some of you might be familiar with Ping Chong. But we're going to use the Ping Chong method to situate ourselves in place, time, and context, and characters, Components which Ruthie teaches us do not determine the plot, but are essential to it. In doing so, we will set up the stories we tell, stories that are far from complete renderings of the meaning that Ruthie has had to our lives, but which offer some lineages and share, again, some of the gifts she has given us. And so here we begin with a quote for Act 1 that inspires us, a quote from Ruthie taken from a conversation with Nick Estes, published in a piece called United in Struggle that appears in NACLA. So quote, so in contradiction to quote unquote recite, I think rehearse, abolition is life in rehearsal, allows us and requires us in a Brechtian sense to make a model of doing things. That can come from reading some work, thinking together, speaking and listening, and trying to make the best understanding of what objective conditions produced and the concerns and commitments that come through in the work. Then to bring that active and embodied understanding about those in relation to the problem at hand by trying to do something analytically, practically, that makes clear, at least provisionally, that interventions on the social ground of struggle both change it and show it how it can be changed. Did we do Act 1? That was,
Okay.
that is our
So sorry.
framework for Act 1.
Not enough rehearsal, apparently.
I think that would be recitation.
Exactly.
In Act 2, we will reflect on how Ruthie has taught us how to think about our questions or problems at hand, how she has helped shaped how we think and how we fight, and how we think about and approach struggle.
Thank you. Shoot. Imagine if your peanut gallery was Ruth Wilson Gilmore sitting on the stage with you. Okay. Act 3 is what we call borrowed with love with an earlier panel. It's our collective mediation and meditation, I think. Thinking together alongside one another, really reflecting on this idea Ruthie always animates in us, how to live, what are our frames for living, and how are we taking the analysis and teachings into our work. So thank you. We also just wanted to acknowledge, we really appreciate everyone's time and focus and energy here. It's been a long week after long weeks and long years. And so we all think we might cry, so please have grace. It's just a lot. And so both of the spirit of this is to know that the struggle has been long, it's been deep, but we're also struggling together. So thank you, Ruthie, for bringing us together. Okay, Free Palestine. Act 1, entry points. Abolition requires that we change one thing. What's that, Ruthie?
Everything.
Okay, we got it. Great. So, okay, I'm going to do my thing about how I like how Vijay said, what did you say? Process of radicalization. How did I get here to be on the stage and connected with the Gilmores? So I was a student at UCLA in the early 1990s. In UCLA, as we know, right now, the quad of UCLA, when I saw it, I don't know, lost a lot of things. My breath, my heart fell. But anyway, that's actually where I bet you don't remember Ruthie, but that's where we met.
I do remember.
For real?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Anyway. So what was LA in the 1990s? It was a point where undocumented workers from El Salvador, from Nicaragua, from Mexico, and also, a lot of people had migrated as a result of the U.S. intervention, were organizing in LA in a very powerful way and at a very important time in the U.S. labor movement, being seen as actual workers as part of a movement. And it was met with an unbelievable amount of police brutality, right? And it was just an interesting time. So this is like my process of radicalization, like stuff kind of coming together for me. Rodney King happens, then what happens, right? We know nothing happened to the cops, but LA blew up, and it was just an incredible time. National Guard everywhere, under curfew, and then the INS, the Border Patrol, was brought in by the LAPD to start sweeping up a lot of these communities of people from El Salvador and elsewhere. And then Mike Davis's City of Courts came out. Like, I was like an undergrad. I was also a dropout, Ruthie, but I was an undergrad at UCLA, and I was like, what is this, right? It just like all of a sudden, all these things kind of coming together. We organized at UCLA an incredible organization. I don't know if anyone has ever seen a poster that's on Ruthie's wall of a snake. That's the network, right? So we, students, staff, and faculty at UCLA, in a moment of, really budget cuts, fee hikes, like all the whole kind of austerity, neoliberal state, everything kind of coming together. But the coolest thing for me as someone in this process was there were leftists from South Africa that were students at UCLA. It just blew my mind. It just made me realize, like, you know nothing, right? Like, you really don't and then the layers of struggle and all that and learning. And so it's really great. Sorry, I don't want to take too much time, but Ruthie said yesterday, organizing before the internet. In order to get this flyer, Ruthie, I went into my old archive of network stuff, and I found an agenda that had dot matrix printer was printed out. Anyway, I thought it was funny. Okay, so then enter into the mid-1990s. Everyone who was alive remembers, right? It was Newt Gingrich and Bill Clinton and the whole kind of attack, war on the poor, merging with the war on crime, merging with the war on immigrants, right? NAFTA, the free trade agreement, soon after, but not at this moment, battle in Seattle. But the whole thing about like free trade and kind of freedom of mobility for capital, while the US started building up its border wall, right? Operation Gatekeeper, Operation Hold the Line. And, California voters they put on the ballot a Proposition 187, which was all around the language of undocumented immigrants are taking away, right? Sucking up from the state, save our state, and that we have to cut them off from benefits. So just to say this was the context. And then in 1996, we know Bill Clinton signed two really, really draconian immigration laws, which kind of are a key thing that has fueled mass detention, mass deportation, mass border policing today. But I just want to note, just in terms of the time, in 1995, the year before, there was a bombing, right, of a federal building in Oklahoma City. The first thing they said in the news, and we all remember this, was what? Yeah, Palestinians, right? It had to be Palestinians. Who did it end up being, right? A white supremacist, right? But that doesn't matter to the US government, because a year later, they signed the 1996 laws on the anniversary, right, of Oklahoma City that actually made it much more difficult for not people like Timothy McVeigh, really, but, immigrants as a focus and people with criminal convictions in particular. Oh, and so then I met Ruthie and Craig in this time, and critical resistance was like just starting, right? We hung out in Oakland a bit, and I learned a whole lot. And sometimes you're like living your life and you're not even realizing what's happening to you, right? So this was actually an incredible process. But Ruthie, you got to look at the slide. Did you see? Okay, sorry. All right, so what does Gilligan's Island have to do with it?
I was going to ask.
You don't remember? Okay, so this is just a funny story. You remember now. So, Ruth Wilson Gilmore were hanging out. I'm just like this little person. Oh, wow, critical resistance. And then all of a sudden, Ruthie and I realized that we share a favorite song. And it's a song from Gilligan's Island. You sing it. You sing it. Neither a bar nor a bowery. Do not forget, stay out of debt. We need to laugh, right? So I'm bringing that in there. On to you.
We totally bonded over that song.
It was really good. We had to look it up and we're like, what does solvency mean, Ruthie?
Okay. Okay, I can't follow that song, that's for sure.
I'll teach you the words later.
I mean, you follow the act, I should say. Yeah, okay, so this is we each are beginning with an entry into our moment of politicization. And for me, it's 1999, and I'm in Paris, following these similar connections that Mizue was laid out happening in UCLA and also happening in Paris. So I was working and organizing with the sans-papiers movement. So it's the movement by and for people without papers, or those here, we called undocumented at the time. The sans-papiers movement had really come into full view in the 1990s, reacting to the center right-wing French government, whose mandate included policies like zero immigration and harsh policing tactics. That's what we thought then. Of course, they are infinitely worse now. But what was really critical at the time is that the sans-papiers rejected any association with criminality embedded in terms like the clandestins, meaning illegals. So they changed their name to the simple fact that they didn't have papers, or rather the right papers. They had a lot of papers, just not the right ones. So this was very much a grassroots political movement by and for the sans-papiers, and they refused to let anybody speak on their behalf. But their concerns weren't just about the lack of papers. They connected the history of migration to the history of and contemporary afterlives of racial capitalism and colonialism in France. They spoke of colonial debt, speaking back to debt, and they called on internationalist and third worldist ideas and histories as they challenged racial discrimination and spatial segregation. And being there actually recalled exactly this moment, Prop 197, which is the first time in my consciousness, really, that this kind of incredible hatred of immigrants became apparent to me. So it felt very much connected. It was really a movement for all against injustice and inequality. And for me, who is as someone who had grown up in a formerly French colony, so Quebec, and who is born to parents who were from former British colonies, India and South Africa, and as someone who was racialized as a migrant in France, I felt really interpellated by this movement, really implicated. So I got involved working in particular with the feminist wing, what they called the sans-papiers, as well as a number of associations, who were like grassroots groups that were working in solidarity with the sans-papiers. And unlike the more prominent migrant rights associations, the association I was working with refused to take funds from the state. So in France, it's a little bit different. The NGOs, where here you might get funding from private capital or from foundations. There, it's really the state. So this is kind of the shadow and the shadow state, shadow of the shadow state. So they insisted on remaining politically independent in order not to have to play into these exclusionary and racist state logics. But on the same time, they worked with legal accompaniment, and they helped to put together requests for papers, even as they were protesting in the streets. So at this moment, it was incredibly alive, even as there was a lot of police repression. But what I kept seeing was that to help migrants get papers, we would have to emphasize certain characteristics to get them papers. So organizers would ask migrants, "Are you sick? How sick?" eagerly. And this was because the remaining openings for papers were based on humanitarian exceptions. Right? So based first on sickness, and then over time on gender-based violence. So the primary humanitarian clause at that time gave sans-papiers papers if they were seriously ill, gravely ill, about to die. So despite the larger political goals and plans, those working with migrants in the immediate kept having to emphasize the innocence of migrants, the fact that they had done nothing wrong. They were sick, they were passive, they were victims, never political actors. So many of the political questions I've grappled with since were shaped by this dilemma, which is how to organize in ways that are at once not about purity, that is fighting with the tools that we have, even while simultaneously organizing for longer-term change, abolition, and equality, but doing so without furthering or deepening forms of organized abandonment. And I think Laura and I just encountered the same exact dilemma. We were in Calais at the border with, just across from Dover in the UK, and we were working with a bunch of No Borders activists, anarchists, and somehow we ended up giving out soap and toothbrushes. Anyway, so in the French case, the question was how to use whatever means possible to enable people to live with dignity without undermining the very move by the sans-papiers to change the frame about criminality and guilt. So the very same people who fought the idea of criminalizing undocumented people also used the language of moral innocence in individual cases. So the question is, how could this not undermine the larger goals of the same movement, which were to allow freedom of movement and to challenge nation-state borders and sovereignty all over, and to challenge racial capitalism and the forms of resource extraction that had forced many of these same people to flee? All right, so I'm going to leave it there. I forgot the second slide. You can put that. That was like the shift, from the actual political to then the more humanitarian, where people were emphasized. This is an occupation of the St. Barnabas Church, but the things that were figured in the media were women and children again, so made into victims. All right, so I think.
Okay, yeah. So I, like many of you, probably first knew of Ruthie before I met her, which was an introduction in 1998. I found myself at the Critical Resistance Conference, and learned about Ruthie and the work that you and others were doing. I then met Ruthie before I knew her, which was in the early 2000s in Bushwick at an Insight meeting hosted by Sister to Sister. And then in 2004, again in California, back again at the Revolution Will Not Be Funded conference. So this whole time I'm like, who is this person? That I'm so inspired by. And then I came to know Ruthie in 2010 when she came to the Graduate Center at a critical time when I was trying to sort out some questions that the previous panel spoke about, which it was, could I or should I have a role in even figuring out some questions that grew out of work that I had been part of? Could I think about them individually? And what did it mean to not think about them collectively? And Ruthie taught me, of course, that it was always about creating communities to think collectively everywhere we go. And that one of those meaningful communities for me has been at the center of her place, Culture and Politics, that was particularly shaping to me and my work. But the kind of place, time, context that I'll give you is 2009. It's a Great Recession in New York City. Everything's changing very quickly. So the year before I meet Ruthie, there's a global financial crisis that has been kind of rolling out. The window and door workers have occupied their factory in Chicago. I had not watched Gilligan's Island or learned the song. My own student debt is reconsolidated from the collection agencies back to the federal government. And so after taking their deal, within days, I'm almost broke, but debt-free for the first time in years after going into default. I was just coming off of having worked as a community organizer and re-entering graduate school, also having been a dropout. I had joined others for over a decade to build an organization called the Center for Immigrant Families, a neighborhood-based, collectively run organization of poor and working class immigrant women of color rooted in popular education and storytelling. We were inspired by legacies of third world liberation movements, and as a relatively small organization, we were also committed to studying and thinking, practicing with other organizations who were similarly oriented. At the time, we were really interested in learning and growing work around ideas of dual power. We were trying to figure out what neoliberalism actually was, not for the abstraction, but for what it could do to help us fight better, understanding what was happening around us in a world that was sometimes changing very quickly and other times more slowly, through processes of organized abandonment linked to organized violence that Ruthie was talking about yesterday, and as she does in her work. And in our own organizing focused on public education in the context of gentrification, we were also trying to understand what was happening in the aftermath, for example, of Hurricane Katrina, where in New Orleans, the role of public schools were disappearing, and understanding what was the role of education more broadly in processes of kind of de-development, underdevelopment, and the continuation of organized abandonment and organized violence. As public education continued to disappear in New Orleans and elsewhere, a dominant way of understanding these trends was through the lens of privatization, right? Privatization was supposed to be what you fought. It was supposed to occur through charter schools as a manifestation, right? And that was what we were supposed to be fighting. But that wasn't what was occurring in our own context, right? So the theory of what we were supposed to be fighting, of privatization, of what neoliberalism was, didn't really fit our own material conditions or context. And so while it was true that charter schools were growing in some places here in New York City under the Bloomberg administration, and even more rapidly after the structural adjustment type program that was enacted through the education stimulus in 2009, which required states like New York to lift certain regulations on public education, right? Including ones that existed here, limiting the number of charter schools that could exist at a given time, right? So at the time it was 99, that cap got lifted for New York City, and the number grew pretty quickly. But still, they represented a pretty small percentage of the total schools here in the largest school system in the United States. And it was also the fact, so while charter schools are growing in some neighborhoods and other neighborhoods, in the context of the violent austerity measures that were being pushed forward, public school administrators were also expanding public school choice policies to make up for budget cuts, right? So their rationale was they wanted to attract a new potential base of fundraising by appealing to families who, hit by the financial crisis, were reassessing maybe the money that they were planning on or were spending on private school tuition. So in this context, again, charter schools are growing in some neighborhoods, but not others. And while everybody's saying that we need to fight charter schools, some of the people saying we need to fight charter schools were actually interested in the growth of public school choice policies that within public schools that advance segregation in segregated enclaves from which they benefited, right? So there was a moment where the analysis, the theory of privatization, the theory of kind of what neoliberalism is as privatization, didn't make sense in the context in which we were in. So what did this mean in terms of how we fight, what we were fighting for, what we were fighting against, right? And also then, as Ruthie teaches us, about the bigger questions that were both arising from this very specific context that, of course, had much more to do than just that particular place, time, or context, and that reached much far beyond them.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just reminding everyone that Act 1 is place, time, context, and then question or problem. And I actually have a few sub-Act 1s. And I've also kind of merged my first two acts together because I couldn't really figure out how to separate them, but I'll try to distinguish. So in case it's not obvious by now, Ruthie is the dramaturg for this production. As noted, these acts contain an additional, often uncredited player, one who is usually off stage, Craig Gilmore. Sometimes he's the co-dramaturg. Okay, Act 1, the place, grad school, the time, the mid-90s, the question or problem, should I stay in grad school? So here's where I kind of shift into my Act 2A. So I came east to study with Neil Smith in geography at Rutgers. Before I got here, Neil told me, and I think this was literally on the landline telephone, that I should really talk to a student who'd entered the year before, Ruthie Gilmore. I took him up on that advice. I, my partner Steve, we drove to her house on James Street in New Brunswick, where I met her and her partner, Craig Gilmore. This meeting changed my life in so many ways. But I'm going to focus on my Act 1A problem, just to keep it limited. So sometimes graduate school can be a challenging time on a personal level. Occasionally. That was very much the case for me. I didn't know what I was doing, why, if, where, any of it. All the pronouns, all the prepositions. I'd done an undergraduate degree in design. At Rutgers, I constantly felt I didn't understand, I couldn't read enough, I couldn't catch up. I just didn't know what was going on. Ruthie and Craig got me through graduate school by showing me that intellectual work was another way of saying principled reflection, which was another way of thinking about what I observed and putting it together with what other people think and do, which was a way of shaping my life, not to be of the academy, but just to be in it. And that being in it didn't take away from all the other spaces and ways that I could live. And here's a Ruthie quote. Every graduate student learns, at about the time of the oral exams, to say at long last, I don't know. The important demystification of scholarship makes its work, in my view, stronger. This strength derives from constantly reflecting on the theoretical, the ethical, and the methodical, while always acting. People forget, and with good reason, that Ruthie is a person who says, I don't know, because she knows so much. But she also is someone who has always said, I don't know, because as she teaches and shows, not knowing is the political precondition to doing something about what you do not know. Anyone can say, I know, but the most principled intellectuals say, let me try to find out. So in this Act 1A, I want to present the ways that, all the ways that Ruthie helps us rethink, remake, and reuse the institution of the academy, or many of the other institutions people have spoken about, in what we do. Act 1B. Okay, the question or problem in this case is a little more complicated. It's September 11th, 2001, Chinatown, 8:30 a.m. I've arrived at the offices of Chinese Staff and Workers Association, a workers' center. We've actually come in early that day because it was the primary for the mayoral election. And we were trying to get out the vote. Chinatown, as many people know, but might need reminding, is less than a mile from the World Trade Center. So this was, and I know other people have reflected on this, certainly a momentous and challenging day. Being in the office with the other organizers, we were huddled around the radio. New York authorities were telling us, it's fine, stay where you are. The Red Cross was asking for blood donations, and a group of us went to Foley Square. We waited there with other volunteers. Eventually, the Red Cross representative came over and said, the blood donation supplies, they hadn't arrived. Thank you anyway. We can't accept any blood. And then I think to really rally us and sort of show that we were in it together, he said, we won't let them get away with this. Who was the them and who was the we? That afternoon, the construction workers decided to head to the World Trade Center site to help clear rubble. They'd asked for people to move debris. The first time they went, they were turned away. They went back 3 days in a row, but no one wanted them to help. And they complained when they got back to the office about not being allowed to help. They said, why is the television coverage only first responders who are white people from Yonkers and New Jersey? That's a quote. I didn't pick Yonkers and I didn't pick New Jersey. That's a direct quote. But this sparked a lot of conversations about the role of the organization in this moment. And I'm just going to focus on a few of those aspects. One in particular was how it changed an anti-displacement campaign, which had been ongoing, but was distinct from the other campaigns in the organization that were really focused on industries dominant in Chinatown. The anti-displacement campaign, on the other hand, it was harder to figure out, like, who was the target? How are we supposed to understand the problem? What were we supposed to do? It was also this moment of fear, of intimidation, of lots of small organizations suddenly putting out American flags. It was the new urban order, in the words of Mike Davis, whose work Ruthie introduced me to. It was the convergence of the state. If you went down to Chinatown at that time, which was completely blockaded, it was very hard to get in or out, there was a convergence of the state. The National Guard, the FBI, the ATF, state troopers, the Port Authority cops, and the NYPD. If you looked at the uniforms, it was like all the colors, all the uniform colors. And this was a moment where the organization was not sure what we should do with our dissent. We kept coming back to the who was the we and who was the them. But we also wondered, who's an organizer in this moment? And in the ensuing months, we really talked about the notion of disaster. Some said Chinatown was already a disaster. And one of the things that really changed in this campaign was thinking about the larger political economy. We started to think about not just the garment factory owners and the restaurant owners, those were two of the industries that were organizing, where the target was usually the bosses, right? But with the recognition that the displacement was driven by a much bigger set of forces, including local development, tourism, and property owners who were commercial landlords, foreign direct investment, all of this, how could the campaign target them? And this was a really interesting moment in that many of the garment workers themselves often identified with the factory bosses or restaurant owners because they often had been immigrants themselves. And I remember talking to Ruthie about this enclave literature and the middleman minority. And this idea of, this sort of vigorous pulling up of the bootstraps and the celebration of the enclave as clearly the counterpoint to the ghetto, right? Okay, so now I'm going to go a little bit into my Act 2B. So at this point, I have finagled, and I do mean finagled, Ruthie onto my committee based on a 5-minute window in which she had accepted a position in women's and gender studies at Rutgers that she ultimately would not take. And I got her on my committee. So this, again, is using those infrastructural resources and really trying to rethink, by having Ruthie, advise my work, the context, the political economy, the reproductive labor, the notion of Keynesian militarism, which, Ruthie's known for many, many things, but I think that is one of them, and one that sometimes we forget. And here's another quote. Legislatures and executive branches transformed bureaucracies, this is, sort of in the moment that Mizue is kind of recalling, transformed bureaucracies basically into policing bodies whose role came to oversee service provision rather than to provide it themselves. The grassroots groups that have formally joined the third sector are in the shadow of the shadow state. The government is often the object of their advocacy and their antagonisms, whether because the anti-state state is the source of trouble or the locus of remedy. but the real focus of their energies is ordinary people whom they fervently wish to organize against their own abandonment. And so this, I think, really helped me think about the kind of contradictions. How do you think about a target? Should the target maybe not be the sweatshop owner, but the owner of the building? Should the target in a workplace be a real estate owner? These were really new ideas. And rethinking the target was also part of trying to rethink the kinds of roles that people could have in organizing. And I just want to connect this very quickly to these campus occupations that are happening. They are in many ways straightforward. We understand what's happening. We understand what's actually a very straightforward call for divestment, not complicated, right? Though we are told it is too entangled. But I think some of the contradictions appear elsewhere. So one of those areas, I think, is campus security. So if we think about the role of campus security, I think it's a place for us to both understand that private security does have connections to NYPD, and on the other hand, is a place where people of color with modest educations are working in the infrastructures of the academy. And so I kind of leave that as a question for us to consider that I think Ruthie's work helps us with. And just to wrap a couple of those lessons, for me, one is that anyone truly is organizable. Doesn't mean they're going to be an organizer, but they're organizable. Another is that your comrades don't need to be your friends. That's a tough one. Okay, and from there, I'm going to hand it over to Mizue. Oh, no.
No, Miriam.
I'm sorry, Miriam.
Thank you so much. We're on another Act 2 now, so from Act 2 to Act 2. Just to follow up on what Laura said about contradictions and who or what is the target, and how we can think about responsibility actually here. So the question or the problem that I'm returning to is that of innocence. You know, innocence is a political strategy, and innocence claimed by movements themselves. And again, how it plays in our politics and what an abolition future means in relation to it. So here I'm going to return to Ruthie to help us. I am going to rely on her to turn the whole problem upside down and to redirect us. This is really Ruthie's ways to enable radical change without anyone realizing exactly how their world is being upended and remade until it's already done. So while innocence is often construed as a legal or a moral concept, I want to keep in mind how it functions as a political concept and a way to organize political life. So really, some of the most central political questions today are structured by the language of innocence and its binary others, from guilt and criminality to corruption and perversity. So obviously we have the politics of migration and mobility, so economic migrants are framed as guilty while real refugees are seen as innocent. And we have racial justice, where racialized police violence is called out only when the victim is seen as innocent, meaning not carrying a weapon. And of course, many other things. Some people can never qualify as innocent. There's the struggle over abortion, which is framed as a competition over who is the most innocent, the woman or the fetus. Climate change, Mother Nature is configured as innocent, while migrants and others are framed as guilty for overpopulating the world and ruining the environment. So there are many other ways in which it works in our world. So I wanted to turn to an example or two to see how politics that seems progressive nevertheless can play into this logic. And I'm going to focus on children because it's an obvious target. They're seen as pure, vulnerable, naive, in need of protection. So my first example is from the US. As we all know, 2018, hundreds of migrant children were forcibly separated from their parents at the US-Mexico border and held in detention centers. Again, as we all know, there was an unprecedented uproar by the American public as the state was taken to task for engaging in the morally repugnant act of taking innocent children from their parents. In the case of these children separated at the border, their innocence functioned to condemn their parents as guilty, as the parents were framed as irresponsible and neglectful for having brought the children across the border under dangerous circumstances. So the innocence of the children required the guilt of the parents. But innocence came to play in another way too, protecting innocent children on the part of the protecting innocent children enabled a claim to what James Baldwin has called racial or white innocence on the part of the American public. It's a will to not know about the migration system more broadly, nor the way it's conjoined and connected with the prison industrial complex. Because the moral outrage about the children was expressed as immediate and pure, it obfuscated the fact that such exceptional acts of compassion rely on the belief that it's acceptable and normal to detain, deport, exploit, or contain migrants in other circumstances. This moral indignation willfully ignored the other inequalities and forms of racism upon which it's based. Why else would this groundswell of outrage not be directed at the immigration and carceral system more broadly, but only mustered when lone children are involved? So my second example comes from images of Palestinian children. And this is an example I've been grappling with as we're watching, obviously, a genocide unfold before us, with the U.S. refusing to act. So on the one hand, any strategy we can use, we should use. So I'm hoping you'll think with me on this one. So in October, liberal centrist Israeli politician Mirav Ben-Ari said that the children of Gaza brought this upon themselves. I'm sure we all remember this. They all refuse to understand children, Gazan children, Palestinian children, as innocent, as equally undeserving of the suffering and the violence. This kind of statement about Palestinian children, and certainly adults, has become commonplace, serving to not only excuse, but to justify genocide. Palestinian innocence is an impossible position. In response, those in solidarity with Palestinians have often tried to highlight their innocence, their deservingness. They've emphasized the deaths of Palestinians and Gazan women and children, to count these numbers out separately. And while I say this, obviously, with deep horror and heartbreaking sadness at the numbers of people murdered, the aesthetics of innocence, which are repeatedly used in the images, risk playing into a differential valuation of lives. They risk making us believe that some lives are worth more than others. So how do we foreground life without turning to innocence? How do we make space for not just life, but emancipation? So here I turn to Ruthie's work. It really helps me, it helps us to reframe and rethink this question. In reference to prisons and those who argue that we need to help those who are more innocent or just innocent, that is to find those who are wrongly condemned or those who shouldn't be in prison because they haven't actually harmed anyone or so on, Ruthie states, by distinguishing degrees of innocence, some people will become permanently not innocent, no matter what they do or say. And this is precisely what we see with Palestinians and those who support them. Actually, guilt is contagious, right? Instead, Ruthie offers us a way to turn this problem on its head. Instead of critiquing, she gives us the means to create a better world. Not only that, she insists on it. Innocence is not the central problem, she tells us. Rather, it is human sacrifice that organizes the carceral geographies of the prison industrial complex. Indeed, as she writes, for abolition, to insist on innocence is to surrender politically, because innocence evades a problem abolition is compelled to confront: how to diminish and remedy harm, as against finding better forms of punishment. So this is where we have to focus our energies, on dismantling the ways some lives are being sacrificed as non-human, as inhuman, as less human, for others to live as human. We must move away from innocence and guilt altogether, to upend this frame. In this sense, the opposite of innocence is not guilt, but impurity, contamination, messiness. This must be the site of political emergence. And in this non-innocent place, we can begin to look for freedom, as Ruthie suggests. Freedom is a place of impurity, precisely because abolition is emancipation in rehearsal. So recognizing this, what does abolitionism look like? Well, again, let's turn to Ruthie to think about the material limits and possibilities of change. How do we begin to build structures of care and well-being? How do we remedy harm? If, as she argues, each age has its structures of feeling, following Raymond Williams, and if one of ours is an attachment to innocence, to the impossible goal of finding and protecting purity and excluding or expelling or murdering or abandoning the rest, she points us to the need to create new structures and infrastructures of feeling. That is, the material elements that make up these structures of feeling. So how might we remake infrastructures of innocence to challenge the infrastructures of racial capitalism? So once again, I'm going to point to two examples and then I'll end. So one of them is what others have done and said over the past 2 days, and of course many others before that, and what Laura just went into. And I want to point to the student encampments and the struggles we see around us right now. Because these are material places of freedom that challenge the sacrifice of Gazan lives of meaningless, that work to redistribute risk, and that do not prioritize some lives over others, naming some as innocent and others as guilty. These spaces are not pure. They're places, as Laura just said, of disagreement and debate. Here we can understand children's lives and deaths not as more valuable or tragic than other lives or deaths, but as indicators of the sacrifice of a future population, of a genocide. As Ruthie has so poignantly said, when life is precious, life is precious. Others doing excellent solidarity work also lead the way on this front. As Uja reminded me, the Palestinian Feminist Collective has insisted on a non-innocent decolonial vision, writing to counter this logic by saying, we equally mourn the thousands of men who have also been killed simply for being Palestinian. They're our comrades, our brothers, our fathers, our loved ones. We see abolition futures in the turn to unboundedness, away from the containments required by innocence. As Ruthie says, this is a movement away from partition and exclusion towards its inverse. In this spirit, my second example is of the people on the move who have faced many scales of organized abandonment. And here, when I say people on the move, this is a word used by migrants themselves, claimed by them, precisely to reject the moral hierarchies like economic migrant or refugee or asylum seeker, because they do stratify. So people on the move are building abolition futures too. In both my intellectual and political work, I've encountered people on the move in various places around the world, in Paris, in Athens, in Calais, in New York City, in Texas, in Tangier, in Ceuta and Melilla, who are occupying abandoned buildings, fields, churches, other areas, and making them home for however long or short they want to stay. They work together in mutuality, in common cause and respect, but not in purity. There is conflict, there's violence. But they are working to make an abolition future that challenges the partitions created by nation-state borders, by private property, and by dominant notions of sovereignty. Ruthie enables us to see these abolition futures in our midst, to join them, to work with them, to amplify them. And this is a true gift, the most important one anyone can give. So now I'm turning to...
So, yeah. My Act 2 will follow the context, the problem, and work that I shared earlier to draw on a few lessons of very many that I've learned from Ruthie. The first is to think capaciously through rooted struggle grounded in praxis. That is, how do we not only think about what is the theory that fits our struggle, but rather understand that theory is a sort of toolbox, never frozen in time, as Ruthie teaches us, that is not about recitation nor extraction, but rather is life in rehearsal. And how do we think through and engage the contradictions that we find in place, in practice, and in struggle. What do they teach us? How do they help us better understand what we are fighting for and against that extend well beyond those specific sites or so-called sites or struggles, beyond what we have been taught to and conditioned to think of as quote-unquote sectors? So as she writes, activist scholarship attempts to intervene in a particular historical geographical moment by changing not only what people do, but also how all of us think about ourselves and about our time and place by opening the world we make. So in the case of my context, again, it was thinking about questions of privatization. Were we fighting privatization, or was it something else? How were we also mapping questions of housing, placemaking, rights, and the state? Thinking through these questions rigorously required, as Ruthie teaches us, to rethink what we believe we know, to engage what she terms stretch, resonance, and resilience in forging what she terms a syncretic method for organizing and research. And there is a quote that I think, I won't read in totality, but is on the screen. So in doing so, as Ruthie noted last night, it's learning to look and listen differently, learning to notice differently, to history in the present, to continuity and change, in mapping the modes through which dominant power makes and manages racism and exclusions. So this meant considering, as she notes, while repetition is part of the deadly drama of living in the racial state, the particular challenge is to work out the specific realignments of the social structure in a period of rapid change. And we can think about what that might mean in this moment of rapid change. In my case, it helped me think about the question of choice. Again, moving away what we think we know, as she would often put it, to see something, to see it differently, to look at something from lots of different angles, to think through it, to problem pose in the Freirean sense, to map choice then as a structure of political and legal rights that was not outside of the state, as a way of thinking about neoliberalism more capaciously that unsettles rather than assumes binaries between the public and the private, between consumer and citizen, between the market and the state, that requires us to push beyond understanding the state simply as an administrator of an expanding private realm, to instead, in my case, trace how the post-Brown structuring of universal rights as individual private choices embedded market logics and consumer citizenship within the realm of the public that was not reliant on mechanisms of privatization. And what this meant to, and also for then, a public that we have yet to win, right? How it expands our understanding of the terrain of struggle, and also how we might radically reimagine a public. So again, not new, but continued legacies, right? Reaching back to Du Boisian ideas of abolition democracy, to what Miriam was talking about as the infrastructures of feeling, the legacies and ancestors that we choose and draw upon in the struggles that we forge. The second lesson that I'd like to kind of just note is also how Ruthie teaches us a pedagogy of knowing, seeing, and listening, as she talked about last night, to question, again, rather than assume, why and how people struggle for and over what they do, again, in my case, public schools. What they've meant, even as places of tremendous harm, places of organized abandonment, and also as places of struggle, right? That are about the school, but not about it. They're also about place and community and collective futures. To recognize also then the infrastructures that people have built over time and in place together, and how we might recognize those as places and infrastructures to build upon as we think about abolition as presence, right? So it's not building abolition as presence out of nowhere, but also recognizing the already existing structures of relation that people have built and struggle for over time and in place. And the third lesson that I just want to draw out is thinking about the pedagogy of praxis, right? To understand the linkage, as many mentioned yesterday and today, between not only between thinking and doing, but also how we think and do and how we are in the world. Ruthie models this in terms of how she is in the world as an organizer, an activist, a friend, a mentor, and a teacher, and through the various communities she builds. As Miriam mentioned, in coming together for this panel, Ruthie builds beloved communities of love and support everywhere she goes. And it is very true. In coming together, we were all kind of like, what are we gonna say? We're really gonna do 3 acts? What? And it was a beautiful embodiment of the encouragement, love, camaraderie that Ruthie models in the communities that she builds everywhere she goes. And the one of these places is not least, and not only, in the Center for Place, Culture, and Politics. So many talked in different ways. Rababi mentioned it as a refuge, right? Others also mentioned this idea of the Cpcp as a refuge. And I want to just think about, or ask us to think collectively about what does that mean, right, to create a place of refuge. It was, again, a place that transformed my own thinking and work. It was a place where I met Laura. It was a place that I met many of you in this room, and continued to grow friendships and community. But it was also, again, as many noted yesterday, a way to model how to be invested in each other, right? In each other's work, in each other's struggles, to deepen solidarity and strengthen work, right? To grow practice and capacity for being in, but not of, the academy. Something that blew my mind. I didn't think was possible until you said it was, and I was like, oh. To recognize and grow our capacity for radical interdisciplinarity. And Mamira, you talked about this, others have talked about what this means, and radical interdependency, right? Not because it's something cool, and maybe it is, but because it helps us think and do better also, right? To interpret and transform the world and the work that we do together in ever-expanding and grounded ways for us to see, think, do, and be differently, but collectively.
Wow. Why did you have me going after you? Because now I'm going to bring it back down to this. But I wanted to just note, as you were speaking, I think there's something kind of funny, because sometimes your life just happens and you don't know it until you actually stop and think. But I don't work in the academy. I actually run an organization called the Surveillance Resistance Lab. And the 2 things that I make everyone read are Giuliani Time by Neil Smith and Restating the Obvious by the Gilmores. And so here I am speaking at the Cpcp, so that's pretty cool, right? So anyway, thank you for all of that. Really, we're trying to make it into some kind of practice. So I am going to talk a little bit about this idea that you raised around innocence and the differential valuation of lives and what it means to try to what is the practice of abolition in what we call the migrant justice or immigrant justice movement in this country. Knowing at the same time that, you know, the hierarchy and the differentiation of valuation is fundamental to the settler colony, right, of course, and racial capitalism. And so it's very much, I think, Laura, you said something so smart, maybe from a Ruthie quote, on the shadow state about, yeah, anyway, I'll come back to it because it's in my notes, but I can't recover it because it's kind of intimidating to be doing this right now, to be real. Okay, so when I came, I left LA, and then I went to Oakland, then I came here to New York. It was fairly soon after 9/11 and the Department of Homeland Security was founded, and for anyone, you know, who lived during the time or remembers the time, it was a shift, right? A tremendous shift in terms of NYPD policing of Muslim communities in partnership with this brand new agency, the Department of Homeland Security, which was a monster, right? It brought together, it's like the largest configuration of the US government since, I guess, the Pentagon. And, in many ways, it's a continuation of the world that always was, but it also really was like the world was never the same, right? In the sense of a real shift in terms of security being defined by the shadow state, anti-state state, whatever, all the things, right? I think in terms of a tremendous disinvestment and reinvestment in policing, not just domestically, right, at borders, but also globally. And I think, it's been 2 years now, but, so this is the work that has been happening that I've been focused on for that time, the ascendancy of what I call the Homeland Security state. So for many of those years, I worked in an organization called the Immigrant Defense Project, which worked to protect and expand the rights of immigrants at the nexus of the criminal, legal, and immigration systems, what Ruthie will call sometimes the worst, what people consider the worst of the worst, right? If these people aren't getting deported, who should be? Right? These are the people for whom the logic of the system is very difficult to dislodge from, right? The life without parole. And so, in addition to that kind of ideological or piece that was so resonant, of course, with the magic wand of criminalization, it was also materially what was happening, right? There were not immigration police roaming the streets before DHS was founded, right? The numbers of physical policing agents, multiplied exponentially. And then domestic police became enlisted in immigration policing, right? So that was my work. At every point of what we call the police to deportation pipeline, trying to stop it up, because it was, both police acting as immigration agents, step one. There was a trailer on Rikers Island of ICE police, from the 80s, that we got rid of. There was the automatic fingerprint sharing from police every time. So every police station became an automatic notification for ICE. But then within this, what was swirling in the movement space was very much this differential valuation, right? They're good immigrants and they're bad immigrants, right? And so I'm not a criminal was a very common notion. And it was really, President Obama, who moved from the Bush era time, was very much focused on Muslim terrorist threat, undocumented workers, these massive workplace raids, very much clearly the idea of the border still existing to control labor was very visible in the political thing. Then Obama came in, wanted to make a compromise for immigration reform, and said, you know what? We have to basically sacrifice some people to win rights for other people. And it was very clear in his formulation, right? Felons, not families, right? Nannies, not gang members. And so, the damage that had been done in the organizing community space up until that time, we were, a lot of people, maybe young organizers, people undocumented, unafraid. There was a lot of incredible organizing happening, but kind of the parameters in which we were fighting was almost so many people with no rights fighting for rights. So what do? They deported millions of people, right? The labor movement became very quiet in this space. A lot of people were lost, and there was a lot of damage. But in this time, my primary focus, and I joke about Gilligan's Island, but I am so lucky to have had spent that time with Rose Braz, rest in power, Ruthie, Craig, just hearing them talk and really understanding how they were thinking about organizing in California and constructing a fight that really was going resolutely toward freedom, right? And sometimes you don't know what's happening to you until you I'm saying, you sit back and think about it and think how carrying a fight like that, the critical resistance and the prison moratorium project and all the analytical work he had done, into a space where I think people were just really scrambling to figure out how can we just get some rights for somebody, and we're gonna have to throw some people under the bus, but we'll get them later, right? And my work was always you're not going to be able to, I know you have some kind of quote there, but you can say it later. But you know what I mean? And so how is it that you build it in? It was funny, I was talking to Craig Gilmore, during the break, and he reminded me about he told me about conversations that he and Rose had early on in California, going to immigrant rights groups, saying, they're building these federal prisons just for what they're calling the criminal aliens, right? And they were like, those aren't our people, right? That's not our issue. And so I will tell you, and it's no small part thanks to the Gilmores, to Rose Braz, and all the people who've built up the abolition as, it's part of our vocabulary now and part of our political vision. And, the work that we did here and elsewhere around the country to protect the rights of people who were considered very low on the scale of differentiation, right? Very much not innocent. We were able to, I think, change the way people at least talk about how they're fighting for rights in the space. But, wait, I'm not changing my slides, sorry. But, I think the reality is sometimes it's just talk and it's not really integrated into strategy. So I just want to spend a little bit of time thinking about that. Like, I tried to write these slides in ways that you can hear Ruthie saying it. I don't know if this is your real quote, but can't you feel it? Ruthie would say, no one should be in cages. Don't leave anyone behind, right? And so, I think that that's a principle that many people would say, like, yeah, that's what we are trying to do as we fight. But, like I said, and I think this point of like the shadow state is like, you're asking people, wait, hold on a second, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead. My work in not leaving anyone behind was really centering the rights of people who had zero rights to actually stay here, right? You had a felony conviction, you were considered subject to mandatory detention, which means you don't get out. Even if ICE wanted to release you, you actually can't get out. A judge wants to release you, you can't get out unless they can't deport you or you're very ill, right? And then also these people are subject to mandatory deportation. So how else could like the US enact this mass deportation regime? It's because the legal regime makes it happen, and then you get all the police and all the infrastructure to do it. That's what makes it happen. And I think, just to say, I feel like this work maybe in a lifetime isn't that long, but in my lifetime, it was a half of my life. And I would come to Ruthie and Craig at key moments because I kind of thought I was losing it, right? Like I would be in spaces where people would be talking about it's the private detention centers, right? And I would be like, actually, like, are you okay with that? Like if it's public, right? And they would be like, you don't understand. And then I'd come back to Ruthie and Craig and be like, do I understand? You know what I mean? And they'll be like, yeah, don't worry. And so, but I don't think you'll find many people in that space anymore who will take that as their primary position, right? It has shifted, I hope. And so I think that just to kind of say like, that's part of the work of our politics is like, yeah, people can adopt a position, kind of what you were saying, Uju, right? It's got to be privatization. Is that the problem about the neoliberal state? No, right? It's more complicated than that. But I also think, this thing that I'm mildly obsessed with is the anti-state state and how I think it's something just in terms of the movement space, how people still very much either focus on it's just the corporations or it's just the state. Like, it's very funny for me to be in a space with you guys. Like, the way you think about things is like, so here? And then you're talking to people on the ground who are actually fighting a lot of this stuff, and they're still stuck on one or the other. Capitalism is either corporate profit, right? Or, we gotta get rid of the state. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So like then I think part of our work is really trying to figure out how to bring this kind of rigor and understanding, but also have the work that we're doing on the ground inform the rigor and understanding, which is always what I've loved so much about the Gilmores. It's the organizing, the doing, and the thinking, and then doing it again. Okay, so I think everyone knows what the anti-state state is in this room, but really this idea of the construction of a thread and how normalized it's become. So I do this like 1.5 hour presentation, honestly, on the construction of the criminal alien. And after I finish it, everyone's just like, oh, right? Like, because they're so deep in it, they start with kind of like, well, if you aren't gonna deport anyone, like, who else would you deport? And then you end with, why are you deporting anyone in the first place, right? Like, why are you, and so it's actually very effective, and I feel like
I have Ruthie to thank for helping me. Sometimes, these are complicated ideas, right? That can also seem very simple, but, really kind of like don't leave, what did you say? Don't leave anyone behind, right? But I just wanted to end a little bit with what is really a struggle for me that emerged in this movement space is like this point that I brought up around what the shadow state said. It's kind of like, I mentioned before, like this immigration system is a system of population control in a way, right? Who gets belonging? Whose land does this get to be, right? And kind of like an erasure of occupation, genocide, whatever. But the process is ongoing. It's not over, right? As we know. And so here you are trying to fight for recognition, right? From both the source of the trouble, right? But then who else is going to give you rights if it's not this state, this anti-state state? And it's become, I don't know, Ruthie, you might get mad at me because I'm using it wrong, but it seems way more anti than ever now. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like, it's a real dilemma for us kind of thinking about organizing. You'll see this so as the movement fought for a pathway to citizenship, what was the trade-off? The trade-off was, well, if you're innocent or relatively innocent, let's let you get that. If you're not, okay, sorry, we'll get to you later. But then we also have to seal the border, either silent about policing the border or be like, no, we're okay for that compromise. Citizenship for people here already, we'll worry about the future later. And so, I don't say this as a critique of people fighting for their rights in the most difficult circumstance. There's been no pathway since 1986, right? So I think the generations and generations of people who've lived in these extremely precarious states, what do we do there? The other thing I just wanted to talk about was the U.S. detention system and the global deportation detention regime, right? And so, I think this idea of no one should be in cages, well, let's close the detention center in New York. That's great, except that, who gets out when you close a detention center? If you're able to get out, it's at ICE discretion, and it's usually because you have no criminal convictions, right? And so if you do have a criminal conviction, you're subject to mandatory detention, so then you get moved to Louisiana, or you get moved to Florida, or you get deported faster, right? The other thing is that's happening at the same time as the U.S. is building up their infrastructure apparatus in the interior, they've basically enlisted Mexico, right, to be the southern border. I think when 9/11 happened and DHS was founded, they said America's homeland is the planet, and they kind of envisioned Peru as the southern border, right? They say this, they can say this, right? It's kind of embarrassing, but it's true.
It's called imperialism.
Oh, wait. How do you spell that, Ruthie? Yeah, it's called imperialism. Yeah, someone else said something great about empire. I wrote it down before, but I think that's the point. It's right. It's so brazen, right? And it's uncontested in large part, but it's also invisible to us, but not invisible to the people in Chiapas, right? Where they have this huge detention center, right? Or it's not invisible to the people on the move who are trying to cross. There was an article last week in the Washington Post where Biden's like, pre-election, we finally got our border under control because Mexico is doing a really good job, right? And so this graph, just so you can see, it's been this way for a long time. The orange is Mexico's deportations to Central Americans from Mexico compared to the number of people who get to the United States and then get deported. And it's not just a collaboration that is detention and deportation, but it's also an unbelievable amount of information sharing between policing agencies, right? So people who get arrested here, their information sent down there, whether they have they're in a gang database, if they're in other forms of cataloging of people with permanent criminal records. And I think it's just it's a real dilemma that we grapple with, and trying to figure out how do you win liberation here where you are in this global system. So I just wanted to just say the last piece.
of where Ruthie has inspired me and us is, well, you know, I think this idea of like when they've come up with their spatial fix, right? How they can spread the problem everywhere throughout their empire, then we also have to think, and similarly, in, I don't know if it's unspatial or spatial way, right? To think about how our fix has to be across borders. And so one of the main projects that we started at the lab is a transnational solidarity network of people who are fighting. We have 15 countries right now, border externalization, surveillance of migrants, bringing together all the wars, war on drugs, like war on trafficking, war on gangs. Like, how can we actually start understanding these as being all the things that we have to challenge and deconstruct to actually build the world in which we're trying to build. And it is, in these kinds of times, like, it just really brings me, I think, the most energy and hope and of possibility. So I just want to thank you for that. And thank you all for listening. All right. Okay, so now we're moving to Act 3. After Act 3, as a reminder, we're going to give you a little bit of time to write a gratitude reflection on your card, and then we're going to have a special guest speaker. Okay, so Act 3, How to Live. So we wanted to take a little bit of time here to just have a conversation together. I think Uju said it really beautifully at the end in terms of like the type of community, both intellectual and love communities that Ruthie really inspires us to build. As someone mentioned, was it you? We all kind of came together somehow, right? Through Ruth Wilson Gilmore and Craig. That's how I met Laura.
Yeah.
How did it work?
That's how I met Uju.
That's how I met you.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I met you. That's how I met you. Well, I'm through you. Yeah. Yeah.
So either degrees of separation.
So we thought it would be fun, I hope you guys think it's too, to just spend, this is the last panel, the closing, is to try to practice, some of this, both being in conversation with each other and like grappling with these open questions that we have. And yeah, that's it. You want to start off?
No.
All right. Oh, hey, Ruthie wants to say something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that is true. And as a dramaturg, it is important that you notice that. Thank you. So, yes, the hour is getting late.
Is
and it is.
And people are
Everyone's losing it. Should we flip the script?
And it's a Saturday after a very long and violent and difficult week. And so to think about kind of how we want to be together, we might just move to our cards and then our speaker.
That sounds right. Okay, so just as a reminder, thank you, dramaturg, for moving us along. We got carried away. So we would like to please encourage you. We have some pens up here. If people need pens, can you raise your hand and we can run them around? But Doctor, could you help me? Sorry. We are going to just think about if you had a time to write a message, a reflection, gratitude. It's not going to be graded or published. To Ruth Wilson Gilmore, we encourage you to do so on your index card. If anyone needs an index card, please raise your hand and we'll get that to you as well. Okay.
Yeah. So this is a moment of reflection, writing, and a break, but we are coming back.
Where's the thing? What the extra the cards are?
There, got them.
Thank you.
And I actually am taking a break with him.
You don't have to do it. Just the same thing you already said.
Okay.
The people on the front are being polite.
Okay.
What's up?
So we have received some notes from our dramaturg yet again. Okay. Okay. And we are realizing that our time is short, right?
Yeah, maybe if we go back to 10 minutes.
So we're not taking a break?
Okay, no break.
Well, yeah. Continue writing as we're talking on, yeah.
Ruthie's going to talk.
I think we should just wrap this up. So while you're writing whatever you want to write on that index card, which you can sign or not sign, you can do anonymous evaluations. I think I just want to say a few things. First, to thank my comrades for this wonderful panel and everybody who did, who participated in planning and organizing and bringing into being this complete surprise for me. I knew there was a conference and that it was in my honor, and that's all I knew until last night. I didn't know who was going to be here, how it was organized, anything, and it's really been great. And so what I thought I'd do is just talk for 5 minutes and say a few things that fill my heart right now. We're all tired this week because of the encampments, but the encampments happened because of the genocide. We are much more tired because genocide is ongoing and we are able to stand here or sit here and talk about it, which should not be possible, and yet it is. We are collectively trying to make the historical geography of the future. That's what we're trying to do. Reorganize ourselves and relations in place and as place all over the planet so that the future looking back will say, this is how we got here, right? The historical geography of the future is what we're trying to make. So the ground informs all of this. So anybody who is under the impression that all we do is like think and use big words are kind of missing that everything, as Vijay and others explained in an earlier panel, comes from the ground, and we think about it and think about it and think about it and think about it, and some of us just happen to be professional intellectuals who get a paycheck or a half a paycheck or a quarter of a paycheck to write some stuff down and talk about it. So what's most important, I think, at the moment in thinking about the global struggle against capitalist modernity, which works through the dynamics of colonialism, settler colonialism, and very long time, including to the moment, slavery, which themselves can only be understood by way of thinking about the gendered, racial, and ethnic dimensions of all of these forces, means that everybody on the planet who is not a perpetrator of capitalist modernity, self-consciously for their own advantage, has a motive for undoing it. Like everyone has a motive. And the question is, what are the means? And what we have been learning from talking with people on the ground in Haiti, in Palestine, in Brazil, in Indonesia, in India, in all of the places that people talked about last night and today and beyond, so we learn what the means are, whether the means are doing emancipatory land occupations, doing building occupations, doing labor actions, doing encampments, doing establishing political parties that then seize the institutions and relations of what we're calling, because we haven't come up with a new name for it yet, the state that then can, through the direction of the people, right? Through the direction of the people, provide what the people need. One of the things that I found so inspiring when I was preparing to write the introduction to Lenin's imperialism and the national question was how surprised Lenin was during one of the many strikes that led up to eventually the Bolshevik Revolution, that when one of the general strikes occurred in what was then St. Petersburg, there was not a crisis of what would happen the next day because the Soviets, the self-organized groups of workers, of sailors, of soldiers, and so forth, were ready to continue the city's energy and organization into the future. Lenin was surprised. He didn't already know everything, right? He fought with everybody, as Vijay said, but he didn't already know everything. And he learned from the ground. I think today in the 21st century, there are already existing social groups. Some are unions, some are parties, some call themselves movements like the MST. Some are liberation movements that are lined up alongside other liberation movements who are all fighting for the same thing, whether it's the emancipation of Palestine or something else. These are all, in my view, potentially Soviets, self-organized people who are able, through their energy, to take the step into the future that we need to take. It's not idealism. This all comes from the ground. And it's all provisional, and it's all vulnerable. And since the struggle we're in is asymmetrical, and 999% of the weapons belong to the imperial powers, it means we have to make our power differently. Whatever way we talk about it. I've been impressed by so many things over the years, and Rabab reminded us last night that I was on the first delegation during the first Intifada to Palestine, the first women's delegation. And what I learned in my time in Palestine then, during that Intifada, was that the popular committees that were organized everywhere in East Jerusalem, the West Bank, and Gaza were building the historical geography of the future they were struggling for. There were manufacturing popular committees, there were agricultural popular committees, there were popular committees about health, about education, about the struggle against patriarchy. Nobody was under the impression that if they won decolonization that night, that the next morning they would wake up in paradise. Nobody thought that. Nobody thought that. I'll say two last things and then we can party. When I think about how the women in Mothers Reclaiming Our Children made the tools available to them into weapons to fight, I think this is creative aggression. When I think about the PAIGC that Sonia has taught us about, and think about not only that they made a hot revolutionary war, but also developed an entire education program very self-consciously and deliberately, I think this is creative aggression. When I think of the MST doing the work of establishing communities in rural Brazil and demanding through their action, through their persistent action, that the land be restored to its social purpose. This is creative aggression. When people occupy buildings here in the city of New York or in Sao Paulo or in Cape Town or elsewhere for people on the move and defend them and protect and help work with people on the move to realize their lives, this is creative aggression. When the nurses and other unions step up and engage in meaningful dialogue and interaction with students in encampments or with people who are struggling because they have suffered the outrages of organized abandonment, and then the nurses union forms a global network to fight on behalf of all vulnerable people. This is creative aggression. Creative aggression is what we have because we don't have other kinds of weapons. It doesn't make us a pacifist movement or movements, although some might be. It doesn't require nonviolence, although for many people nonviolence is the ethical path. But it is a way of recognizing how little power we have to be aggressive if we're not being creative with the power we use. And the last thing I want to do is to say something about something that Rabab brought up, talking about our dead. So whether we are our ancestors' dream or nightmare, I can't say. I really can't. But I think about our ancestors, including the ancestors we choose, that we bring into our creative aggression all the time. And I think as well about the fact that abolition, at the beginning of the day as well as the end and the next morning, has got to be in some fundamental way, no matter what, about land use and land control. That's what it's about. And I've only learned this through struggle over time. I didn't think this in my head 30 years ago and just remember to say it today. And if it is about land use and land control and restoring the land to its social purpose, not to a profit-making purpose, and water, land and water, then that means that one of the many things that we bring to our creative aggression is considering where on the planet our ancestors might be at rest. One of my dear friends, Yvonne Phyllis, who is an organizer in Johannesburg, who grew up in the Eastern Cape. She's a child of farmers, part of an entire complex community of farmers who all work for the same white farmers who owned all the land under apartheid. Her family has been on these farms for generations because the apartheid system lasted for generations. And many of her family and her family's friends refuse to leave that region because their dead are buried there. And they say, this is the land of our ancestors. We're not going to leave. And that brings me to my final point, which is that as we struggle through our creative aggression to make the world, we are at once trying to produce the historical geography of the future, but to bring our dead along with us in recognition of what the historical geography of the past produced as the present. One of the means that people use to struggle over these questions is by establishing and protecting resting places. Whether the resting place is the mass grave at Sabra and Shatila, or the resting places in the Eastern Cape, or the ongoing struggle to reclaim the remains of those we have lost. That said, I think, but I might change my mind tomorrow, but I think tonight that we carry our dead with us most effectively when we do it with the kind of concentration and creative aggression that refuse the conditions under which our dead suffered, and that embrace the possibilities for which our dead struggled. So in that, I want to thank all of my comrades at the Center for Place, Culture, and Politics for an incredible decade, actually 11 semesters, being director, my dear buddy, Peter Hitchcock, who worked side by side with me the whole time, Mary Taylor, who started as assistant director before I started as director, so she had to adjust to me. My dear friend, David Harvey, who's probably gone home to lie down. My dear comrade, Maitri Prasad, and all of the other postdocs who are in the room, the student fellows, the faculty fellows, and all of my comrades here. And I'd like you all to join me in welcoming and wishing and hoping and putting your creative aggression together to expect the best from Miriam Tickton, who is taking over as the director. And as a reminder, we are the only Marxist research center at the City University of New York. May it always be thus.
Ruth, it's not working though. Okay, Ruth Wilson Gilmore. This stick has been sitting at the CPCP for years. I think you can recall the last time it was used when David Harvey smashed Capitol. So I offer this to you with comradely love.
Thank you. And
What is that building? This is what?
yeah, you are. Enjoy it. Take a couple.
Nobody said it was easy.
Just remember from baseball, step into it, right?
Just a little more creative aggression.
I think this is destructive aggression. Yeah.
Keep hitting the door. Love it.
Strike one.
Keep pulling on that. I think it's coming down. It is coming down.
The back is open.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. Is everybody ready for the prison break? Let's go.
Now it's coming, yeah.
We have a friend. I have to tell you this. Keep the movies going. We had a friend called Jack Daniel. That was his real name. He was a lawyer. He was sober. His name was Jack Daniel. He was a lawyer in California Central Valley. And he said to us a long time ago, he said, you know, you abolitionists are very unrealistic. I have a better plan. And we said, what's your better plan, Jack? And he said, one less wall. Was that you, Sherry? Against the rules to use my hand?
No.
Use that.